Le test. Test. Hold on, guys. Hold on. What up, Chris? What's up, y'all? Hold on. Yellow?
Oh, hi. Yeah, so your prompt is Trump sucks. Are
He does.
you, sorry?
He does. Are you a Trump supporter?
No, I'm neither. I'm neither Trump supporter, but I do think Trump is better than the other side. He's better than Biden
What about Kamala?
and Kamala as well. Both. I think he's better.
How so?
I just feel like the economy and also the economy is, I think, is the main thing. I think the economy is best under Trump.
What I would argue is that Trump didn't do anything to help the economy his first administration. So the economy just so happened to be better under him. And then COVID came and wrecked the economy. And there's really, like, people attribute the hardships under COVID to Biden or Kamala. And I think it's just kind of silly. If you look at the way Trump spent money as president his first term, it also really hurt us. His policies so far have already wrecked the economy this administration.
Right, right. So who do you support?
I support Kamala.
Wow. And you think Kamala is better than Trump?
Yeah, by far. Like somehow this I was listening to someone talk about this last night, but somehow it's insane to me that they were able to convince the masses that one of the most or the most qualified candidate for presidency probably in all of history was somehow dumber than Trump, somebody who was more articulate, more well spoken, uh, more driven, more accomplished than Trump was somehow. I don't get it. If you actually hear Trump talk, I've never heard him speak about anything at length that makes him seem like he knows anything about anything. If you hear him talk about the economy, you hear him talk about tariffs, for instance. He doesn't even know which country would pay the tariffs when he imposes a tariff. Um, Kamala actually had her policies written down, like for us to look at and see, hey, these are good policies. And Trump just had like wishes. He had a wish list written down. He didn't have actual policies. Like he's going to make the economy better day one. And like how though? Like what's your actual policy? He didn't
Right,
have any of that.
right. Yeah, I am against a lot of stuff that like the tariffs, and I know there's I don't agree 100% with Trump. So yeah, I am against a lot of stuff. So you've made good points. Yeah, you can drop me now.
Okay, thank you. What's going on, chat? Chat, tap the screen. Let's get to 10K really quick. Oh man, we got Maple MAGA in the chat. We got all sorts of MAGA in the chat. Guys, if you want to talk to me, if you want to tell me why you like Trump, pop in the box. If all you got is that you guys won, then I don't think you're learning much. Magnets in water going poof. Yeah. Yeah. Do you think Kamala would, dude, if you guys heard Kamala tell us things like magnets go poof in water, we would still be hearing about it. You guys would be telling us every day still. Maggie, thank you for the auto renew. Thank you so much.
Hello?
Yellow,
Yellow?
are you a Trump supporter?
Of course.
Okay, what do you like about Trump?
He's a proactive leader. But I was gonna ask you, what'd you think about that dude crying yesterday for 25 hours?
Cory Booker? I think it was fantastic.
That's crazy. He literally set a record crying for 25 hours.
Okay, and Trump cried for 4 years while he lost the election.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought he was golfing and just
No,
doing his thing.
when he lost the election, he campaigned for 4 years crying about how he lost and it was stolen from him. Didn't he?
No, I don't think so. But if he did, it paid off because look who's in office now.
Cool.
Vice versa to that guy. I mean, he just wasted 25 hours of his life
Okay.
because nobody cared. They were like, eh.
There were 44,000 live viewers on TikTok. That's not nothing, is it?
44,000?
Mm-hmm.
I don't even think that's a quarter of the nation.
It's a lot of viewers. Have you seen a TikTok live with 44,000 viewers before?
Yeah, but I mean, those are your typical no life individuals sitting on here. If they had time to sit and watch that, that's pathetic. Like, go do something better with your time.
Do you have any actual like political views, or are you just making fun of people's personalities?
Yeah. Well, I'll start off by saying I'm very thankful that when it's all said and done, I voted for the greatest president of all time. Like, I get to say that loudly and proudly. You know. So
What metrics are you using to grant him that status?
he's changing the world right now. I mean, he's changing the way our political system is, the way we vote.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
not good.
regardless if you like him or not. I mean, he changed the game. You can't deny that.
So did Schindler. Do you love Schindler too?
That's crazy that you would even compare the two.
Well, I mean, if your standard for loving somebody is just how much of a mess they make, then that would be my next guess.
A mess. He's exposing, the unnecessary government spending and the liquidation of money.
The liquidation of money.
Yeah, it's liquid. It's just falling through the cracks. We don't know where it's going.
Oh man. Okay.
Oh, you don't believe that either, do you? You think everything's all good and squared away?
I think that you guys are so easily sold on these ideas, and you think that one person should have the power to be like, oh well, I don't like that. We should undo it. Like that's against the American ideal, right?
You'll change your mind. You'll change your mind down the line. You will.
Well, I don't think so. Here's my proof that what he's doing is bullshit. In fact, it's less than yesterday. So, here's what the Doge claims to have saved us: 140 billion, which is still not much. We spend about 900 billion dollars a year in our military, but 58 billion is what it actually adds up to. If you have a calculator and a fifth grade education, you can add it up. And this is what it actually comes out to if you click into the articles that are listed here. You can actually see we already have a government website where we can track spending. It's already transparent. And for those of you who don't know, this all looks like magic to you, Elon's wall of receipts. But if you actually click and check all of these things that Elon's listing, they only add up to $5.5 billion. So he's lying to you by a factor of 25. 25. He's lying to you by a factor of 25, and you're still buying it. People are losing their jobs. He's taken a chainsaw to our federal government. We're now in the weakest position we've ever been as a nation. And all you have to say is, I just like a lot of change. It doesn't sound like you have any nuance in this.
Yeah. Greatest president of all time, brother. Just give it time. You're gonna sit back and you're gonna see. You're gonna be able to reflect. Like, damn, like they really said what they were gonna do, and it was so profitable for the country morally.
Just wait is the answer you have. Just wait.
Bro, it's only been 4 months. What are you talking about?
Yeah, and we're isolated from the world. The whole world is gathering around and saying, "Wow, we are not friends with America anymore because Trump is like Putin."
Who can touch us?
It doesn't matter. Like, this is what he's turning y'all into. He's turning y'all into isolationists, people who want to be like Russia.
I mean, it's us, right? I mean, how often do you talk and go to a person's house and freaking Israel. Like, you know what I mean? Like, this is
Oh
our
my
country,
god, dude. Oh my god. All right.
But you get what I'm saying? Like, why
Dude,
are you
this is
wanting to
a
bust
this is
your
a
balls
hard
on another
cope.
country you don't even know
This is a
anybody
hard
from?
cope. Hey, when the whole world turned against Germany, I'm sure there were Yazis saying the same thing. But we're the greatest. We're Aryan.
Shit. We're not Aryan. We're actually really diverse. We are the greatest because of that. Because of our diversity.
There's a parallel. It's not supposed to be a synonymous. It's a metaphor, bro.
Man. I just wish you would like hop on board, man. Like,
Hop on board. Listen,
it
y'all
doesn't
are
really
in a
pay you
cult.
to be on the other side.
Y'all are in a cult. You're looking for hope at the end of
It's
the
not a
tunnel.
cult, bro.
You're looking at you can't make sense of any of it. But Trump is this almighty, all powerful, all knowing person that you cannot criticize, even though he's crashed the economy already. You're like, this is great. Just wait. Just wait. Jesus is coming back. Sad, dude.
I mean, it's all good, bro. I'm not tripping about nothing. I'm just not.
Drop on board the
Because
crazy train.
regardless, life goes on.
Life
My
goes on.
hope and faith isn't tied into the government. You
Mm-hmm.
know.
Mm-hmm. Just wait. You
So,
mean? Just wait doesn't sound familiar to you?
yeah, just wait, bro. Just
Mm.
trust me, bro.
Okay.
It's all good, man.
Okay.
How old are you?
36.
Would you go fight for this country?
Fuck no.
Have you?
No.
You never served?
No.
Okay. Under what circumstances would you fight for this country? Would you fight under Harris?
Maybe. Yeah, probably. I guess it depends on like what the cause would be, but like fighting for this country under Trump would mean fighting for imperialism, fighting to take over a sovereign nation like Greenland. Like, fuck no, I would not want anything to do with that. But if Harris was
Yeah.
in charge, we'd probably be protecting Ukraine from being invaded by its neighbors and being slaughtered by a person who has no morals, no ethics, who only cares about himself, just like Trump.
I mean, with that being said, though, you mentioned it. So, haven't we been trying to protect them already?
We've been sending them some money, like our old shit. We've been sending them crumbs. Yeah. And somehow you
equipment?
guys got upset about it.
No, and equipment, right?
Old equipment. Yeah. From the
Why would-
80s.
why- okay, let me ask you this though. I mean, why would we send them brand new?
To help them defend themselves.
Why would we help them?
We should disincentivize aggression on the world stage. Any of the likes that Russia's been doing just because they wanna. Just because they want it, just because they want an extra country, they want extra landmass, they want the resources.
That's
We
between
should
them.
we should stop everyone from doing that ever. We should say, hey, the whole world, pay attention. If you do this, you're gonna get fucked right into the corner of a couch.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. But this has been going on forever, and then at this point, they're just hoping and praying America will save them. You know, give us your money, give us your. To you, you would recommend giving them brand new equipment.
Yeah, we took away their nukes. They would never have been facing this if we didn't talk them into doing that, and we promised to defend them.
And then I just want to verify with you, just so we're on the same page. Who made them take away their nukes?
Us,
No, who? Like in particular?
one of our leaders.
Yeah, which president?
It was either Bush Senior or Clinton.
You know, I mean, that's not on.
Okay.
That's their fault.
It's their fault. Like, dude, come on. When the United States makes a promise, we want the world to take us seriously, not to brush it under the table like you just did.
Yeah, but that was how many decades ago? We don't. They made that decision. They did that. That's their deal.
I was alive.
Right.
Most of these people were alive.
Okay, I'm saying though. So like, why would we uphold and then, like, we didn't start that war, like that? You get what I'm saying? Like that's
Yeah,
between
and
you
Trump
trying
is
to-
kissing Russia's ass, even though they're being a horrible person and responsible for killing innocent women and children, bombing civilian centers, children's hospitals, raping children, and throwing them into ditches. And you're like, so what?
We
Dude,
don't- we can't
what?
verify that. We can't
Yes, we
verify that.
can. Yes, we can. What are you defending Russia now? Are you a Russian
I'm not
apologist?
defending it, but I'm just saying like we can't verify all that.
Using percussion bombs, using vacuum bombs, going like committing multiple war crimes, and you're like, what? It's not that bad, dude. It is. Putin is wanted
No,
all
I
over the
told
world
you.
for crimes.
The whole point was Trump was saying, "Hey, if we're going to continue to help you, we want something out of this. We're not just going to keep funding you, and we
I
don't
know.
even know when this war's going to end."
Dude, how disgusting. Yeah, you want to start, you're cool with us picking at their shit, like going through, thumbing through their belongings, being like, let me see what I can take from you. And there were no assurances on our end what we would do in return if Russia did have more aggression. There was nothing
know what-
there was no, Trump did not want to make any promises. He just straight up wanted to take their stuff.
You know, the next step of protection would be right. You know, sending our boots on the ground.
Sure. And I thought that Russia would never do this if Trump was in office. What would Trump have done over and above what Biden did? That would probably include boots on the ground, right? No, you guys are such pussies now. You don't want to do anything.
Who is?
MAGA.
Such pussies now.
Yeah, America first, remember? You don't want to stop people from doing bad things?
So
Now you're
America-
too scared of Putin to be mean?
Hold on. Oh, hold on. You just said, okay, that don't even make sense. You said America first, but how is it America first if we're sending our troops to go fight somebody else's battle?
Exactly. You guys want to be isolationists. You don't want to help anybody. You guys are too pussy to make Putin scared of you. But Trump would never be mean to Putin. We've never seen him be mean to anybody besides the guy whose country's being invaded. It's fucking pathetic.
Okay, so if we send boots on the ground to Ukraine that go help defend, are you going to sign up?
Sure.
No,
What does
you
that
don't.
even mean? What does that? You guys have the worst
You're
quips.
saying people are pussy for not doing it, so I'm just asking you. Would
Dude,
you do it?
we've already paid. Dude, the average person here pays $5,000 a year in taxes to go straight to the military-industrial complex, and you guys cry the second it actually helps somebody.
It's not. No, you're twisting all that. Trump
When it
exposed
actually helps somebody, instead of like being used to bully a sovereign nation like Greenland, you guys are upset. It's gross.
not bullying them. I mean, they'd be a part of America. They'd have our resources.
They
as
would
well now.
instantly lose 4 years of life expectancy. They would lose socialized medicine. They would instantly lose everything, dude. Because they have fucking free healthcare and we don't.
So you agree with free healthcare? It's kind of garbage. Free healthcare is kind of garbage.
Dude, we're the least progressed nation in the developed world when it comes to healthcare. Everybody pays half of what we do and they have better outcomes. And just like our neighbor up north, Canada, they have 4 years more life expectancy than we do because of people like you thinking the way you do.
4 years, like come on.
4 extra years. They live 4 years longer because people like you exist.
Who can really call that? I mean, we're talking about somebody's life.
It's
ending.
called
Who can
math.
call that? Come
It's
on.
called math. It's called life expectancy. Look it up.
Math predicts people's life. Okay, I don't believe in that. Sorry.
You don't believe
God,
that we
God.
track when people die?
Yeah, but you can't call it. You know how many times somebody said, "Oh, you got cancer. You got 4 months to live in."
Dog,
Nope.
all we do is we look at the age that people die in that country and the age that people die in this country, and they live 4 years longer in that country, bro. What are you fucking smoking?
Okay, no, I hear you. Why do you look so confused right now?
Because I'm wondering how. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I'm just impressed. I'm impressed. All right. Do you have anything else you want to talk about?
So, yeah. Oh, yeah. I was gonna tell you. So if this war between Ukraine and Russia ends up stopping, right, and it's because of Trump's negotiations and whatever and so forth, okay, I'm gonna come back here and then we're gonna discuss that because you're saying it's not gonna happen, okay? So if he stops it, we're gonna keep you accountable and say, okay, he did. We're gonna bring you to the side. We're gonna bring you to the right.
Stopping it isn't the only qualifier. Trump is trying to give Russia land, trying to give them a reward for their disgusting actions. I want Russia to leave. I want Russia to hurt. I want them to feel the pain. And you know what? Russia is lining up on the border of Lithuania right now and ready to take advantage of Trump's position on the world stage. He's trying to leave NATO so that when Russia does invade Lithuania, we don't have to do anything.
Fuck it.
Bro.
I'll talk to you another time.
Bruh. I don't have enough coffee for this, guys. We're so cooked is right. Tic Tac. Chat, tap the screen. If you enjoy these debates, give me a follow. These guys' position in politics sways with the winds. These people have no spine. Hey, should we help countries in need? Yes and no. Depends on what Trump says that day. Should we help our own citizens? Yes and no. Depends on whether or not I can justify universal health care. America first, right? Man, we should get rid of the Department of Education because Trump says it's good. Holy cow. Holy cow. What has the DOE done? They fund states. Some of the poorest, worst states, aka red states, that can't afford to pay for their own education. The Department of Education funded up to 20% of their education in states like Louisiana. Louisiana just got a pay reduction of 20% in their education. They're going to have to somehow work with a negative, a 20% loss in their budget while being one of the worsts in the nation. You think adding money was a bad thing? Make it make sense. Like, the logic doesn't make any sense. All you guys say is, oh, ever since it was introduced, education rates have fallen, yada, yada, yada. Trump has always said that we have the worst education in the world. We're 8th in the world. 8th. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. Like, I've asked these people straight up, how does removing money help with the schooling? How is it going to make education better? And then you just hear crickets. You just hear crickets. Trump is slowly doing the work of our adversaries, making us a dumber nation so that more people vote Republican. Like Democrats want illegals to vote without ID. How many non-citizens ended up voting in the last election in 2020, 2024? It's less than I can count on my fingers. You guys never look this stuff up, do you? This is why the immigration system will never get fixed, because the second we start fast tracking it and adding more judges to adjudicate these claims, the less people will come here illegally. The fewer people will try to sneak past us. They'll just come here the correct way. But you guys vehemently believe that they're coming here to vote blue. Well, yeah, they will if you say things like they are vermin and poison the blood of our country. Yeah, they're not going to vote for your president. These people are all socially conservative, usually Catholic, and you guys push them to the other side. I don't think it's accurate to say no one's scared of MAGA. There's nothing more dangerous than an arrogant, dumb populace. There's nothing more terrifying. Hello.
Hello.
What do you like about Trump?
We're 31st in education, bro. Get your facts straight.
That's what one website
I
says.
literally just looked it up.
We're 8th. We're 8th.
31st, bro.
I know the website you're talking about.
31st.
I know the website you're talking about.
Which website is it?
Uh,
Come on, say it.
it's got a blue globe on it.
No.
It's Statista, right?
Hey, did you see the other story that just came out today that Obama and Pelosi never wanted Harris? They knew that she was a weak candidate. Did you hear that? Just came out today. You Google it. You're by a computer. Right?
Nice. Okay.
She's a loser, bro.
She's a loser.
She's
okay.
a loser. And the Democrat Party, per CNN yesterday, 21% approval.
Okay.
Okay, so what's up?
Okay. Do you know anything about politics?
Absolutely. What do you want to know?
Okay. What do you think Trump's going to do for the economy that's good?
He had a great economy his last 4 years. He did.
Can you tell me what he did to help? Can you tell me?
Keep his tax plan in place?
Because they're always 8 years long, silly goose.
Oh, okay. But if it was so bad, he could have changed it, right?
Not without a supermajority. We had a razor thin margin.
Oh, okay. So y'all couldn't have done it, right?
No.
So Trump's able to do it now?
It's done every 8 years. Yeah, it fell on Trump again.
So how come y'all's approval is so low?
Because people are mad. Do you know anything about politics? Can you tell me a thing? Can you tell me a thing that Trump did that helped the economy?
Do you know that's why y'all are losing? Because the Democrat Party is so corrupt?
Yeah,
like
who's corrupt?
Administration. Let's talk about the Biden administration.
Dude, can you talk to me about the economy?
Political persecution.
Can you talk to me about the economy?
Do you believe that Donald Trump was politically persecuted?
I'm gonna assume you don't know anything about the economy.
Why? What do you want to know?
What did Trump do that was so good that we should keep doing that helped the economy?
He had prices down. He didn't have inflation at all.
What did he do to do that? What did he do to do that?
He didn't have to do much, did he?
Okay, that's what I thought.
And fucked everything up.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, you don't know shit, bro. You're programmed from the left media.
You have no idea. You think a person just being there helps the economy. You think a person just sitting in the Oval Office helps the economy.
You sit here and you want to keep saying you're going to let boys play in girls' sports. Nobody wants that. Y'all are going to keep
all 10 of them?
Lose.
All 10 of them?
No, there's way more than that.
Okay.
Way more than that.
Okay.
Then why won't y'all just say men shouldn't be in girls' sports?
All 10 of them?
Common sense, bro. Common sense. Transgenderism is the biggest lie in American history. It's a mental illness. And anyone who says different is a liar.
Okay, the whole
It's
world,
not true.
the
You
whole
cannot
medical
become a
consensus,
woman, dude.
you're all over the
You
place.
cannot, as much as you
Hey,
want
talk to me
become a woman,
calmly. Talk to me.
you can't do it.
Talk to me. The whole world, the scientific community, the medical consensus is that gender
Yeah, it's all
dysphoria
bullshit. You
is
cannot
real.
become a woman. You cannot prove to me right now that you can become a woman. You can't do it.
Okay. The whole world, the whole medical community agrees
You
that the
prove
best
to me
way to
right
treat
now that you
this
can
is gender
become
affirming
a
care.
woman and have a child. Can you do that?
John,
Can you prove that to me right now?
John, you're very
You
emotional.
can't, dude.
You're very emotional.
No, because you're a fucking idiot. Like
You're
all
very
you fucking
emotional,
dumb
John.
Democrats. Y'all are all a bunch of degenerates, dude.
Are you crashing out now?
No, I'm not crashing out. I'm just telling you what the fuck's up.
You gonna be okay?
I slap people like you when I see you in the fucking
I
world
bet you
out
do. I bet you do because you're
yeah,
very
dude.
emotional.
Yeah, and I'm just like y'all. I'm ready for violence.
You're very emotional. I get it.
Yeah, I'm ready for violence.
I know. Trump did that to you.
No, y'all dumbass Democrats did. Because
Got
y'all
it.
are a bunch of sick fucking terrorist supporters. All y'all care about is fucking illegal immigrants, terrorists, and pedophiles. And fucking transformers. That's all y'all care about. Y'all don't care about America. Y'all don't care about America succeeding.
I want you
y'all
to
do
see
is
something,
hate
okay?
Trump. That's all
Do
y'all
you
do
see?
is hate Trump.
I want you to see this graph real
Y'all
quick,
got
okay?
nothing. Y'all got nothing going for
These are
y'all.
these are sex offenders by party. This is Republican. 67% of them are Republican.
What the fuck does that
Did you
have
know
to
that?
do with anything I'm talking about, dude?
You just
I'm talking
mentioned
about men
us. You
playing
told
women's
us. You told it.
sports.
You told me that
Do you
it's
think men
us.
should be allowed to play in women's sports? Do you think that?
I think you
Do you
don't
think
even
that
know
a
what you're saying.
Do you think a biological man should be playing in women's sports?
What is a biological
Do you think
man?
a man should be playing in
Dude,
women's sports?
you're
It's a
very
simple yes or no.
emotional.
What is a woman? What is a woman? Can you tell me what a woman is?
A woman is a social construct that we made up,
You
that
can't
you and
even
I
tell
made
me
up.
what a woman is. You're a fucking idiot, dude.
Can you
sit up
tell me
here
what a
and
woman
you'd
is?
even be up here on TikTok if it wasn't Donald Trump.
You're very
Let's
angry.
Get that straight real quick.
That's what I'm talking about. They are dangerous. Arrogant, angry people. That person in real life, he's ready to do anything for Trump. Yellow. What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
I won't say that I'm a Trump supporter. I will say that I was not pro the opposite side of the aisle. I'm a registered Democrat. I really do have rights. Issues are a little bit more touchy when it comes to like competition and sport. They're a little bit more complex, but I believe in people's freedom and liberty to still have them, see themselves in the way that they see fit. But I no, the current establishment that is the Democratic Party. No, I unfortunately do not align with what it used to.
You're cutting out real bad.
Hold on, let me try this. Is it better now?
There you go.
Hello.
There you go.
Hey, we're back. Yeah, man. No, I wasn't particularly in favor of either candidate, unfortunately, whether it had been the 2016, the 2020, or this election. Trump is certainly not who I wanted in office, but unfortunately, when you have the two evils, you have to pick the lesser. There's a lot of things that Trump says that are controversial, and I do my best to disregard the rhetoric, because out of 10, it's hot fuck air. People talk, he's a fucking moron. We all know that. Even Trump supporters that voted for him knows that he goes off on tangents and says outrageous shit. That's a part of the persona, unfortunately. But as far as like policies, regulations, things that have been put in place since Trump has been elected, whether it's been 2020 or 2024, cutting regulation, massive regulation is one of the things that, the American system is kind of used as a political tool.
Can you tell me a regulation that you're for removing, or that you're happy that he removed?
Yeah, I think that the United, meanwhile, Unfortunately, we can't regulate nor mandate any other country in the world to cut carbon emissions at the same degree are expected to do. It's really irrational, and it also puts the American economy in a position in which we, as
Can
the
you tell me,
consumers,
like,
we
one of
have
the
less revenue to
regulations
produce
that,
in our country.
like, instead of like carbon emissions is what you said? You prefer more carbon emissions?
No, not that I prefer more carbon emissions, but what I do prefer is that our economy is prosperous and that the people have more access to wealth. We can directly correlate wealth and the ability for people to have prosperous families, better reducing like statistical likelihoods that your children will be violent crimes, giving people on a broad scale more opportunities means that more people, less crimes, more people are able to pursue their passions and their dreams, and they're better able to provide for their communities,
I
their
think what
families, all
you're
that sort of stuff.
I
I don't want more
I think
carbon emissions. No.
those things are better resolved,
Go
I
ahead.
think, with social safety nets. So like more so like Republican economies, they have lower lows and possibly higher highs, but more people do see poverty under Republican rule, in Republican states. But when we're talking about regulations and like carbon emissions, we need to lead the world and show them that we have made progress in regards to the CO2 and
We have.
the
We
what's
have.
that?
We have. Unfortunately,
We've
we're
made
one of the lower producing. Unfortunately, as of now, we're one of the lower producing carbon emission countries in the world. First world
yeah.
countries, comparative to India, China, Russia,
Mm-hmm.
essentially all of the other massive multi-million person societies in the world. We produce significantly less, and we're about the only country in the world that's putting in, billions of dollars of infrastructure, spending billions of dollars on studies, investigations, and the American people over the very political push to reduce the amount of carbon emissions
You're cutting out some more, man. I'm sorry.
in the United States, and will only take place here in the United States. Unfortunately, China, India, Russia, all of these other countries don't care about the carbon caps that they have. And when we cut our carbon emissions, it means we produce less oil, which means we produce less money, which means more people in the country are impoverished, which means less people have better
When we put regulations in
go to
place,
school, there's just less money
okay,
for all of us.
all right, slow down. I think what you're doing is you're catastrophizing the like tiny difference in what it costs the consumer. When it gets to the consumer, the oil companies barely see an increase in price in oil because of these regulations. When we cut a regulation, the ones you're speaking of, like the oil producers, they save maybe millions of dollars, millions and millions, and we don't see any of those savings. We just see we see people, I don't know, we see them polluting our air more. We see them putting more toxic waste into our waterways. That's all that means for us. There's no reason that you as a consumer should be advocating for deregulation.
Absolutely. I absolutely call me crazy, and this is something that I wish that I encourage you to do due diligence on. Regulation is both a beneficial and a negative political tool used in the right measures in the right circumstances. The easiest example I can think of historically would be the cannabis and the lumber industry. I'm a super PAC in the lumber industry in the 1920s. You're a cannabis entrepreneur in the 1920s. I look to federal government and say, hey, government, if you ban cannabis, so that way they cannot impede in my business of lumber, me and you can make great deals. We could do great things. I'll give you money. I'll vote this way. I'll give political favors. I'll be a part of your NGOs. I'll give
I know.
donations and
I know
blah,
about
blah,
the
blah,
paper
blah, blah.
industry. Yeah,
so
yeah.
regulation is good for the consumer. Yeah, so we can see that regulation is both a pro and a con, depends on the context of which they're applied.
Yeah, I know. That is one wild.
Yes, but also
that is one wild example. But what I'm talking about is when we hear Trump talking about deregulating the shit out of the market, that's where he gets most of his money. Is he talks to these big companies who would save millions and millions, and obviously that those savings don't really trickle down to the consumer the way you think it does. And Biden did have way more oil drilling than Trump. We don't need deregulations to drill more oil, and Biden proved that.
that's actually inherently not true. And after this is done, I will send you plenty of PDF files so you could do a deep dive as far as regulations and the impact on the U.S. economy. Our GDP directly has radically dropped several different times over the past 30 years, directly correlating to regulations that were put in place that limited the amount of gas that we could produce or procure in the United States, certain territories in which we were able to mine or well at, fracking in different states. So those things definitely have
Every
an
year that
incredible
Biden was in
overwhelming
office,
impact
he
on
exceeded
many
Trump's drilling records. Every year.
overseas, not
No,
here.
here,
We also
domestically.
paid more for all of our
Domestically.
oil trades.
You're lying.
Oh,
It was
really?
here.
I lying. Okay. Let me pull some stuff up. I'll send it to you, and me and you could figure out the
Where do you
details
look?
after
Where?
the
Let me
fact.
ask you something
But
real quick. Where do you check for how much we drill domestically? What website do you use? What agency? Do you know?
there's a lot of different places.
There's just one.
Cross-reference from all of them.
There's just one.
That's not true.
What government
That's not
agency
true.
do we use to check our domestic oil production?
I don't know.
Okay.
You could let me know since you have your Google
It's
search
the
tab.
it's the EIA.gov.
Do me a favor. Hey, so genuinely, this side comment entirely. You're having a debate. Me and you're having a conversation. Google doesn't make you right, and you shouldn't stand in a place of like, oh, I know better than you.
No,
and
if
just
you've never
on
looked
my
up these
beliefs.
numbers, this
I
is
didn't
the
say-
place you check where we post our oil production numbers as a country. This is where we check those numbers. And you're just sitting here telling me that we don't drill as much because of these numbers. I have zero faith in anything you just said is correct because you just off the cuff lied to me.
Okay, well, let me give you an example. We also had plenty of studies that we released in 2020, 2021, and 2022 that showed the COVID vaccine was safe and effective
Let's not talk about that. I'm live on YouTube. They'll ban me.
of transmitting and receiving. I'm not getting into anti-vax.
Oh, man. Yeah, I got my ankles almost broke on that one, guys. Guys, I'm going to be live for a long time over these next few days because we might lose TikTok. And I'm going to try to do as much as I can to get a little bit of a cushion if that does happen. Also, I have a Cash App Venmo in the bio. If you guys are trying to support me in the same bio, you guys are welcome to follow me on YouTube. I'm live on YouTube right now. Find your own piece. I had to boot you because I don't want to talk anything about the Coco or anything of that nature because I've been banned. One more strike, I get banned on YouTube. And it's because of the things that people say, the things my guests say about that stuff. I don't want to talk about it. I'll let you come back up, but please don't talk about that. Yellow.
What's going on, brother?
All right. Please don't talk about that. Is that cool?
Yeah, you're good. I wasn't trying to do a deep dive on the topic. It was just an example of public narratives and information given to the public versus things that maybe are changed or adapted later down the road with more information or more context. I didn't want to do a deep dive on that. I don't care to touch the topic because it's obviously very polarizing, but it's just an example. There's plenty of incidents across the past 20 years you can point to where the federal government puts out a public statement about this is what we're doing, this is how much money we're making, this is how much taxes we're collecting, blah, 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 blah. And then 4 years, a new president, a new cabinet, and we get new details about the previous administration and what really happened.
Okay. What else do you want to talk about?
You asked why, the whole start of the conversation is why. Like I said, I don't particularly care for the fella. I would just encourage people to look at economic growth. Obviously, we're still dealing from a lot of economic disasters. Overseas wars that we've been funding, and different atrocities and
I would.
super PACs that we unfortunately launder and give money to. And
Okay, well, hold on. The
I just think,
economic
go ahead.
stuff, you would have to be more specific about how that hurts us, because as far as I know, things like the funding for
Well,
Ukraine,
let me
hold on. The
let me
things like funding for
okay.
Ukraine did spur the economy here. We spent over $100 billion in the industrial military complex, making more pew-pews, more bombs, more ammunition, etc. And we've made $80 billion off of trades deals, arms trades.
Right, but we've sent well over $180 billion to Ukraine.
Only 75.
It was 180 something billion about a year and a half into the war effort.
Yes, and
were being
a
funded
hundred
almost
billion
billions
of $100 billion of that stayed right here. 75 went, 100 billion stayed.
What about Zelensky telling the United States public that several billion, like I could be mistaken on the number. I can't remember if it was 2 or 6 billion, but some of the aid that we were supposedly sending to Ukraine, 6 billion. Again, I don't know, remember the number, but there was some number of billions of dollars that supposedly never made it to Ukraine.
So
And stuff like
what
that, when
the
you hear
quote
that as a taxpayer,
the quote that you're referring
Right.
to is Zelensky said half of the money that you guys sent never made, or approved for Ukraine, never made it here. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. The way the law was written, the way the bill was approved, said that $100 billion stayed here in the United States to replenish the arms
Right.
that we sent them. That's why when you read into it,
Right.
about 75 billion was humanitarian aid and munitions for them to keep, and then 100 billion was here, stayed right here. That's what he was talking about, and that's what was clipped
Okay,
and
well,
sold to you guys
I
as
agree. I
misinformation.
agree, and that might be something that I have to do a bit of a deeper dive on. Like I said, I couldn't remember if it was $2 or $6 billion. I remember that being one of the key figured numbers that was given about, hey, this money was supposed to be given, and we never saw it. Let me give you an easier example. So we're talking about immigration and people coming to the United States illegally. Not that I have any problem with people coming to the U.S. I really encourage and want people to come to the U.S. They're valuable doctors, lawyers, advocates, business owners, people of all different backgrounds all over the world, not just in America. And those people have value to the United States. But en masse, 10 million, 15, 20 million illegal immigrants inside of the United States at one time, that's a lot of strain on the taxpayer and a lot of strain on our
It's
medical infrastructure.
okay. So you said 10, 15, 20 million at one time during like Biden's last administration is what you're saying?
No, total in the United States. Estimates say anywhere from 10 to 20 million, 10 million being conservative, 20 million being very generous. But
Yeah.
that's
So that's
right
not
about
at one
totally
time.
I
So
just mean at I'm saying whether it had been 2 years ago or now since the Biden cabinet and the uptick in immigration has happened over the past 4 years. There's
I estimate
estimated 10 to 20 million.
I estimate that we have about 13 million. And
Right.
to give you an idea of the difference between Trump's administration and Biden's administration, this is directly from the Department of Homeland Security, the people that endorse Trump. This is Trump's numbers. In 2018, he had 11.5 million, not too far off. And then it dipped all the way to 10.5. And in 2022 is 10.9. So I'm going to guess that it was maybe on track to be 13. And what people don't seem to realize is that Trump is a liar, right? He's been caught lying. And his whole campaign is about fear, about the immigration, about the invasion. But when you actually look at it, we saw roughly 12 million people come and touch our border. And then Biden, being a good president, enforcing our border laws, kicked half of them out immediately. They weren't welcomed in. We didn't relax any of the border laws. We kicked them right out. We just followed the law. And then Biden also, if you look month by month, Biden expelled people from this country that weren't supposed to be here more than Trump. That's why Trump is scurrying and arresting innocent civilians and people who are here under temporary protective status to deport them, because his numbers look like shit.
Okay. So we're looking at the graph that you're showing on screen that starts in 2018 in the middle of his first presidency, which means he was 11 million in his first term, went down to under 11 million, so 10 million, about a million 2022 from 2020 to 2022, we see a difference of 400 increase. 2020, 2022, with under the Biden cabinet, we see increase in the number of immigrants inside of the United States. We also have people like Senator Mayorkas, who goes publicly and says many different times live, we're trying to streamline the procedure for people.
We are losing you. Hello?
I could justify, and it would be just enough to get anybody in. So that's definitely a concerning avenue to kind of slide down.
Okay, so
and
what they're talking about,
I'm not gonna dive into the.
I can talk about
Go
this
ahead.
at length. So Trump did a few things, nothing but executive orders, to try to put a Band-Aid on our immigration system when he was in office first time. In fact, the first 3 years he was in office, he had the exact same laws that Biden had in place most of his presidency. So if the border was open under Biden, it was open under Trump. But it wasn't. And the only difference we saw is that so many people came to the border. And it was because COVID wrecked economies. And when we saw this all across the world, COVID fucked up people's countries, and they all started seeing crime and poverty and famine. And they started leaving. And they packed their bags and they started moving around.
Hold on. Let me pause you there. I'm not trying to interrupt, but I do want to ask, and because obviously there is the broad spectrum. We're looking at numbers on the screen right now, and that's awesome. But I do also want to ask. So, what do you think about the testimony coming from like Border Patrol agents that are telling you that it's very, very easy, that they have literally no actionable cause to stop someone from coming across the border, like the 2.5 million reported being that only the ones that were seen gotaways. 2.5 million.
There's only 1.5 million gotaways.
Okay, so 1.5 million. My apologies, I was wrong. But 1.5 million people that we saw go over the border and made no attempts to stop.
That's not the same thing. Gotaways are people that they weren't able to stop. Those are the people that you see a footprint and you follow them and you don't find a person. That's a gotaway.
Yes, so that's 1.5 million minimum that we have some sort of evidence to say maybe someone snuck over the border. That's never mind how many did sneak over.
Because we had a high volume.
Could not. Exactly. My point being, I'm not going to, the rhetoric of, well, people coming over the border, they're terrorists, I don't like that rhetoric. That's not going to be what I pander to at all. My perspective on 15 million potential illegal immigrants inside of the United States, say all of those people one time per year go to see a physician, or one time per year get into a vehicle accident, or one time per year insert a bad circumstance, series of events that lead to someone else being involved. Now the American taxpayer foots the medical bill. If you're the one that gets T-boned by the illegal driver, they don't have insurance, you get paid nothing. You get to sue somebody that's not even supposed to be in the country.
Okay, let me help you out. Let me help you out. Okay, first of all, they paid $97 billion in taxes last year. Second of all, if you're a non-citizen,
Hold on. I don't want to steamroll over that point because I want to understand. $97 million in taxes from who and how do we collect it?
Billion.
$1 billion. How do we collect it? They don't have social security numbers.
They absolutely do.
Under a W-2.
They absolutely do.
How? Where? Who gave an illegal?
Calm down. Calm down.
I'm just asking.
Okay, I'll explain it. Do you know what an ITIN number is?
Yep.
Who's eligible to get ITIN numbers?
Usually people with visas, working visas, green cards, people that qualify for.
They're specifically for non-citizens. Even if you're an illegal migrant, they are specifically for these people.
Yes, if you have a green card, you're not a citizen. That's why you have a green card.
Okay, so they also estimate these are when you buy some food. Do you pay sales tax?
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
when you
pay sales tax in the form of purchasing goods or services. Yes.
Okay, every one of them, right? Even if you're undocumented?
Yes, but that's 20% of all of the taxes in the United States that we collect that we're not collecting.
Okay, and what about when you rent? When you rent a property?
Given asylum.
When you rent a property, do you pay property tax?
Brother, stop. What we're not doing is finding every other example of how they do pay taxes. What I want to understand is why are they able to avoid paying 20% of income taxes like you and I both fairly and equally do, but we have 15 million plus people that do not. Those people keep
That's
that
a lie.
Tax. That's 22%.
15 million people. Okay. 15 million people, even if you're an illegal citizen, you can go, you can get an ITIN number, And I used to own a construction company. And for instance, I would hire a painter, okay? And they wouldn't be here on a green card. They would be an independent contractor. I would not employ them. They would be a contractor. And I would pay them. And in order for me to pay them in QuickBooks or whatever accounting software your company uses, you have to put in an ITIN number. And if you don't, at the end of the year, it just looks like a cash withdrawal. So either I would pay the tax on withdrawing cash, which would be about 30%, or I would insert their ITIN number and pass on the tax liability to them. We have every incentive to do that every single time someone gets paid.
Yes, you do in the short term as a business owner who has multiple employees and has to protect your liability as a business owner with an LLC. If I'm a private citizen, that person, a contract, be broadly across the United States, whether you're in Florida or California, those people do not pay sales tax.
Tell me,
my question would
wait,
be
what?
rebuttal,
They pay sales tax.
in which we can, hold on. My rebuttal to the statement would be, okay, there is an avenue in which the sales, the earnings, the income can be documented and can be taxed. How many of these illegal immigrants are following the procedure?
Tell me an instance where somebody comes over here illegally and gets paid. Like, tell me a scenario where someone gets paid and they don't pay income tax.
Let me give you a first-hand example. When I lived out in California in San Diego in 2016, a buddy of mine, DJ, is an awesome guy, one of my best friends ever. He's a green card. He came here legally and did the process as most people should. He lived in a household of 14 people, in a 3-bedroom house, 14 people. He was the only singular person within the household. People within the household collected money under the table, working day-to-day jobs, side work.
Tell me their job situation. Go ahead and tell it to me, okay? Tell me one job situation where these people wouldn't pay taxes. Go ahead.
If I do anything under the table, if you want
okay, give me an exact example. Give me a very specific example.
That is an exact example. You want me to paint your
under the table doesn't do anything for me.
How is it not? I don't pay taxes if you give me cash. The transaction is not documented.
Okay.
Nobody knows you gave me money.
Okay, this is what the problem is with that, okay? Say that I have someone clean my house and I pay them $200. And at the end of the year,
cash.
Yeah, I pay them cash under the table.
You get him done.
Holy fuck.
You do.
Calm down. And I have to pay those taxes, not that person, right? So the taxes get paid at a higher percentage, don't they?
Or you don't pay the taxes and you become a criminal. It puts you in a circumstance as a citizen
Okay.
you shouldn't be in.
Okay, but there's no laws to stop people from becoming criminals that we can put in place.
Not, but I'm saying that you as an entrepreneur that has to protect your rights, your liability, and your business knows that doing these things, if anything goes wrong, you're putting yourself.
Okay, so that's why you're crying about spilled milk. Nothing's happening to where all of this money isn't being collected in taxes. It overwhelmingly is.
Okay. Like I said, after the convo's done, I'll send you some links for some stuff. You could vet through them, tell me whether or not they're credible or not. That's totally fine as well. But I would implore you, just like the statement about oil and the amount of oil that we mine and the amount of stuff that we sell and our imports and exports, use multiple sources. If you're looking at one website and that one website is God to you and they tell you the truth, you are unfortunately, bro, you were brainwashed.
I've never had somebody come up here and show me how we are not domestically drilling more than Trump did. And in fact, every single person has had to bow out after I showed them that we are drilling 13.4 million barrels per day. And during Trump, the highest we ever drilled was like 11.
Okay. Like I said, I'll send you some stuff, bud. I don't have my Google tab open. I work a 9 to 5. I work doing security for ADT for a living. I just got on here because I happen to have downtime, but I don't get to sit behind my keyboard and Google everything and tell people they're wrong because Google told me I'm right. Just a perspective. Just when you do these debates, do it genuinely. Put your laptop down. And
I don't see how you're kind of slightly alluding to the fact that fact checking myself and things we say in this conversation is bad. And I'm sorry that Google is the best search engine.
No, I'm saying cross-reference multiple data points and don't do it in a condescending tone. When I make a point or I have an idea, instead of engaging in the dialogue and talking to me about it, you throw a graph on the screen to be like, oh, this guy's a fucking idiot. That's what that is, and that's what it leads the
I know, I'm sorry.
Person on the conversation to feel.
Don't put yourself in a position to be found out to be lying.
No, brother. Unfortunately, when you're talking about politics, the world that we live in, it's not lying. And calling someone a liar, unfortunately, my brother, unless they're outright egregious, like, you know, I've listened to some of the other people that came on here formerly, like the guy before me. That guy's lying. That guy's talking out of his ass. He's not open to the conversation. I want to get to something meaningful here, right? That's what I mean. Okay. And let's check this out really quickly. What do you think about this? Let's talk about it. There's just a different way to do the debate and talk to people and be a person, not just.
I'm not sitting here doing gotchas all day. I am not Parker and Dean. That's not what I'm doing.
I implore you, brother. You'll figure it out. The last message I'm going to leave you with before I go back to work. I don't think that Trump is the figurehead that I would have elected. Definitely not the guy I like, right? I don't like the Trump supporters in a broad message, but I think that there's differences with how our political system will be run. There's different instances where they're cutting funding or spending or spending in other places, and we're allocating those fundings to other places like the people. I don't know, like just seeing the entire crisis around U.S. aid should scare everybody, regardless of like what political.
It should scare you that they lied so much about it. And we're talking about $9 billion a year. And you need to go do your homework when we're done with this conversation. Go find me a place where Republicans have fought to give the people something they need, like giving poor people food or shelter. Go find me where Republicans have done that, because they call that socialism and communism is. That's what they call that. They will never do that.
Brother, unfortunately, I really wish you would catch yourself up with what conservatism is and what the sentiment of conservatism is.
I know, that's why it's ass backwards.
No, it's so not. Little government. I don't want anybody in my life telling me what to do. That's the same thing I've said about
That's what Trump is. Trump is doing that.
Listen.
Trump is going around cutting people's First Amendment rights, giving them no trial, no due process, and sending them to the world's worst prisons. Like he is the antithesis of small government.
Are you talking about illegal aliens? Are you talking? If you're talking about illegal immigrants,
no, we're talking about innocent people here on temporary protective status. The people with protective status, like married with children, like a man in Maryland who was married, who worked in sheet metal, who has a daughter and special needs, who is now in CCOT, one of the world's worst prisons, and they have no plans on getting him back. Same thing with a gay hairdresser from the West Coast. They have no business being.
So this goes back. Hold on. This goes back to this and brought asylum to anybody in which fits under the broad category of an asylum seeker. When you just say, hey, asylum seekers, they are granted special citizenship status. That doesn't work. I can say I'm a victim of violent crime. I just say that, and now you have to give me citizenship to your company or your country. I could be a terrorist from a legitimate.
So Trump gets to decide.
I'm disenfranchised.
No, you're not. And these people were given protective status. They were legally allowed here, and Trump is bypassing the legal system because he wants to appeal to your fifis.
No, we're bypassing the legal system by giving millions of people that don't belong asylum when they have no legitimate reason to qualify.
Yes, they do.
Asylum seeker.
Yes, they do. A gay person being persecuted in his country for being gay has every right to seek asylum here legally.
This goes. We're talking about fifis. This is the fifis we need to talk about. You being gay is a private topic. You don't need to go to another country. Just don't tell people you're fucking like. I'm not
really?
That's okay.
Really?
Like me being heterosexual is nobody's business. Me hooking up with girls is nobody's business.
He should have just kept his mouth shut and stayed in his country. Is that what you just said?
No, I'm saying that if you are in an environment where things like your beliefs are dangerous, you usually just don't talk about it a whole lot. It's just like if I'm a girl and I'm in a
really,
crowd of
dude.
people I don't know. And I'm
is that the kind of country you want to live in, where you should keep it quiet and not have a First Amendment right to talk about your sexuality?
Brother, it's
small government.
It's not. No, it's not about having right. It's about any environment. I don't care what country you're in. If you're in a dangerous environment where the peers around you do not respect your views, you don't put yourself in a bad environment. You don't put yourself.
Thank you, babe, for the $25 to kick. Guys, the same person who just said small government, he doesn't want the government coming in and telling people what to do, is advocating that you should just stay quiet about your sexuality and people should be allowed to have negative opinions about it. Yellow,
Hi.
are you a Trump supporter?
I voted for him. Yeah.
Okay, what do you like about Trump?
I like that he wants to get rid of all the racial-based DEI programs in our country. I think that those are really bad for our country.
Okay,
As
can
one
you give
example
me
that
can
we
you give
have,
me some like examples of them hurting us?
we'll take affirmative action. We already got rid of.
Can you give me an
Um,
example of how it hurts and it's so bad?
it makes it harder for Asian students to get into college, even when they have equally as good credentials as other minorities. So it's not
Are
fair.
are colleges privately owned or are they federally owned?
They're public universities.
Public universities? Like, are they owned by the public or are they privately owned?
They're public,
Do we
not
do we
private.
have a national do we have nationalized college or no?
It's on the state level. It's not national.
Okay. Do we have
It's
state-owned
federally funded.
colleges? So
Yeah.
so state colleges, maybe that's fair to say, and I have seen the study you're talking about. But like people in the government, like the four-star general that Trump fired in the name of DEI because he was black, do you think he was underqualified?
I don't really know about that specific
Have you
instance.
do you think our Congress like or our presidential like our presidents reflect what the nation looks like?
Racially, I think it reflects what the nation voted for.
Well, obviously.
So, what do you mean what the nation looks like? Like
Like
physically what they look like?
yeah,
No.
why do you think that is?
Well, are you talking about like the demographics? Like it doesn't look like
Do you think
everybody in the
we should
nation.
hire people based on merit, right?
Yeah.
Do you think can you name me one person in Trump's cabinet that was hired based on merit?
In Trump's cabinet? Um, no, I mean, I don't really. I think people in Trump's cabinet were hired for political reasons, but I
They're
think
all
that's
white, aren't
true.
they?
I think that's true in all cabinets. I mean, Biden hired Pete Buttigieg as the Secretary of Transportation.
And
I
he's
don't
one of the
think
most
he knows the.
qualified people to ever do it. He's have you heard him
What
speak?
does he know about transportation?
Did you know that he was a logistics officer in the army? He's a veteran. Or in
What
the Air
was his
Force?
degree in? What was his degree in?
Economics and other stuff.
In history. It was in
In history,
history.
yeah.
We couldn't find someone who had a degree in transportation.
Do you
We had
think
to
we
get
have
someone with a degree
degrees
in
in
history.
transportation, dude?
Sure, urban planning, civil engineering. There's
Okay.
definitely better degrees than history.
Okay.
He was hired
Economics, the
because
movement of money.
yeah, for transportation, I think it's we're not talking about the transportation of money here.
Do you really So first of all, I've heard Pete in the way he does his job. I've heard him speak on his job. He's very good at it. He's very good at it. Hey, can you tell me
Okay,
a time where Pete's like been failing at his job?
like I don't know that much about the cabinet, but I'm not trying to talk about, specific instances of hiring within Trump's administration. I'm talking about broad scale policies that chose to identify race as a factor when hiring somebody. Like we have policies like that set aside government
You're
funds
talking
for
about
different
affirmative
things.
action. That's already gone.
What?
You're
Yeah, but
talking about
it's not
affirmative action.
not just for it's only gone for colleges, right?
I guess so.
There's other examples of it. Like when the government does contract work, like they set aside a certain percentage of government contracts for women-owned businesses and minority-owned businesses and veteran-owned businesses.
Yeah, because they're extremely like underwhelmingly there's no representation of them.
Okay, but we shouldn't be considering that when the government's hiring someone to do a job. They shouldn't consider the race or the minority, like they shouldn't consider the gender or the
They
race of the
still have to
person
be
who owns
qualified,
the
don't they?
business.
We don't lower
Okay, yeah,
qualifications, do we?
but the fact that we're considering it is wrong. Okay, we shouldn't be considering it all.
We absolutely should be because if we don't, we like if my grandpa were in charge of hiring everybody in a company, they would all just so happen to be very hot white women.
Okay, so we're gonna try and fight the implicit discrimination by using explicit discrimination, and then that's going to cancel out all the
No, we're going to
discrimination.
stop discrimination by requiring non-discriminate hiring practices.
Okay, but if you're considering non-discriminate would be not considering race at all. It would be being completely objective. If you're considering race in any aspect, it's by definition discriminatory.
You can't discriminate when we're talking about the oppressors getting equal treatment. That's not discrimination.
See, but this is the issue with the Democratic Party. You can't just label an entire group as the oppressors and think that it's somehow healthy for the racial tensions in our country. We shouldn't be identifying people as the oppressors.
We
and the
absolutely should.
oppressed.
We shouldn't be
should also
ashamed of our
remove it.
history. We should learn from it, shouldn't we?
We should get rid of these kind of distinctions between people so that we don't have any more discrimination.
That's not the solution, and we've seen that, right? We've seen that we do things like redlining. We've seen businesses discriminate.
Let me give you an example of how that's the solution.
Okay.
So let's take, for example, like left-handed people. Left-handed people used to discriminate and oppress them all the time. I'm pretty sure we used to like burn them at the stake. And now we've reached a point in our society where being left-handed isn't something you even notice about somebody. It's not in the criteria for how you perceive them. It's not something you would even consider when you meet them. And that's the way we achieve that isn't by setting aside work for, left-handed owned businesses or having left-handed affirmative action to help them get into college. We've achieved that by ignoring what
Left-handedness is not
dominant
an immutable trait.
What do you mean?
Left-handedness is not an immutable trait. Can you look at a crowd of people and decide who's left-handed and not?
You could toss them something, see if they grab
Yeah, but they can pretend to catch it with the right hand, right?
it. I mean, you say
You can't pretend to be. You can't pretend. You can't fake being white one day, can you?
So if somebody doesn't pass for a certain minority, then they're not.
Yeah.
If you're indigenous but you look
Yeah.
white, then
Have
you're
you?
not
Did you
actually-
know that there's a study out there that shows that if your name is not like a typical white name, you have a 20% less chance of being called on a resume?
I've heard about that.
Yeah. Do you think that's something we should try to counter if that's still the truth? If that hasn't been resolved by just wishing it away?
Okay, but I don't think it's just because we so how did we resolve the left-handed oppression? You're saying we just ignored it and because
We told
can't tell-
people just slowly learned that superstitious nonsense is bullshit. That's simply all we did.
In affirmative action, did that help or no?
No, but people aren't like that is something that was very easily gone away with because that is not an immutable trait.
How can you? What evidence shows that?
And do you know what immutable means?
I think you mean visible, right? It's not visible.
Exactly. Like I can hide the fact that I'm left-handed. I can't hide the fact that I'm white.
So, I mean, people can hide the fact that they're Jewish, and Jews are still discriminated against pretty heavily. Wouldn't you agree?
Some can. There are physical phenotypes that are associated with being Jewish.
So you see someone, you could like see someone on the street and tell 100% that they're Jewish.
Jewishness is an ethno religion, meaning it's ethnic, meaning you can inherit it.
I know what it means, but that doesn't mean that it's not immutable. You can still hide if you're Jewish,
Okay, what do people make fun of Jewish people for phenotypically usually? Do you know? We don't have to say it, but there is a trait, isn't there?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so you're wrong, right?
No, I'm not wrong because you can't tell 100% of the time whether or not someone's Jewish. Someone could be Jewish.
I'm just
you can't
saying
tell.
maybe 100% of the time you can't tell, but if someone does look a certain way, there are people that 100% of the time will assume that person might be Jewish.
And if someone has smudges on their left hand from writing with a pen, you might assume that they're left-handed, right?
Yeah, you can wash your hands though.
And you can, hide your face. You could wear a mask.
What about your last name? If you're Jewish, doesn't your last name sound a certain way?
Yeah. I mean, not most people can't really tell which last names are Jewish or not.
Okay, all right,
Usually
bro.
not.
You're reaching though. You're reaching here. You're really trying to blur the line. when I'm showing you there's obvious reasons why we we need to do things to counteract discrimination, and it's not something that white people need help with. White people don't need help with discrimination in the workplace or anything like that. They don't need help renting homes or getting mortgages. They don't need help doing that. But
Okay, but
certain people of certain races most definitely do.
okay, say here's what I'm trying to tell you though, that we should try and get to a point in our society where race isn't something that we consider about a person, that it's not a way that we divide people. Say like eye color. Eye color
Okay,
is
this
definitely
is
not
real rich
attributable.
coming from the party who says that people are poisoning the blood of our country, or that certain people are vermin, or certain people are likened to be rapists or criminals, or they're not sending their best.
The
This
one
is real rich coming from the party who's arresting people who are here legally and sending them away without trial, based on things that they see. This is
for
real
one,
rich.
don't put, words in my mouth. I'm not a representative of
Well, the
either
same person
Republican
championing
Party.
that is not going to champion your ideas of equality.
And one, there's a difference between culture and race. Someone can have different values, and that does distinct them. But having a different race is irrelevant. It doesn't matter what they look like phenotypically. It shouldn't matter. We should get to a point in our society where the only thing we consider about someone is their character and their ideas and their values, and not their
That's not
race.
going to be
And
that's not going to come from Republicans, because
that's
they
not
are
going to come
literally
from.
they're doing this thing called nativism, and they are by definition not doing what you're saying. They're doing the exact opposite. They are creating racial tensions.
The thing creating racial tensions is when we divide people into different racial groups and determine
Yeah?
whether or not they're the oppressor or the oppressed,
Okay.
whether or not they're the perpetrator or the victim. That's what's
Who
creating
who
racial
said that a
tension.
certain type of people have bad genes?
Who said that? Like, is it like a historical figure?
Sure.
Are you talking about um like a World War II figure? I don't really know what you're
Mhm.
referencing
Yeah. Do you think he said that?
right now. I'm sure multiple people have said that. I don't know. I don't
Yeah,
really know
you're
who said
right.
that.
So Schindler said this, and someone else said this. So go off. What were you saying again?
Is it Trump? Is that what you're getting to?
Yeah.
What was the context?
These talking about immigrants and that they have bad genes and that we don't want those genes here. They have bad genetics.
I don't agree with that. I think they have bad culture. I think
He said it
is
with the
more of it.
largest microphone in the world. It echoes throughout history what he says, everything he says, and you're over here preaching how we need to stop discriminating.
I think I think immigrants can bring bad culture, but not bad genes.
Give me an example of
Um
bad culture.
I think like poor values that don't align with our American
Can
values.
you give me an actual example? And there aren't such thing as American values. I had a Latino
Not
person saying the
American.
same thing. I had a Latino MAGA up here the other day saying that they have bad culture.
What do you mean there are no such thing? There's definitely American values.
Okay, like what?
Individualism, freedom, democracy.
What?
Individualism, you don't think that's an American value?
Individual, that is antithetical to us having a huge culture, isn't it?
A culture that values individualism.
You're out here saying that they're not assimilating, and then you're championing the fact that we're individualists?
Yeah, but I mean we value it to some extent. Like there's some level of conformity. Like different cultures have different levels of conformity at the very
What?
least. Like we're much less conformist than other cultures.
What are you
But
saying,
yeah,
man?
I'd say I mean, you're not gonna say that all cultures are exactly the same.
We're a big melting pot, dude. We're a
Yeah,
giant melting pot. We have all
the
sorts of people.
American.
We kidnapped a whole race of people and brought them here.
Yeah, but we over that time we've developed over the course of our existence we've developed our own unique culture that's different from all other countries.
No, we
We
haven't.
value the American dream,
Every person that I talk to that comes
democracy,
up here that's MAGA is by
football.
far, like by light years, much different than I am. They probably listen to different music. They probably eat different food. I have chopsticks in my house, dude. I watch anime from Japan. I like this. It makes no sense. We are not this homogenous country by any stretch.
Okay, we still have shared values within America that other countries don't
Freedom is
have.
not this value that
The
only
Super Bowl.
we want. Freedom is not a value that only we. Every person sneaking across either one of our borders obviously wants freedom. So that's not going to be a cultural like shock for them to see here.
Okay, but you look at like different cultural groups like have different values that causes issues. Like, oftentimes, um, they're much more multi-generational households, They might not have the same family structure as we
And how
do,
does this hurt
like
your
the
feeling?
nuclear family.
The nuclear family. Did you know that people like from the southern like coming across the southern border are usually like Catholic, and they like they're huge into family values. They eat together like and you think that we're out here like fighting gang wars about the nuclear family?
I don't know if they have the same family values that we do. I wonder if you look at the rates of like children in wedlock versus out of wedlock, if they'd be the same or not. But I think that there is definitely a
Do you know who
risk
has the most
of
children out of wedlock? The Bible Belt.
really.
Yeah.
They have the whole shotgun marriage thing. Isn't that the whole point of that, to prevent that?
Yeah, they have a lot of teen pregnancy too
Because they don't use contraception.
because they don't teach sex ed.
Yeah. I mean, there's definitely pros and cons, right, to different
So, like,
attitudes.
depending on how far west or east you travel, or north or south, it's entirely different. You can't sit here and claim that we are homogenous at all.
I'm not saying that we're complete homogenous. I'm saying that we're different from other countries. And when you look at like what's happened to Europe with their immigration, and all the refugees they've taken in from the Middle East, it's caused all sorts of issues in Europe. I mean, it caused Brexit, and France had to ban the hijab, and it's caused all these issues because they let in people that didn't want to culturally assimilate and change their values to the country that they were entering.
Dude,
And I think people see that and they don't want that for the
what
US.
what percent of our population do you think are undocumented migrants?
um I'm not sure. 1%, 0.1%. Not a lot.
It's like 1 or 2%.
Uh-huh.
Do you
I mean,
really
I
think that this is an actual issue, dude?
I think that, I mean, personally, like where I live, I don't think it's an issue. I live, somewhat up north. I think maybe
I live
the
in
people
Dallas,
that live in,
Texas. It is a non-issue. It is a
maybe if you look at
non-issue, period, point blank. In fact, I
maybe
have more
Alaska
cultural
is more
clashings with
different.
my own family than I do with the people who are from south of the border.
Well, a lot of people voted on this issue, so it's an issue for a lot of people,
A
right?
lot of people voted for Schitler's race topics, and they thought the same thing. Schitler convinced a whole group of people that a certain ethno-religious group was committing crime and adding to the crime rates of their country. When you actually look it up, we have the internet today, so we can actually see that's not true. And still, I show that to you people on the daily, and you don't care. You don't believe it. You think it's fake. He convinced them that they're hurting the economy, and I can show you that 2% of the undocumented migrants in our population obviously don't hurt our economy. In fact, we have data that shows they're helping, and you guys don't believe it. There's nothing we can do to convince people otherwise. So, like saying that all of these different people in our population voted for this and you can't be wrong is obviously not true, man.
Are you in favor of open borders though?
No, nobody wants open borders. I want
Why?
actual
So
reform. We
so
need
if you want to,
we need to like fast track people to come in legally so we can see who they are. And Trump doesn't like all of these actual problems you guys have with undocumented migrants. It's all bullshit because in one hand you're like, well, we need to see who they are. Well, if they have temporary protective status, we obviously know who they are and we did a background check on them. And Trump is
well,
going
Trump
to send all of these people from Ukraine back to Ukraine, even though we know all of them. We know all who they are.
well Trump's also advocated for merit-based immigration. Like I've heard him advocate for that,
Yeah, and do
and
you
I think
think
that
that's going to cause a cultural clash like you're claiming is a problem? Because it's not going to be based on whether or not they like country music.
I think it's better than our current. I understand our current criteria is mostly based on whether or not you have family here, whether or not we let you in. I don't think that that's a good criteria. I think it should be based on merit, whether or not you could help our economy. Like,
Every
what's
single
better
one of
than
these people help our economy. In fact, we're in a population decline, and we need laborers. We need people at the bottom of the economy to do the labor that these rich people all need.
now it's kind of making it sound like we should let them in so we can exploit them, right? We need them to work the
It's
fields. Is that
better
what you're
than
saying?
exploiting the children that all the red states are looking at and drooling at, relaxing labor laws to allow into the workplace because they've kicked all of them out.
So exploit the illegal immigrants
It's
instead
not
of helping.
exploitation when it's a mutually beneficial thing. They come here and they're making at least a legal wage. That's
You
fantastic.
sound like a Republican. You're not on that whole workers get exploited by companies thing. That's good. Um,
You guys are
yeah, I
rolling
mean,
back child labor laws. I'm saying let people come here so they make more than $2 a day.
mhm, mhm. So are you in favor of like reshoring like work here? I mean, can we just export that work or not export, outsource that work to other countries?
There's only one party that actually makes jobs and reshores jobs here, and it's the Democrats.
Mhm. But why do we need to do that when we can outsource jobs to other countries, right? Like, why should we be doing the
The
labor when we
economy
can
does
have?
better when we are exporting goods and we have things to offer.
Yeah, but that's not really how like the division of labor works. I mean, shouldn't we be specializing in the high skill areas like, engineering and medicine, while we have other countries specialize in the low skill areas like manual labor, like factory work?
I think you're just straw manning my position because I obviously believe that we can do manufacturing jobs here, and I think we should choose which manufacturing job. We have the luxury of being able to choose, like if we want to develop microchips, or if you want to develop plastic trays or straws or bullshit like that. And I think obviously tariffs are not going to incentivize anybody to start manufacturing some of that shit here. No one wants to do that. No one wants to pollute our airs with plastic refineries. Like none of that stuff makes any sense to tariff, but Trump's tariffing it in hopes of bringing those types of jobs here. It'll never happen. It makes no sense. And the wage gaps still don't account for only 25% tariffs. That's not going to make it do it. Biden, on the other hand, he did this thing called the Chips and Science Act, and he got tons of people to start manufacturing jobs here, and it's a beautiful thing.
But it's giving them lots of money. Why
Yeah,
is it so
it's
much
it's
better
a
that
lot
we're
less
giving
money
them?
than just giving everyone tax breaks and hoping they do this. That's what Trump's doing. He just hopes they'll do it. But Biden says, hey, if you want some money, you got to sign up. And look at all these fucking manufacturing facilities. Look at all that. It's insane. Instead of making
Yeah,
people go into pain and costing you and me money by raising consumer good prices, Biden just said, here's a few bucks. Go do it.
isn't it? So he's subsidizing it though. So isn't that raising like the taxes that we have to pay since, instead of raising
Biden's
the
plan
consumer
wouldn't have
good
raised
prices?
Trump's plan is going to raise your taxes, not Biden's or Kamala's.
Okay, but if he's not right, if he's subsidizing these manufacturing plants to make things here, and that way it's not cheaper for them to make it overseas, aren't we still paying the higher prices just through our taxes instead of higher prices of the
The
goods?
only person touching your taxes is Trump, and he's going to be raising them again.
Well, he's trying to save money, right? He's not trying to spend extra money.
Do you
That's the
actually
whole
look at
Doge
this? Do
thing.
you actually look at what Trump is spending versus what Doge is tracking to cut?
We created a whole department to try and save money,
He
and
also
it's
deleted a whole
divided
department
evenly.
that already did this. Yeah,
Which one was that?
inspectors generals.
Um, how much have they saved? Like, how come we can't see how much they save?
They constantly audit and check and make sure there's no waste, fraud, and abuse, the kind that you're talking about. And it turns out that Elon can even do his job right because he has not hired one forensic auditor, not a single one. He's got 20-year-old kids who are hackers. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. And he's constantly just lying to y'all. This
Yeah,
is this is the math on it. This is Elon's Doge cut claims, 140 billion. And if you actually have a calculator and a fifth grade education, you'd find out that it's only 58 billion. And then you would find out that it's only 5.5 billion because all of this stuff is already online where we can go look and it's already transparent. And just people in red states probably, I guess, just never knew. But we can check every single one of these things.
Is
Each
that
line item.
Elon's or that's the Inspector General's?
USAspending.gov.
But see, like, I think it's good that he like put someone in charge of cutting it. I think he creates good solutions.
The difference is he's pretending like Elon Musk is the only one to ever have looked at this objectively, and he's pretending that we didn't already do this congressionally or per our constitution. Like all of these funds were done the right way. None of this is fraud. And just because you can sit there and disagree with something for 2 seconds, be like, oh, I don't want my money going to Sesame Street in Afghanistan, that doesn't mean that you get to yank it away. That doesn't mean that you get to do away with it. These are all things that we all decided on the way that America all decided to decide on things. So just because Elon Musk, some dude from South Africa, doesn't agree with it, doesn't mean he gets to pull it all away.
People trust Elon Musk more than they trust Congress.
Do you see this graph
Elon-
right here? He's lying to you by a factor of 25. Why do you trust him?
I mean, it's in the graph. I mean, if you really wanted to hide it, why would he even make it public in the first place?
Have you
Maybe
seen
he
any
made
of the articles that like go
made
into
some
depth in
errors.
any of the stuff that he's lying about?
Right? He's made
His forensic accounting people made errors so bad that he accidentally fired people and have had to call them back to their jobs.
Okay, but if he was really lying, we wouldn't even be able to find the errors. He wouldn't have called the people back at all. It would all be covered up, right? Now he's putting it all in the public. I think it's good. And two,
It's already public.
I think
already
he's
been
more
public.
competent than the people in Congress that are deciding what to spend our money on, that are deciding to spend it to Sesame Street in Afghanistan. I trust him more than I trust them. I think he's probably the smartest person in government right now.
I don't think.
Be my guess.
I think that you guys wildly overestimate his IQ and how smart he is, and I think that it also gives one man too much power. You're consolidating power in a way that we've seen leads to dictatorship. I think it's undemocratic. I think it's disgusting.
He has power over like spending. He doesn't have any like.
Yeah, one man that's not even elected has power over all the spending in the government.
People fight him for one, and two, he doesn't have a military that he could use. He can't throw people in jail. I really don't see him becoming a dictator.
No, Trump is the dictator, but he's sitting here deleting agencies for what? He's giving you like one little reason why he's going to delete a whole agency, and you guys are cool with it?
There's 3 other branches of government. I really don't see how he's a dictator. What am I supposed to feel?
Aren't you guys right now trying to fight against the fact that judges can't tell Trump what to do?
I mean, sure, but you say you guys. I mean, sure. Like, I'm sure they're doing that, but
that's what Trump himself. That's what his. Okay, so just because he's trying doesn't mean he's going to successfully become a dictator.
It's not possible to do. I don't care.
It absolutely is.
Because it's not possible to do.
Okay, let me ask you something. If Trump is found to have not followed these federal judges' orders, who's in charge of arresting him?
If Trump what?
If Trump fails to follow judges' orders, who's in charge of arresting him?
I don't know, the FBI, CIA. He could be.
And who hired the head of those places?
The judges could.
Who hired the? You mean Kash Patel, Pam Bondi? You think they're going to arrest Trump?
I mean, I'm sure Congress could do something, get the military to do it.
Do you know that the 3 people that voted to impeach Trump out of office the last time got primaried immediately?
Well, they were unsuccessful, right?
Right. And do you see how that's not a good idea to even try to do now?
But the point is that our government is structured in a way, like the whole institutions of our government are structured such that no one man can achieve absolute power. That was like the whole point of the founding fathers. That's the way.
And you think Trump doesn't want to get past that?
I don't think he's able to, because that's how they set it up. That it's impossible to do that. That's like the whole idea of checks and
Right.
balances that the founding
I
fathers put
I
in the
think you're very
Constitution.
naive, bro. I think you're very naive. I
Well, I
think
mean,
I
we'll
think
see.
it
I
will
mean, we'll
happen.
see
I
what he
don't think he's
does.
going to leave office, and he's already announced he's running for a third term, right?
Well, he was in office before and he didn't take over, so
But he threw a
I
fit
think
for 4 years when he lost his election.
I know, and then we voted him back in anyways.
Okay, but
And
it still stands that he threw a fit
I mean,
for 4 years, and he came back with an army of loyalists.
I know he threw a fit, but then why didn't he just take over? Why do you
Well,
even
that's
leave
what he's doing
office?
now.
Why
That's
didn't he
why he's
just
doing what he's doing. He's fired everybody that's not a yes man. He's hired a drunk Fox personality to be the head of Department of Defense, and he's not even investigating the obvious flaws in national security that we've seen already. He doesn't
so
care.
you think that when his term ends, he'll get a third term? He won't leave
He said it
office.
out loud this week. Do you remember?
He'll stay in power. So would you bet money on that? Like, would you bet your house on that? That after you know in 2028 that there's not going to be a new president. It's just going to be Trump
I
forever.
think that Trump is going to try to
Like
run
Kim
for a
Jong
third
Un.
term. I'll bet my house on it. Yeah.
Do you think he'll succeed and he'll stay in power?
Are you wishing he doesn't succeed?
I'm saying it's impossible for him to succeed because you can't run for a third term because it's not allowed.
He's got 4 years to figure out a way to manipulate it. And again, who's going to hold him accountable? Who's going to enforce this law?
Congress, the Supreme Court,
The same Congress that
military.
introduced this bill like a few months ago?
I mean, there's other people in Congress. Yeah, probably. I mean, they care about themselves too. They don't just care about Trump. Once he leaves office, he can't do anything to them, so they won't have any reason to be loyal to him. How much would you bet that he will stay in power and he will get a third term? Would you bet your house on that?
Yeah.
Yeah, you would bet your house that Trump will have a third term in office.
Yeah, probably.
That's just insane. You think most Democrats feel that way? That Trump's gonna have a third term?
I mean, we probably we're only 3 months in. We're seeing some of the craziest shit we've ever seen, and we've seen you people justifying all of his craziness already. So yeah, he's got 4 years to prime you guys for this.
We did this whole thing, last time he was in office, he did the craziest shit we've ever
I've
seen.
already had 2 people come up and tell me that it's okay for him to do this from your
To
side.
get a third term, you say?
Yeah, like yesterday and the day before.
I think most people on my side feel that it's not possible, so they're not concerned about it.
I think that he has 4 years to give you guys messaging to change your mind, and I bet you will.
The whole he's gonna take over, he's gonna be marching down the streets, marching the military down the streets, he's gonna be putting us in the camps. People just don't buy that.
That's
Just absolutely absurd.
he's already putting innocent people into the worst prison on earth.
The whole Trump is Skitler thing. People just don't buy that, I think.
Okay, but he's already putting innocent people in CCOT.
CCOT, is that the Ecuador one?
El Salvador.
El Salvador one? I mean, they could use judges and fight for their innocence. They have.
Yeah.
We have
How are they? They're not getting due process. How do they do that?
Hire a lawyer, file a lawsuit.
Wait. These people are already in the prison, and there's no way to get them back, and they did not get to see a judge. What do you mean, hire a lawyer?
Use your phone call, get a lawyer.
They don't get a phone call in El Salvador, dude.
Okay, well, the fact that we even know about it, a lawyer will go represent them pro bono if it's such a good case. Make
you think El Salvador is gonna help them out?
A U.S. lawyer, fly out there.
And a lawyer. I want you to pay attention to some of these people, especially the man from Maryland that's not supposed to be there at all. Let's see if he comes back. Let's see if he comes back.
I mean, if he has such a good case, a lawyer could represent him, and he can get famous like Johnny Cochran. He could have a great career.
Do you think a lawyer who is licensed here can practice in El Salvador?
He could fight that the guy was sent to El Salvador and get the U.S. to request El Salvador to give us the guy back.
Okay.
We're
gonna watch these handful of cases that have already happened, and we're gonna see. But I doubt they're gonna come back, bro.
Well, maybe they don't have a very good case legally. You know,
I guess that's how you're gonna cope.
I have faith in our legal system to protect people from
Okay,
violations
Trump
of their
hit.
rights.
Okay, you are not supposed to be punished without due process. Trump literally did that. Are you saying that didn't happen?
I'm saying that, well, for one, I think it's different if you're not a U.S. citizen. Was this guy a U.S. citizen?
No, you have constitutional rights no matter what if you're on U.S. soil, and I've had to teach every one of you guys that this week. That is not true.
Are you sure? I'm pretty sure like
I'm a
the standards
1000%
to get
sure,
your
dude. I'm 1000% sure. Yes.
the standards to get your green card revoked or like to get deported, I
It
think are
doesn't
lower than
matter.
the
It does
standards
not
for like
matter.
mail.
It does not matter.
Well, if it's a violation of constitutional rights, they should sue the government and they could win and they could go to the Supreme Court.
You mean the law firms that Trump is literally harassing and taking away all of their ability for like being able to see classified stuff. Like he is literally bankrupted multiple law firms now because they've been suing the government. Those people. So
He's
when we hire
bankrupted.
when we hire a lawyer and they get sued by the federal government into the ground, what do you say then?
They can defend themselves. They're a law firm.
There's
They're
like
like lawyers
one
in
law
general.
firm that's famously sticking up to Trump. The rest have been fucking fucked into the ground by this administration. What I'm painting for you is that there is no recourse, dude. There is none. There is none. None.
Yeah,
None.
yeah, I'd believe that if it was like Russia or if we were North Korea
No,
or if we were
we are
Trump.
literally Trump. Hello?
But I think, yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying like for Russia or China or North Korea, like that would make sense. But I think in
That's what
America,
you're literally been justifying their values for the last 30 minutes. What do you
I'm saying
mean?
in America we have the institutions that protect people from infringement on their rights and their constitutional
That's
injustice.
cute. That's very cute. But no, we don't.
So I'm just
Not
not
anymore.
I'm not I have faith in those institutions. I think we have the best legal system in the world. Better than any other country. So um, I trust it. We have appeals and stuff. Like they can figure it out.
Two law firms targeted by Trump Trump sued to block punishing executive orders. So Trump is taking away and he's attacking law firms that disagree with him. Okay. Do you see how this is happening?
So what do you think will happen? Like
The
what do you
president's
think?
sweeping attack on Wilmer Hale is unprecedented and unconstitutional. A veteran Supreme Court lawyer representing the firm in its lawsuit. The First Amendment protects the right of Wilmer Hale and its employees and its clients speak freely. So he's going after First Amendment rights, first of all. Trump targeted both firms with executive orders earlier this week. The general order focused on the role that the former member of the firm, Andrew Weissman, played in investigating Trump's links to Russia. So Trump is punishing these people who investigated Trump. And it says that they've been Trump critics. And this is exactly what Russia does. The Russian investigation eventually went to helmed by special counsel Robert Mueller, who previously worked with Wilmer Hale, and Trump targeted the firm in order to sign Thursday. The firms are asking the federal district court in Washington to block the enforcement of the sweeping executive orders as a violation of the First Amendment rights. First complaints and second and third law firm to sue the Trump administration over executive orders threatening their ability to do business. So Trump is literally attacking them and fucking them into the ground.
They can settle it in court. They could attack him back, and the courts settle it. It's not Trump. He doesn't own the courts.
And the same,
It's up to the
and you're
judges.
not hearing your friends on your side saying that judges can't tell Trump what to do.
Judges probably can. He could try to avoid it.
Probably can.
I'm saying I'm not positive how like all the law stuff works, but I'm saying that Trump doesn't hold absolute power, and that there's ways
Okay,
that you
but
can
he's
fight back
he's
against it.
abusing his power in ways that are giving him absolute power. There is a
It's up
big,
to
huge
the
think tank that thought of how Trump is going to do this term. They're called the Heritage Foundation, Project 2025. This huge think tank of right-wing nuts drew up this 900-page thing, and Trump is carrying it out page by page, line by line. He's about halfway done, and it's only 3 months in. She ordered Trump administration to rescind any directives instructing agencies not to work with the firm. So yeah, he's cutting their ability to do any sort of work federally.
So what's his end goal? Like, what do you think is gonna happen?
He's going to stay in power.
For what reason? What's he trying to accomplish here?
I don't know. He's a malignant narcissist. What is Putin trying to accomplish? What is
Putin's
Kim
trying
Jong Un?
I mean, they're trying to maintain their power, but Trump already has power. Do you think he's trying to?
He's going to try to maintain his power. Yeah.
He has power before, you know.
Okay, but now he's a multi-billionaire. And he gets to tell everybody what to do. He gets to tell people not to.
Billionaire before.
Okay, no, he wasn't. And he gets to stop people from criticizing him. He's now the most powerful man on earth, and he is addicted to it. That power. Can you imagine how that feels, especially to a narcissist? Being able to take entire law firms down that have made his life hell before.
So he wants to just stay in power, and that's why he's implementing all this. You don't think he has like some like evil agenda that he's trying to implement, like Skitler did?
No, but I bet there will be collateral damage to the like of.
Do you think he's trying to help the country at all?
No.
No. Like with any of the things he's doing, do you think he's trying to help the country?
Can you name me a thing that's obviously helping the country right now?
Like say like he wants to get men out of women's sports. I mean,
All 10 of them? All 10?
I mean, how is that related to keeping him in power? I mean, yeah, I think people disagree with
He
that.
used that as a wedge issue. That was $217 million worth of his last campaign. And he just threw it aside. It was like one piece of paper. It was an executive order, and now he's done. He's done.
I mean, I think he said he wouldn't give them funding if they didn't.
Yeah, that's overreach. That is, you like small government, and yet Trump is threatening entire colleges and high schools with defunding them if they allow the 1% of 1% to participate in sports. Can you find me one trans person that's hurting you right now, dude? Find me one trans child that's hurting you right now.
I'm not a woman, so I don't have to compete.
Okay.
Against men,
then give me a break, dude. He's firing them from the military. What's that doing? Apparently, like they're both too strong and too weak to perform in the military and to play in women's sports. Make it make sense.
I think women want to compete against other biological women. I don't think they want to compete against biological men. I think most people agree that that's not fair. I think most people agree that that's a good thing. That they're not going to be allowed in women's sports.
Yeah, I still think it is just a weaponized issue. It's a big nothing burger, bro.
A weaponized issue. I mean, sure, it's not the biggest issue, but I think he has other good ideas for like foreign policy.
You mean isolating us on the world stage, making us weaker than we've ever been?
I think he's pretty, I mean, Europe, I think it's been, really taking advantage of us. Like, is from what I've heard,
I know.
Lots of money and stuff.
Yeah, I know, and you're wrong.
We're pretty chill with like Israel though. I like his whole Gaza plan. I think it's pretty good. It could really solve that issue.
Yeah, that's gross.
Hi, Pickles.
What's up, Jace? Do you want to talk to him about trans women in sports?
Sure. Let me see here about trans women in sports. So the first thing I want to say to you is you don't know a whole lot about trans women in sports if you think that they have an advantage. So the very first thing that has to happen before a trans woman can compete in a sport is they have to go through years of psychological battery before they can even get approved and get a diagnosis for gender dysphoria. Immediately following that diagnosis, they can get on hormone therapy. And that hormone therapy includes a number of medications that alter their entire body structure. And they're on that hormone therapy for 2 years while their body realigns itself. That includes repurposing the center of gravity, alterations to the eye and vision structures, and then musculoskeletal structure become less dense. They're actually at a disadvantage. Some of the fastest changes could occur in 4 to 6 months, but the average is 1 to 2 years. And even still, they have to have their hormone levels at a specific level before they can even get into the sport. They check that before they're allowed to compete. And if they don't meet the standard, they're pushed aside. They don't get to stay. And the only transgender person that any of you guys can ever name is Leah Thompson. And she did good one time out of her entire fucking career. You couldn't name another person. I mean, that's just the reality. It's a big fat nothing burger. He needed a demon. He needed a demon, and he made it the trans community, and it literally has done nothing. It's not changed anyone's lives anywhere. We lost 14,700 U.S. soldiers to his stupid trans ban, and it changed nothing. The vast majority of the individuals who were ejected under that policy were actually upper level management, if you want to call it that. They're actually ranking officers who were intelligent, well structured individuals who had been serving their country for decades, not just a couple of months, decades. He destroyed our military trying to placate the Christian right. It was silliness. He trashed a marginalized community for no reason.
I would contend also that there's been more harm to the trans community, I mean, obviously, than there were people saved by this, not having to compete against trans women. I just, obviously, like, the chilling effect and the just the social outlook on this community is like,
It's crazy.
yeah, it's been real bad.
So are you saying that you agree that trans women shouldn't be in women's sports, but you just like it's not
No,
important enough?
trans women should be able to compete with other women because trans women are women.
Okay, so yeah, but that's the part where everyone disagrees, right? Like,
No, not everyone. Just a handful of people who believe Trump's crap.
it's not a handful; it's the majority.
It
of
is
the handful.
absolutely a handful. Absolutely a handful. I can guarantee you that if you ask people in the military if they gave a crap what the genitals were of the person standing next to them in a fucking trench, they're not going to give a shit. And I can assure you that the young man whose guts I put back in his body did not give a fuck what my dangly bits look like as long as I was saving his fucking life.
Maybe not the military. I don't really get the military one.
And you know what? I promise you, trans people have been competing in sports for literally decades, and it has not been an issue until Trump told you it was an issue. Decades.
I don't think we've had that many trans people that
Absolutely have. The number of trans people has not changed. It has been 2 to 3% of the population for as long as there's been recorded people that were trans. The numbers haven't changed. Trump made it an issue, and now you know it's there. That's the only difference.
I don't think Trump.
I am 53 years old, my guy, and I have been pissing in the men's bathroom my entire fucking life. And nobody knows that I have ovaries and endometrial tissue. And you wouldn't either if I just didn't tell you.
I think women do take issue with it. Like women
There are plenty of women who go into the bathroom and come out. We're not worried about what's going on in the bathroom. We go in there and pee and get out.
Have you seen a women's bathroom?
I think we should consider female athletes' opinions. We should watch out for female athletes.
What are you talking about? There's literally no advantage. You can't even name more than one, and the only one you can name is the one I just named. You literally
Leah
don't
Thompson? Did you name Leah Thompson?
Yeah, Leah Thompson. That's the only one you know.
For the NCAA? I mean, that's the obvious one, yeah.
You can't name anymore. And the only reason that you need that, knew that was because they made a big deal about it.
I definitely read about other ones. There was the something Fox, like the MMA fighter. I remember definitely reading about. There's definitely other ones. It's not like it's just one person. Plus, it doesn't matter how many there are. If it's not right, it's not right, and there shouldn't be any of them.
There's no advantage. None.
There's definitely advantage being a biological man.
Biological just means alive, dude. It's a non sequitur.
It's a non-issue.
Biological man means that you have.
It means biologically living. You're biological means living. It doesn't mean anything else.
Okay, but I'm not saying biological. I'm saying biological man. Like it's two words.
Biological man means a man who is alive. That's all that means.
It means you're biologically a man. Right? Even if you say you're a female, you're biologically
I have 2 doctorates. I am telling you, you're wrong. I have 2 doctorates. You are wrong.
Well, what's the word then? Cis? A cis man?
So a cisgendered person is a person who does not have an incongruence, and a trans person is someone who does have an incongruence.
An incongruence between what?
Between their brain sex and their phenotypical expression.
What would you call their phenotypical expression?
Typically it's the genitals that they have, but the expression of secondary sex traits. So when breasts develop or muscle tissue increases.
See, no, most people call that their biological sex, right?
Well,
That's how the term is used.
okay. Well, no, it's not how the term is used. I've been using it for 53 years. It is not how the term is used. We don't even say that in science.
That's how I've heard it used. A
Well,
biological
that's how
woman versus
you are
a
using
trans
it,
woman.
but that's how you're using it. That's how you're doing it. That's wrong.
Oh, I don't think it's just me, but we don't need to get into the whole semantics thing.
It's not semantics. You're just using the term incorrectly to justify your position. Biological just means living. Period. They
So you're
occur
saying
in nature, that makes
you've
them
never
happen.
heard anyone else use that? You've never heard anyone else say
I hear
a
people
cis woman
use
is
it.
a biological woman?
I hear people use it all the time. I am telling you,
Oh,
you are using it incorrectly.
so me and everyone else is using it incorrectly all the time.
Not everyone else. The people who use it the way you're using it are using it incorrectly.
But you're saying it's not just me, right? It's multiple people.
No,
that
it's
use
not just you. I'm saying you generically, not you specifically.
it. Okay, but I'm trying to say that words mean the way that people use them, right? Words definitions change all the time. And if everyone uses a word to mean one thing, then that's what that word means.
I love that. I love that. So trans women are women then, huh?
Absolutely.
I love that.
Yeah. I mean, if
Yeah.
I think
I love that. Hey, accidental ally, let's go.
we're talking about trans women or women, I think that
Trans
women
women are
describe.
women.
Yeah. The people who says we don't know what a woman is, let's go.
Trans women are women. I can name all 40 genetic combinations of gender right now if you would like me to name them.
That you sound,
could have-
the way that you act, right?
Huh?
I think that women defines like I don't think that the word women just describes biology. It describes the way that you look and the way that you act and the way that you sound.
And trans women can have all of those things too.
I mean, yeah, some of them for sure. Like some of them are women.
Let me ask you this. If a person needs a heart transplant and they get an artificial heart, do they still have a heart?
No, I mean they have an artificial heart.
Right, but they're still living though, right?
Yeah,
Are they still a human being?
yeah,
Do they still deserve to be treated with respect?
yeah.
Should they still be allowed to compete in sports even though they have an artificial heart which gives them an advantage?
I think it would be a disadvantage to have an artificial.
Why do you think it would be a disadvantage?
Because I don't think that an artificial heart is as good as a
You are
human
absolutely correct.
biological
An
heart.
artificial heart is not as good as the heart you were born with, and transgender people who have alterable surgeries and years of hormone therapy, and they're at a disadvantage as well.
So what if you don't have any of that? What if you just think like you just say you're a woman?
You can't compete in sports if you just say you're a woman.
Well, so what's the criteria then?
You have to
compete in
meet. You have to be in therapy for 1 to 2 years. You have to be on hormone replacement therapy so that your testosterone levels adjust to the appropriate level, so that you can compete. If you don't meet the standard, you can't compete. It is that simple.
Well, I think a lot of people think that the standard should be, you have to be born the gender of the sport. That would be a better
They do
standard.
think that, but that's not fair to the 12 people you're trying to exclude.
But I just don't think that, you could really. I think the best way to tell if someone's a woman isn't based on, how many years of hormone therapy that they've been in, or
How would you
what
know?
their testosterone and estrogen levels. I think it's if they were born a woman.
How would
That's
you
kind of
know?
just because that just makes more sense.
How would you know?
It's more logical, right?
You can't see someone's gene structure, can you? I
mean,
can't
you could
look at you
test.
and
You
see.
could do a
I
test.
couldn't look at you and tell you have a penis unless you take your pants off.
Yeah, but we're talking about immutable traits, right?
I mean, someone could be on steroids and you wouldn't know, right? Someone could be
That's true.
blood doping and you wouldn't know, and then they
And
would
you know
have
what
an
we do
unfair
with those
advantage.
people? You know what we do? We test them to see if they have steroids in their system, and if they do, they don't get to compete.
we could test to see if someone's, biologic or not biologically, if someone's cis woman, if they're, we could test someone to see if they're a trans woman or not.
Well,
We could look at their
Lainey,
chromosomes.
Lainey, Lainey, right here above me. Lainey is a beautiful trans woman, and I'm going to let her take over since this is her part of our demographic. And I've already explained all the science to him, Lainey. I'll let you take care of the social stuff. Go for it.
Okay, cool. All right. So, so yeah, you mentioned Fallon Fox. Fallon Fox was an MMA fighter. She is a transgender woman. She was 6-1. You know what that one means?
Um, one loss.
Yeah. And that
Yeah.
loss was not to another transgender woman. That was to a cisgender woman.
Okay.
Right. So
It's, you could.
sometimes transgender women are good at their sport. Sometimes they're going to win. Sometimes they're going to lose. Most of the time, they're going to be in the middle of the pack.
Sometimes people who are on steroids lose to people that aren't on steroids. That doesn't mean that steroids
Yes,
should be
but
allowed in
Dr. Jace
sports.
has already explained to you multiple times, if you were listening, that transgender women do not have a marked advantage over cisgender women. They actually have disadvantages in several metrics, some of which that Dr. Jace didn't include are lung capacity and jump height.
What about
Um,
bone density?
Bone density is pretty much on par, right? I have had to take bone supplements like calcium and vitamin D since I started HRT.
I've heard that,
And
that
also bone density is linked to your ligament strength as well, which also decreases on HRT for trans women. I also lost about 25 pounds of muscle in those first 2 years without changing my diet or exercise. I went from like 175 to 150, and I'm 5'10".
so could a man meet these so what do we measure to see if someone's good enough to be in a woman's sport, or like someone's woman, to see if someone's a woman, to see if they can be in women's sports? Their
Usually
estrogen,
they
their
check the
estrogen, testosterone.
estrogen and testosterone levels. Yeah.
Would a
It's literally
cisgendered
the
man
fourth time we've told you this. The
ever
fourth
naturally?
time.
Well, you also
And
said like
they would have to have like not just like in the moment before a competition, but like years of hormone therapy and having regular testing, as all transgender people do. You know, you are constantly checked, not just for like competition's sake, but for your health's sake, right? And it's important to make sure that those things are in balance.
could a could a cisgender man ever have that same estrogen and testosterone level as a trans woman?
I suppose they could, if their hormones were imbalanced, if they had maybe androgen insensitivity.
And then they would be able to compete in women's sports.
If they still like, most of the time, if they have androgen insensitivity, yeah, that's going to be from birth. And so they would actually have female phenotypes, more or less. They might have ambiguous genitalia, but like the rest of their physical structure will be that of a cisgender woman. So they would most likely have lived their lives as a girl into a
They
woman.
would probably have ovaries, a uterus, endometrial tissue.
Also, like saying that someone's born a woman is weird. You would literally explode your mother. So maybe remember to say like a girl infant or something. You know, that sounds more like you know what you're talking about.
Um, yeah, like, it's very interesting talking to you guys, but I do have to go.
Okay.
So
Remember also, just real quick, a thing to remember before you go is that the Olympics allowed transgender women to compete from 2004 to 2022. Do you know how many trans women won a medal during that time?
nah,
0. Out of the tens, maybe hundreds of thousands of athletes that competed in that time in Summer and Winter Olympics,
you know how many
um,
were trans?
there were probably many that were not, out when they did, but, as far as I know, none
Bruce Jenner.
were registered as. I mean, Caitlyn Jenner,
Yeah.
Ooh.
did win, but that was before she came out. And she competed on the men's team. There have been non-binary athletes that have competed on women's teams, but they were not on testosterone at the time. There was a trans man who won on the men's team, Chris Mosier, and there was a trans woman, a single trans woman. As far as we know, her name was Laurel Hubbard. She was a weightlifter. I believe she competed in the 2018 Olympics. And she washed out in the qualifying round. She did not complete a single lift. She was beaten by every single cisgender woman in the competition. And by the way, as far as Leah Thomas goes, yes, she won a tournament. In that tournament, she won a race. And she also lost to others. She got 5th place in one race and 8th place in another. She did not break any records during that tournament. She broke a couple of pool records during the season that year. But that is not remarkable. Those records are broken all the time. I'm not even sure that she's still a pool record holder in any of those cases. Katie Ledecky, though, is probably considered the GOAT of women's collegiate swimming and holds many of the records in women's swimming. And, unlike Michael Phelps, who is, the GOAT on the men's side, right? Everybody knows Michael Phelps. And just naturally gifted at swimming, body built for swimming, right? In many, many different ways. He's just genetically gifted in that way. He gets to be a hero, right? Nobody is saying, that's unfair. He's just too dominant, right? And we see that often in men who have the Hercules gene and they just dominate the strongman competitions in Scotland. But when a woman's really good at a sport, especially if she's a woman of color, she gets called a man. Because nobody can believe that a woman could be exceptional in athletics. This is all misogyny.
I don't think they say that about like Serena Williams or Simone
Yes,
Biles.
they have
Or
said
Caitlin
the
Clark.
exact thing. Simone Biles might get a pass most of the time because she's like 5 foot tall, 4'11" or something like that. But especially if a woman is tall, if she's broad-shouldered, if she's muscular, they should very often.
They still call Michelle
get
Obama
accused of being a man.
trans.
Oh yeah.
It's still gross to do that too. I mean, just
And
because
as well in the bathrooms, we are seeing it happen multiple times. It happened recently in Walmart in Florida. An employee there, a cisgender woman, she's 6'4". She had a man burst into the bathroom while she was on the pot, screaming at her that he was going to protect his girlfriend, get out of the bathroom. This is, where his girlfriend belongs, and he's not going to stand for some man being in there. Meanwhile, his girlfriend's trying to drag him out of the place. And she just huddled in the stall until he finally left, and then she went and told her bosses, and a week later they fired her.
and that's happening because
she, her existing as a tall woman, was a danger.
That's bad. I gotta go now.
Maybe
So
knock it off with the transphobia.
it's been good talking to you guys.
All right, bub. I'll catch you later.
Yeah. Thank you.
By the way, Alschuler means old synagogue. That's his last name.
Cool.
Well,
Oh my gosh, I thought I was gonna crash out for a minute.
thank you both for coming up again.
Yes, of course. Love you.
I love you guys so much, or both of you guys, or both of y'all so much. I keep saying guys. You all know what I mean. I love you. I love you both
You're
so
in
much.
Texas.
Both of you
You're in
girls,
Texas. Why
I'm-
aren't you saying y'all?
I don't know. Yeah, love both of
Trying
y'all's.
to normalize using girls instead of guys now, so
Yeah.
you can say
Yeah.
girls later.
All right,
Yeah, my
chicas.
gals.
All right. All right. Love y'alls. I'll catch y'all soon.
Do you want to drop us for the algorithm, or do
Yeah.
you want us to drop ourselves?
I got you. All right. Chat, if you are friendly, get out of my box. Get out of my box. Guys, I am I just did a set of weightlifting there. You're gonna have to love me through it, but I'm gonna do a little exercise while we debate today. Yellow. Hello. Yellow.
Yo, yo, yo.
What's up, dude? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yo, I just low key, I voted for Kanye, but like is it cool if I talk or no?
Why did you
Bro,
do that?
You're staring at my soul, bro.
Why did you vote for the guy who was wearing a black Ku Klux Klan outfit the other day?
Yo, cause low key though, Steve, he said Flint and Steel, and that was like honestly, that was pretty sick when he lit the nether portal. So that's why the Tim Cheese lore is so sick, bro. Honestly.
I got it. Okay.
Yo, I totally understand if you kick me, bro. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I get it.
All right. Joe, thank you so much for the gold mine. Thank you so much. You spoil me so much. Guys, let's go ahead and tap the screen. Trump supporters, jump in the box if you want to tell me why you like Trump. Hop on in here. Get in here. And it would be nice if we did a different debate than the one we just had. It would be nice. That would be real nice. Apparently there's some Ron Filipkowski news that I need to hear about. Oh, Trump did tariffs today, right? Isn't today the Trump tariffs days? No, please, no, no. I put that mug in your Amazon wish list, dog. Oh shit. Okay, I can do that. I can do that. Yellow. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, are you a Trump
So,
supporter?
I was a Republican. So I just want to talk for a minute about why do people vote party instead of who's right candidate? That's what I want to ask everybody. Why do you vote for who is your party and not for the right candidate?
I
This is
suppose.
puzzling. I'm
Um,
puzzled by this.
I think there's reasons to justify both sides, but like right now, I think voting Republican is very dangerous. Considering that I don't think they really stand for anything because they're easily manipulated by the Trump administration, and they're falling in line, and they all just voted in multiple cabinet members that did not even have FBI backgrounds or any merit whatsoever to do their positions. So I would have a case for saying vote blue no matter who. But it is true that most people that I talk to from MAGA do not have any idea what the actual policies are that these people are running on. They're just looking at the people. Yeah.
Right. So I grew up Republican because my dad voted Republican. And
Yeah.
so my dad was my hero, a very smart man. So I thought, hey, I'm going to listen to my father because he's smart. So I'll vote the way my dad votes. And I wonder if a lot of people feel the same way. Vote for somebody who is a influence in your life because they're smart. And I think that's kind of wrong. So, as I am 56 years old, 29 multiple times, as I tell people, I'm having my 29th birthday again and again. as I'm raising my kids, I'm starting to, my father's been gone a while, and I'm starting to see that's not right.
I
Don't vote for that person, your father, or the person you look up to. Vote for what's right.
I agree. I agree, and I have a few more people that are opposition come up, so I don't.
Yes, I just wanted to say that vote for who's the right candidate, not by party. I just wanted to put that out there to people.
Well, thank
Thank
you.
you for having me.
Anytime. Thank you. Yellow.
Hey, what's going on, man?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes.
Okay.
Hey,
What?
I just wanted actually to get your opinion on something. A lot of people are talking about tariffs, right? And the idea that everybody doesn't like is that it's going to raise cost of goods for Americans, right?
Yeah.
One thing that I saw that I thought was kind of interesting wasn't Harris running on raising the corporate tax rate?
Yeah.
Wouldn't the raising the corporate tax rate raise the price of goods?
No. What makes you
How
think that?
so? Well, when I just did a quick Google search, it says multiple studies show that corporate tax increase are directly passed on to the consumer in the form of higher prices.
Okay, this is why. So taxes are made are you're taxed on your profits, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's pretend like this is
Are you taxed on your profits or on your revenue?
your profits. You know what revenue is, right?
Yeah, what you bring in.
Yeah, like total dollar amounts, not like not minus cost or
Overhead,
expenditures. Yeah.
overhead, all that stuff.
So
Exactly.
let's do this. This is let's pretend you're a construction company. This is material, this is labor, and then we have some overhead. Okay? And then the rest is your profits, okay? And you are taxed on 20% of that right now. Let's say that's 20%. Okay? And you want to increase taxes for corporations. Is there a way to calculate how much to add to your cost of goods sold? This is what's considered cost of goods sold. Is there a way to add money to this to help calculate the increase in taxes? We'll draw like a little like red line to say how much. Is there a way to do that? Because if you increase the cost of goods sold, it automatically cuts into your profits, and your profits are already lowered. It's a weird conundrum. And also, what you would have to account for is another company that's not going to do this. So if another company does not tack that on to their cost of goods sold and they leave it as is, this company will become more successful. They will outsell you. They will outperform you if they don't try to pass this tax on to the customer, and they will exceed and get more profits and debatably pay more taxes, but also have more profits left over.
Wouldn't that be the exact same with tariffs? So if you were getting your material from a different country, you're going to get a tariff. The company that gets their material here will not get a tariff, so their price will stay the same.
Because
so arguably, you can
tariffs are inherently attached to cost of goods sold. Tariffs would go inside of this category. They have to. They always will, and there's no way out of that. Especially if items, if your item has like this is what the average is, 10% profit, and you add 25% tax to that, you would go negative. You would be paying people to buy your product. That's not going to happen.
Well, not hold on, not necessarily. So, like to your point, like you were saying, the company that won't increase their price will get more. That would be the same with the tariff too, as well, right? The
No,
company that
there's
isn't
no room
increasing
for
their
that.
price if they're getting.
I just explained there's no room to do that. the cost of goods sold is a category that I just explained to you. It's labor, materials. It's how much to get that item to your customer, all the way to your customer. And if a tariff is in there, that is a cost of goods sold. You cannot take that out. You can't eat that. There's no version of that where another company can do that either.
A company that's getting the material here that's not having to pay the tariff.
So
They wouldn't have to go up.
the reason people buy from, let's say this is a Chinese company, the reason people would buy in the first place from a Chinese company is because they're cheaper. This is already cheaper. Okay? And then when you raise that by 25%, that still probably doesn't account for the difference in cost for the labor, because the labor here and the labor there is much different. Like it would be $3 or $4 a day for labor there, and here it's 100 or 200. So the 25% tariff does not make a difference enough for people to start moving their businesses over here. It doesn't close the gap for a US based business and a Chinese based business. And it also, it doesn't make things cheaper ever. If you buy something from America, it will always be more expensive. Even if you say it's made here in America, the chances are you still buy things that to make it in China. Period.
Yeah, I guess no, I'm not arguing that a tariff is going to make anything cheaper. I guess the argument that I'm trying to make, or the point I'm making, is on one hand, you have tariffs, which Trump was proposing. On the other, you had a corporate tax rate. It's saying that corporate tax rate would also increase the price. I would say the difference you can choose to buy your product on an American company, whereas with a corporate tax rate, all American companies would have that tax increase. So all companies would inherently have to increase their price.
No, they wouldn't. Like we didn't see, did you see prices? Can you name a company that reduced their prices when Trump gave them a 15% tax decrease? Can you show me a company that did a 15% price decline?
Well, I don't think arguing the opposite is a good point. I don't think a company would decrease with a corporate tax deduction, but the point is would they increase with a corporate tax increase?
I rest
And
my
I'm saying
case.
multiple studies show that corporate tax increases are directly passed on to consumers in the form of higher prices. A higher rate will also make American exports more expensive and companies less competitive in the global market. That's
We already
according
are less
to
the whole thing is we are not competitive on the global market because our dollar is worth more than most other countries' currency. So
Yep.
we cannot make goods cheap enough for them to make sense to buy them from us. Period. Unless you want to start paying people slave wages, it will never make sense for other countries to start buying from us at the rate that they buy from China. That will never happen. And us tariffing all of these other countries like Trump did today, it's going to do nothing but slow down business. It's going to slow down trade. It's going to slow down the rate at which we move commodities. And we will see inflation because of this.
Yeah, but it's what I'm saying is that the other hand was to go with Harris, which she was proposing a corporate tax increase, which it's stating here that would also do the same.
It wouldn't have to. And in fact, companies could and will move their cost of goods by 0%, and they can. When it comes to tariff, there is a 0% chance that a company can not increase the price of their goods. In fact, companies will go all the way out of business because of this.
Well, I agree. I'd say the only difference is you still have the choice to choose American-made products, whereas with a corporate tax increase, you don't have the choice to choose. Like, you
Even
don't
with
have to-
American-made products, there is going to be a price increase, and even if something is made here, it's not like you're still buying goods from China to assemble that stuff.
Why would there be a price increase on already made American goods? if there's no
Because
tariff?
okay, let me ask you something. Name a manufacturer that makes something here in America.
Let's see. We manufacture, well, I mean, there's a lot of stuff. I know, like, in terms of small companies, you can manufacture, all of the all of the products you see you can manufacture here? Like, are you talking like a big manufacturing, or just like in terms of like coffee you can manufacture, or gunpowder or bullets you can manufacture here, or candles you can manufacture here?
Okay, maybe say bullets. Do you think that we buy all of our brass from here, from American-made companies?
I actually don't know.
Yeah.
Where we would get our brass.
Do you think
Can
that
you get
do
your
you think that the chemicals they use to make gunpowder are all bought here? Or do you think that they order that from China and then manufacture it here?
That's what I'm actually interested to find out. Yeah, I'm interested to see.
Yeah. So
how
you're
much-
fucking companies that are here that already are struggling to compete.
Possibly, I don't know. Like maybe there is a way to build. Like maybe you can build bullets here without having to.
And they're going to increase their prices. Either they're going to be buying that 25% increase from that the tariffs will create, or they're going to be buying it from a company here in America that is already more expensive than those inflated prices. And it's either way, prices will go up, period.
But not for the company that already makes it here, though, right?
Yeah. The chances are every single thing that they use to make those bullets or whatever the you name, period, they are buying something from another country to make it. Whether it be the machinery, they probably bought all the machinery to make those bullets from China. They probably buy all of their maintenance equipment. They probably buy every one of the masks that they use. Well, like in all the PPE, they probably buy the light bulbs they use to power, to keep the lights on, everything.
Interesting. Huh. All right.
The packaging.
That was my only topic for you.
All right. I appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Thanks, man. Later. How does one leave? Oh, there you go.
Yellow?
I'm actually supporter. I was going to ask him a question, but he dropped.
Oh, you're good. My
Yeah,
drongs
okay.
are getting better. Thank you, Joe. I'm trying. All right. Thanks, man.
Take care.
You too. Yeah. This is not going to do anything. Guys, I can't really figure out what this is actually going to do that's good besides crash the economy, which is what billionaires want. Billionaires, they pray for the economy to crash, and that's what Trump probably wants. Guys, I'm going to be right back. I have to restart a program. You're going to lose me for just a second. All right, we're back. Yellow, test, test, test. Guys, if you're a Trump supporter, hop in the box. Come tell me why you like Trump. If you're not a Trump supporter, you better be tapping that screen. We're almost at 150. There we go. Oh, goodness gracious. Booker got 400 million likes. Love that. How are you staying hopeful with all this news? I bought a game called Assassin's Creed Shadows, and it's helped me not think about anything, and there's a lot of unaliving. A lot of gruesome unaliving. So maybe that's what y'all need. Yellow?
Hey, what's good?
What's up, man? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, even though kind of teetering on a few things here and there. I mean, I like some aspects that are I see that like I know you disagree with RFK as well, and I mean there are some things about him that I agree is kind of but with the last thing that just came out about Snap not being able to use Snap not being able to be used for the purchase of like sugary drinks or sodas. Do you agree or disagree with that? Because I would say that that's actually moved in more and for the better.
Um, it could be. That could be a half win. I don't know. I guess you would speculate that it could have some economic, like outcomes that we might not like. Like maybe some of the cheaper stuff has sugar in it.
Now,
So I
don't
don't
get
know.
me wrong. I know that they limit how much things Snap can purchase, so I know that that could make things more difficult. And I wish they could expand on that and allow them to actually use Snap for fresh foods and everything. But now I'm starting to hear, that Snap might even be around anymore, and I still don't. I'm still not quite there believing that yet. I still would think that there's still enough for Medicare, Medicaid, and SNAP and WIC to still be able to be there and function.
Um, I always bring up this chart when I explain to people why Trump is cutting all of these programs. And it's because Trump has all of these things that he's promised y'all, and it doesn't fit inside of his $4.5 trillion budget. And so when we're talking about cutting out the DOE so that he can inch a little bit more into this, or when we're talking about cutting USAID, which was like $8 billion, it's like nothing. Um, he's just simply just trying to make this bigger and bigger so that he can pay for these insane tax cuts. And even if he does succeed, these tax cuts he's going to give everybody, you're still going to be paying more taxes.
And I've done my reading, and I know I didn't fall prey to the whole transgender mice and other things like that. Like I immediately when I heard that I was like, that sounds weird and stupid. Let me go look further, and I saw like transgenic mice. I'm like, okay, and I read it, and I'm like, okay, why are they making a big deal of this? I mean, it is weird that they're throwing like human DNA in mice. I'm like, that seems like that's asking for bad things, but I mean, if they're doing good things with it, then I mean, I'm not an expert, so, but I'm getting kind of weird that there is this weird attack on experts. And I mean, some colleges, I mean, I don't know if they teach certain things, but now I'm hearing that like they're trying to like strip programs. Like I'm a World War II advocate. And whenever I heard that like they were trying to purge documents from like the Pentagon, including like the the plane that was piloted by John Tibbet,
The
the
gay,
Enola Gay.
yeah.
And I'm like, just because it had that word, and I'm like, I know that like, these tech bros aren't that bad, but I mean, I think that he's getting like the Rumble Nick Fuentes 20-year-olds that are the staffers. Like that's what I'm starting to kind of feel now. And I mean, like I voted Trump for 2016, 2020, and I was gonna vote for him this time, and I opted out, and um, I mean I was a supporter for his for a while. I was an Elon supporter, but then like I learned about his back history. Like I I really advocate for some of these MAGA. Like I mean I get it, man. It sucks to like admit things. Like I've got friends who call me this and that because I like have my own mind on things now, and I'm like, dude, it's like I'll say like, dude, that sounds bad, and they're like, no, man, you just gotta understand. I'm like, I do understand it. It just sounds weird, and I'm like, make it make sense, and like, so in my area in Arkansas, because this is the big thing I'm hearing is like with the tariffs. The reason I'm hearing that the tariffs are not going to be as bad, and this is from like my local community, because like above us in the farmland area of like Arkansas, Franklin County is opening a new prison, and there's talks about them not. I mean, because within the last 3 years of recently, there's been a large investment in the private sector of incarceration, and I with that prison being built in Franklin County, I'm just seeing that I'm expecting that they're just going to fill this prison because they're not going to transfer from other prisons to lighten their load. They're going to fill it with a bunch of other new people, and they're going to start using them to work the farms. They're going to start outsourcing prisons uh, for all these so-called manufacturing jobs, and possibly eliminate the tax for prisons that a lot of communities had to do for public prisons, and try to pass that off as a savings to the Americans.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if necessarily we're going to see savings. Like, I still preach every day that no matter what you think, all of these things Trump's listed in his plans to cut taxes, even with all of those things included, your biggest pipe dream ever, uh, it still doesn't cut the majority of people's taxes. It increases them. This is what it looks like. Every single one of these classes, the first left four or the first five on the left, those are seeing an increase in taxes, and his rich buddies, they are the ones who see the decrease. So no matter what he's doing, yeah, he's gonna make them, he's gonna give them a huge tax cut, and those private prisons that might use their slave labor to work farms, you're not going to see savings from that. We're going to be paying those prisons X amount of, $300 a day for each prisoner. And the people who run those farms, they're going to be able to maybe undercut a little bit in pricing, but they're going to be making millions off the backs of those people. And we're not going to be seeing these like super cheap groceries. They're going to match the market.
I know I'm not trying to battle the comments. I know I'm coming off like slave labor, and I understand how that sounds, but like the way I've had it explained to me about this, and honestly, and I kind of was like, that kind of sounds like slave labor, and I get it. But I'm also about prison reform as well. Like, I don't like the prison system as is. I don't like a retributive system. I would like a more reformative system.
Yeah.
And I mean, if they were to do labor from a company, if they made it to where like they wouldn't tax us, and the company would pay the wages of that worker or the workers more to the prison, and the prison used that to supply the actual common goods for the prisoner, toothbrush, shoes, food, and everything. And also with them working the farmlands, and they have a deal with the farms where they can get fresh farm to table food for these prisoners, so where they can actually get decent meals and actually have a better quality of life. And I get it. It's like, well, yes, they should get paid, and I'm not trying to be inhumane, but I mean, yeah, you could build up money, or they can maybe build up like a savings account for these people whenever they get out of jail, if they don't need to spend money in the jail. I mean, if we could work on I mean, with RFK trying to do health programs, and I guess that's me trying to be optimistic about it and what I would hope they try to do. But if if it doesn't go that way and they just go the horrible way, then I mean, then I feel like am going to keep going the direction I'm going, and I'm going to be right there with y'all. So when the line's drawn, I mean, trust, I'm going to be on y'all side if things get that crazy. I hope things can be good, like, cause I mean, they have the tools to be able to do good things, and they hit some messages and they deliver on some aspects. And I don't like the prison thing with El Salvador. I believe that they should have the due process, and I don't like that. Like, I'm hearing other stories, like from other things that allegedly that they sent in tattoo artists to supposedly allegedly give some inmates that didn't have enough suspicious tattoos, actually give them tattoos to where they can actually fit the profile.
That's the first I've heard that. That's scary as fuck.
Right. And I wholeheartedly would not agree with that. And I mean, I I voted for him. I mean, 2016, I was younger, and it was vibes thing. 2020, there was a lot going on, and I had my suspicions on things. But like during COVID, I felt like I was going nuts, so I just decided to just do a lot more stuff online, and I guess I fell down the more appropriate rabbit holes than the more crazy rabbit holes, because I had some friends around me that were into, I don't know what TikTok appropriate, but like Q stuff, and I'm
Yeah.
like, I was not a Reddit bro, and I'm like, no, I was like, dude, y'all gonna go into some dark territory with that. I'm like, I'm good. But I hope that they're. I mean, like, I don't think it's gonna be all bad, but I know it's not gonna be all good. But I hope the ratio of bad to good favors good, and I know it's gonna be rough for a little bit. I mean, some people are gonna have to dig in savings, and I mean, I I I I just hope things can pick up, and I don't know about this whole third term thing, and what's your take on that?
On what part?
This whole third term thing with him, like,
Oh,
what is your take on?
I think he's slowly converting people to be okay with it. So you'll hear messaging about it for the next 3 years, the next 4 years. I've already had people that are all the way for it. There's people that are ready for it, but he'll be messaging about it. He started joking about it like a year ago, and then now it's serious. Now it's real. You'll hear more messaging about it, and he'll convert MAGA to be for it by the time that it comes
Oh,
up
I
for
know my
election.
friends that are for it. I'm like, dude, that's kind of crazy. He's like, well, if he's doing that, kick ass of a job, then why not? I'm like, because it's not constitutional. It's like, well, that could be fixed, and I'm like, so we're just gonna start changing things in favor of him because apparently there's like three ways that they want to do it. They either do amend the 22nd, or JD Vance runs and he just has him as VP and then passes it to him, or he actually tries to use like Mexico sending cartel in their T rest, or Canada is cutting power to us because of tariffs and they're freezing Americans, so he's going to choose to invade one or the other and try to pull Zelensky. Well, I mean, granted, yeah, they're being invaded. They can't hold elections. I don't think he's a dictator. No, he called him a dictator on that, which I think he would actually. I would hope not that he would try to do the same thing and be hypocritical.
He'll try to do it. He'll try to do it. I don't think it's even we there's so many things in the news cycle right now that no one's going to be able to digest this and combat it. There's like we don't even have time. It didn't even make the news really. Like we have so much more stuff to talk about today and yesterday and the day before. So people heard it once and they're digesting it. They're going to hear it again in a month, and it'll happen.
And he had a part that cracked me up. Like I laughed. Like he says dumb things, and that's why like I liked him in the beginning because he made me laugh. But now it's like, yeah, things are rough. It's not a joke anymore. And like when he was talking about we got groceries low, like groceries, that's an old term. Like I didn't even know groceries, the bags you put the things mixed together in there. Like wow, like the whole concept of groceries blew his mind,
Yeah.
and the fact that like a lot of my MAGA friends relate to that. Like, dude, he doesn't know what grocery is. So he's like, you don't have a Michelin star chef giving you meals all the time. What's wrong with you, poor bees? Like,
Yeah.
that's what I get from him. And I used to not get that. Like, I felt like he was for us, but like, it's like no. And I'm really trying to stress that to like my dudes, and I think they're starting to see because I mean, a couple of my like two of my buddies are welders. And I'm like, y'all know y'all gonna take the brunt of this, and they're like, whatever.
Well,
But
I'm trying to get some more debates in here, bro. I don't want to keep friendlies up for
yeah,
too
like
long. I usually kick them.
I do agree with the border thing. Like I will say that I do believe that there should be less coming through, and there should be some deportations. But I do believe there should be due process. I do believe we should be getting criminals out, like hardened criminals to get. I mean, no, we have been doing that, but I felt like it hasn't been done enough.
We just
And
don't
I don't.
politicize it. Like he can't even keep up with Biden's numbers. So if that gives you an idea, even with his insane ICE team running around snatching innocent people.
Did Biden really have more than Trump?
Yeah, month by month.
Okay. Well, then I'll give that to him because I mean, I won't say necessarily with my job. Like my job kind of took a little hit during Biden's presidency, but honestly, that's probably going to be more in towards COVID because we had, some issues supply chain wise. So, they laid off a good bit of us, and it took a while to bounce back, and um, I don't know, it was just hard then, and I guess I was just like, whenever I saw a chance for something different again, I thought about voting, and then I started hearing mixed messages, and then um, at last second, I changed.
Well, I hope you still. I hope you continue to keep thinking the way you are. It sounds like you're kind of on the right track, bro.
All right. Well, hey, Pickles, man, you really helped me out for a while because I had see you and a few others uh, have been some of the ones that really convinced me to really just read. I mean, I actually read Project 2025, and I'm only on like page like 500 something, and because it's like you can't read it for that long, it's pretty
Yeah.
nasty. Like I'm not around to the part where they're getting into the education aspect, and like I don't know. I don't want to see kids work, but man, I'm going to let you do your thing.
All right, bub. You take it easy.
All right, you too.
Yellow, Debo.
What it do, Pickles?
God damn it, Debo. What do you want?
Not a whole lot. Freedom, justice for all,
I
a
I
little bit of liberty.
I call BS. Justice
Why
for all.
not?
We were just talking about how Trump doesn't care about justice for all
Why not?
because he's deporting innocent people without due process.
I just heard you talking about that with the previous guy. Like, do you really think that all the people that Joe Biden deported were all like perfect deportations?
If they saw a judge, yeah.
Well, which ones haven't seen a judge that Trump's deporting?
We have a gay hairdresser that has been sent to the prison. We have a man from Maryland who had a U.S. citizen as a wife here and a
It's
special needs
always the
child.
gays.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So there's two examples. There was another one who was a pro soccer player. And these are just people we've found by like missing persons slash seeing these people on fucking TV and identifying them because we don't get their names.
But you still didn't answer my question. Do you think that every single person that Joe Biden deported all had a perfect deportation? Everything was filed by the letter of the law and everything was just peachy.
Yeah. Can you prove that they weren't?
No, I just wanted to know if you were going to be biased at all, and I guess that was a
I mean,
foolish
they got
question.
due process. So you're gonna try to like straw man, be like, oh, do you think Biden
No,
crossed all of his I's
no,
crossed all of his T's and
I
dot
was
all his
just
I's?
curious.
I bet he did.
I was just curious to see if you were going to be, objective in any way, shape, or form.
I mean, you can't just ask this question. You can be like, okay, here's an incident of Biden doing
I
that.
think
That
a
would be a
normal
smoking gun.
person, I think a normal person would be like, yeah, I'm sure there was a few out of
Dog,
500,000 people. I'm sure
Biden
there was a
didn't
few
skip due
squawking.
process. That's what I'm worried about. No due process is a huge deal breaker, and then the
But
fact that no one's going to hold Trump accountable for that is very scary. Like he could deport me if he sees my TikTok one day talking shit about him, and I magically disappear. What the fuck are y'all going to do about it?
I would stand up and say, bring Pickles back. He's a good guy. You shouldn't deport him.
And then what?
And then he'd bring you back because I'm a Trump supporter.
There's no sign of him trying to bring these people back.
Come on, dude. I'm trying to be silly and not, like I mean, to me, like if people came here illegally, I think they should be deported
These
without.
people
If you
came
came
here.
here,
They came here
if
legally.
well, I'm sure that there's gonna be some people that get, you know, like I'm not advocating for it in any way. I just want to be 100%. I'm just saying, like in this type of situation, there are going to be people that do get deported inadvertently, and we should rectify that in every way that we can. I'm
How about
I'm
we
just
just
saying,
let
like,
them have due process like everybody else?
but what I'm saying is if people come here illegally, they should be deported. Period. No holds barred. You got to go.
Okay, that's That's not a thing. Like, how do we find out it's illegal without process?
Well, if they're undocumented, that would be a good indicator of them not being here
What does
legally,
undocumented
not
mean to you,
coming
dude?
through, not coming through a port of entry,
What does
like the
undocumented mean to
normal.
you? These people were here with
They
legal
came here.
status.
So do you remember when under the Biden administration when they were having all of these record numbers of increase, they were literally finding bags of people's IDs or their documentation. They were literally leaving it on the ground. They were finding bags and bags of these things because they were coming here.
Okay, I don't care what snippets of
I'm
video you have.
explaining to you what
This
my
doesn't allow
idea of
people.
undocumented is.
Okay,
That's all I'm
that's
trying
not
to
okay. Undocumented also could mean that you are here on with legal status. So if you're here with legal status, you're still technically undocumented.
If you're here, really?
Yes,
What the? How is that even possible?
because you guys conflate that word with illegal.
And no, teach me. You know me, Pickles. I'm willing to hear you out. That's why I come here, is because there's several things I've learned from you that I didn't know, and this we can chalk this up to number two.
So
So
undocumented does not mean we have no
I
idea who you
understand that.
are. It doesn't mean
I
that we.
understand that.
Okay, I'm explaining it though. It doesn't mean that we just don't know who you are. You're just this like ghost in the system. Like in fact, some of these people are undocumented and they pay taxes every year. And for the first time ever, we are about to lift the curtain between the IRS and ICE and show ICE where these people are when we promised we wouldn't, which was a huge incentive to let them pay taxes. So like now these people are terrified to even pay taxes and probably won't moving forward, or will pay less taxes moving forward because we're going to tattle and we're going to show ICE where these people are. Also, if you're here under temporary protective status, so like um, say you're fleeing a country, you are an asylum seeker, and your country doesn't let you be gay. You legally have a legal claim to be here, but you're still undocumented. You are an undocumented individual.
So
Undocumented does not mean you're just a ghost.
that's fair, but you got a guy in here that's already trying to kick me. Like, dude, we're having like good civil conversation. I don't understand these people. Why is it that everyone disagrees with, just get him out of here? Like, I don't like. I'm not even saying anything that would justify him asking that question. It's pretty ridiculous to me. But thank you for that, by the way. I did not know that. I will definitely look into that some more on my end and educate myself. But um, I don't know, man. I think that the thing that we should do, really, this is what I think we should do about all of the people that are here, whether they're documented or undocumented. I think we should give dreamers the ability to become like a pathway to citizenship. And the way I think we should do it is we should give them a fine. They should have, maybe 5 to 10 years to pay that fine through whatever means that they have available. um, and then after that, they can, do what everybody else should do or had to do to become, to get in line to become a U.S. citizen.
We'll never
I
have
think
that because they've propagandized the right so long about them voting in our elections that the second we try to streamline this process, they vote it down, saying we're just trying to buy votes.
I think, but the reason, like, I think if you've been here for this long, and like, so my daughter's boyfriend, he's Hispanic. His dad came here in the '80s, and he didn't come here legally. But Dan, although I don't want to say his name, he was born in California, and doesn't know any. He doesn't even know Spanish. His parents didn't teach him Spanish. He doesn't know Spanish, and he was like, for a while there, he was like concerned that he might get deported. I thought about it. I was like, man, how many people are like that? That's terrible. Like, how could you send somebody to, like, he doesn't know anything about like living in like the Mexican culture, about like living in Mexico per se. Do you know what I mean?
Okay.
He doesn't know what it would be like to live there. Like
So
like
you're
it's just a completely different.
you're understanding why these people shouldn't be deported now, I guess, right?
Absolutely, yeah. No, yeah. I'm trying to like be fair, and I kind of thought about it before, but maybe not in that way because I asked him about it, and he's a super sweet dude. He works his ass off like so many people do. Doesn't have to do with nationality or race or anything.
Alec, thank you for the $25. Debo, I'll see you tomorrow. W Alec in the chat. W Alec in the chat. Dude, it's not okay to laugh about what's going on and then preach about how you know somebody now that's personally that's going to be affected by this. We've been telling you this whole time, and then you're going off on like a 5-minute rant about how you're actually a bleeding heart liberal in this like aspect of your life. Bro. Spare me. We always have a civilized discussion though, Debo. Thank you for that. Anytime you get Alec, damn. Sheesh. Guys, I just need to uninstall Facebook at this point. Is anybody else uninstalled Facebook recently? I'm about done. I'm about done with it. I'm tempted for Assassin's Creed, but I see that new Bleach game. I haven't checked out the new Bleach game, but the Assassin's Creed game, the new one, I literally can't wait to play it tonight when I get off. I cannot wait. Oh shit. By the way, guys, we have okay. In about 12 minutes, we got a little something going on. It's a surprise. But guys, tap the screen. Let's get to 200 likes. Get some shares out there too. How many shares do we got? And don't forget to follow. Guys, if you want to help support the stream, I do have a Cash App and Venmo. If you feel like buying me coffee, I also have an Amazon wish list. If you guys feel like buying me stuff, there's some outrageous things on there, and there's also some small things. But if you guys want to send me sweet surprises, it's the way to do it. Debo, you're welcome to buy me gifts too, Debo. You're welcome to do that. Yeah, I got a Facebook since they don't fact check anymore. Oh man. Y'all say F Amazon. Y'all are right. Y'all right. F Amazon. I am in part of that bracket where I can't really choose where I buy stuff right now. Sooner or later, maybe I will. Oh my god. Guys, I'm working on my my credit, and I'm happy to tell you guys that I've raised my credit score by almost 100 points in the last few months. Your boy's out here making moves. Thanks to y'all, mostly. A 100 points. Almost at 400? Yeah, that's right. Damn, Tucker says 150 within 8 months. That's goals. Get credit cards, pay them on time, profit. Yeah, I don't even have credit cards. Not for hating Trump too much and saying the wrong things. I don't know. My credit score is in the high 700s. Go off, Peggy. Go off. Mine's 850. Shee. Mine, we might see 700s here soon. I actually had very bad credit, and I've made no use of credit within the last like the last 7 years. I haven't really used it at all. Buy a car, make payments. Maybe, guys, maybe I'm not going to buy a car if TikTok's about to get banned. That would be a recipe for disaster. You have nothing without credit. Fuck yeah, Alec. I get you. I get you. You give us TikTok for 1%, Trump says. I can't see that happening. What? No. Amazon's bidding for TikTok? Oh my god. Amazon put in a bid. He'll definitely extend the deadline if his buddy Bezos is looking at it. Have I tried Skylight? I haven't. Oh, I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. I would check that out. I'll check that out. It's the one backed by, what's it called? It's the one backed by Cuban. Zuck is having dinner with Trump. Oh god. Oh god. Serena Williams' husband? Amazon wants TikTok for the shop. That makes sense. Guys, I actually found 2 items that I bought in the last week from Amazon or from TikTok shop that was cheaper than Amazon by far. Yeah, we're having some lag, guys. We're having some lag. Chat, if you're a Trump supporter and you want to debate, hop in the box. It happened around this time last night, too. Engagement from MAGA, it's been real hard for them to justify and to come in and give us all of those bullshit reasons. They can't say that he's not a warmonger anymore. They can't say that he had a good economy anymore. They can't say that, I don't know, he's for First Amendment anymore. They can't say any of those talking points. They're having to get real creative. Real creative. TikTok is maybe being bought by Amazon. I don't know about this, man. I don't know. He did this anti-Christy Gaza video. Yeah, right. The true believers will never give up. Yikes. Skylight by Blue Sky. Man, I hope it gets the traffic it needs. They found more signal chats, I heard. Yeah, my favorite is he's doing stuff a lot more than the last administration. And it's like, you just like that he's doing things. Like, setting things on fire is also doing things. Like, what do you mean? Xbox. I can't request up. I can't perform any mod duties. MAGA scared. Stream PUBG. What about more Signal chats? Yeah, apparently Waltz has used Signal for various other things. That one chat obviously wasn't the only chat that Mike Waltz had. And there's like Politico somehow uncovered a bunch of chats where he was sharing tons of classified information at the time. They're just using it loose and fast just for everything. Having no protocol at all. Zero investigation, I'm sure. Yeah. And Gmail, that's all. That's right. And Gmail. Ha. Ooh. Ooh. Eek. Have you heard Waltz has also been caught using Gmail for government? Yeah. Yeah. Oh my god, bro. But her emails. I know. Come on, dude. Like, when you hire somebody for the intelligence agencies that have no idea what the fuck they're doing, and they have no standard operating procedure, or they don't know what that even looks like, yeah, you're just going to be using Signal. Like if I told Tulsi Gabbard, hey, what classification protocols do you have to make sure that they're using the proper channels for communication? She'd be like, they're doing it. She'd probably know maybe just to say, yeah, end-to-end encryption. But what, by who? By Signal? You don't know how to get some sort of like closed communication? Like, wouldn't you have somebody in like the tech industry make you guys some proprietary? There's got to be some like closed service that you could use, not fucking Signal. Did you just fire that many people that was your only option?
Hello.
Yellow, are you a Trump supporter?
No, I'm not. I'm not even American. I have just one thing to say though.
Okay.
Before I go. I think debating like American politics, as watching someone debate American politics it's so bizarre to me, because you don't have democracy. It doesn't matter if you vote Republican or Democrat. It's the same people in power every time. It's oligarchy. It's not democracy. It doesn't matter. You need to reform the whole system. The premise of two-party system is undemocratic anyway.
I agree with that part, but there is one side that does champion things that help the people, and there's another side that just blatantly doesn't, and they just spread propaganda.
Well, as an outside view, I mean, yeah, I'm probably wrong on that. I think that, yeah, there are some differences, but at the end of the day, like, it's still the rich people who fund all the politicians in either side at the end of the day.
Yeah. I mean, you can be rich and have morals. So like if a billionaire is funding the Democratic Party, they're funding a party that is eventually going to raise taxes on them. So it's not as simple as that.
But you know, with your system that you have right now, like, nothing radical it will never happen. Nothing radical will ever happen. They will never tax the rich. They love their power so much they will never give it up. Never. So you need to change something, you know.
Yeah, I think we might be we might be in big trouble here with Trump in office. So I don't know if that's going to be anywhere on the horizon, but yeah, I get what you're saying, bro.
Yeah, well, I wish you luck, and I wish you guys really change something up there.
All right, I appreciate it, dude. Thank you.
Bye.
Oh. USA's cook chat. It's true. It's true. EST like 9:30. Hopefully some folks stop streaming by then. Okay, yeah, I'm down. Johnny wants to hang out in a few hours. That's a great perspective. Yeah, I'm in construction. I'm afraid that steel tariffs might stop work by high prices. Thoughts? I think that's obviously going to make it hard for people. It's going to slow down business for people. It's going to increase the cost for like major projects and possibly put people out of business, cause a slump in the market. Yeah. I think that could totally happen. It's definitely going to increase like house prices, especially removing the laborers, probably the tariffs on lumber and all of that stuff. That's going to cause real strain on just about everybody. We're going to see everybody really hurting after today. We're going to see them really hurt, I think. I bet we can still buy a house. Like, have you seen all those like like micro houses that you can buy from China? They ship them here. I bet that's still cheaper than buying a house here. I bet it's still cheaper. I might do it. Let's do it. Chat, help me. Let's start a GoFundMe to buy me a micro house. What are they called? Micro homes? Stock up on tequila and avocados. Shee. Once you own the house, you own it. Wow, that's interesting. We'll never have that because we don't tax the rich enough. Yellow?
Hey man, what's up? I'm a friendly. I just have one quick question for you.
Uh-huh.
Where do you get that chart that you show everybody for the deficits by president? I really want to show that to people, and I'd love to know where you get that from.
If you're on my Discord, I have it available for anybody.
Oh, sweet. I'll just join your Discord then.
Okay, yeah. So if you're on my Discord, let me navigate to it for you. Okay, and it's gonna be in data and studies, and then it's there. So you can click
amazing.
on that.
Oh, thanks, man. Because I do live debates too with people, and I'm like always struggling to show people this, and I love that chart. So thank you so much.
Yeah, dude, no problem.
Appreciate you.
Alrighty, no problem. Bevy says I can't get in the Discord. Go. So if you can't get in the Discord, Bevy, do this. Go to my link tree, and then click on this link on the dots, and then click copy link. It's that leftmost button, the gray one. And then go to your browser and paste it. Oh, shit. Copy that link. Copied. Why is it doing that? It's literally discord.gg/paste Pickles, GGS. Yeah. In fact, I'll just type it here. There's a few people asking the same thing. Pickles, how are you clueless about why Harris lost? I've been begging people for actual opinions on politics from your side, and no one really has. Every time they lose an argument, that's what they say. This is why Harris lost, because y'all are intellectually superior. I don't know. I don't know how he did it, but he somehow convinced a whole bunch of people that Harris was less qualified than him, which is so insane to me. But I guess it works. Yellow.
Yo, what's up?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
Okay, what do you like about Trump?
I like the fact that he doesn't support Roe v. Wade.
Are you just a pro-lifer?
Yeah.
Okay. And how does that affect you?
How does women getting abortions affect me?
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't. Do you think that just because something doesn't affect you, you shouldn't like be against it, or shouldn't like influence like your?
I don't know. There's 1,000 different reasons why this is such a bad idea, and I mean, it goes everywhere from economic to just self-liberties and civil rights, giving women rights to their own bodies, not being forced to be a host of resources for something they don't want to give resources to.
You think in all conceivable cases that's true? That a woman should have the right to remove anything from her body?
What's that?
You think in all conceivable cases it's true that a woman would have the right to remove anything from her body?
I think so.
Okay. Well, I think that there are some cases, like I could just give a hypothetical real quick.
Okay.
Like let's just say that I don't know, like someone shrinks you down to the size of a pea, and then they put you inside their body, and the only way to remove you safely would be to sustain you for 9 months. Or they could just remove you currently and it would unalive you. Would someone be justified not unaliving you then, when they're the one who put you in that state?
Yeah, I think this is true when we talk about sentience. So if it's something that doesn't have sentience, I think it's an easy decision. What you're doing is you're adding sentience.
Okay. So you're saying that, wait, what's the relevance of sentience?
I care about things that can have emotions and thoughts, and I think if you really like deep dive into why you care about humans in general, that's probably why. It's nothing short of that.
And if there was good reason to care about non-sentient life, would you affirm that abortion's wrong?
I reckon. What do you got?
All right. Well, yeah, I mean, I think a good reason why we value some non-sentient beings is because of their future experiences or future mental states. I think if we take like a case of like a coma patient, we probably say that, you know, this coma patient should be protected. It would have rights, even if we knew that it wasn't currently experiencing things.
Okay. So when we also do this thing where we convince ourselves to have feelings over these things because of their past experiences. So if I were to grieve somebody's life who were to have ended and they're brain dead or they're in a coma and they're going to come back, I have a sentimental value based on the fact that I know that they had a past experience, so they were sentient in the past. But just like I said, like if they have no capacity and have had no capacity to be sentient, I don't think we value that.
Okay, but you would value it, right? But like if we take two cases where we have two people who are in comas, one's gonna wake up, one's not. We'd value the one that could wake up, right? We'd say that one should have rights, but the one
Hmm.
that can't wake up would not
The
have
reason
rights,
we
right?
value it at all is because they had sentience. They had
Yeah, I'm not sure
sentience.
that's the case. That doesn't seem like a great explanation for why we value it. Like you're going to be committed to saying more things than me. I'm just saying, well, look, the reason why we value it, the reason it has rights, is just by virtue of its future sentience. And you're going to say the reason it has rights is because of the combination of future and past sentience. So it seems like you're kind of losing on parsimony there, right?
No, I still don't think. I think that what I said still tracks, doesn't it?
Like, do you think that there's some piece of data that's better explained by your view than mine? Because if that's not the case, then I think it's just trivially true that my view is more likely to be true.
No, I think you just I think you just you said what I said and said that you didn't like it.
No,
Just
I
repeated
don't
my claim and said you didn't like it.
I don't dislike the position. I think that an issue with your position is that it provides equal explanatory power to my position. It just multiplies entities beyond necessity, right? It's just Occam's razor, right? Like if two theories, like look, we imagine we have two theories about the world. One's evolution, and then one's evolution plus these entities called, I don't know, like oolagogs. And when someone's asked, oh, well, what are oolagogs? What do they do? You just say, oh, they don't really do anything. They're just there. But what theory is more likely to be true? Well, obviously, the theory that has the least amount of commitments,
Okay, but I'm
which is the
telling
theory of
you,
evolution.
when I grieve somebody a loss of life, this is what my experience tells me. I grieve things like their past experiences, the time that they spent as a human, the time that like them in their time with me, the experiences that they'll no longer be able to have. I don't have any of those thoughts, and therefore I don't value things like a fetus when its life is ended.
But I think that, wait, I'm not sure why you grieving is going to be relevant to whether they have rights or not.
It absolutely does, because that's what we give things
But you think
rights
that someone's rights are contingent?
yes, to avoid the guilt of or the feeling the negative feelings of seeing them taken away.
Yeah, if hypothetically we just did not care when people were unalive, do you think that those people would still have rights though?
Saying
Like,
that we
let's say
don't
that,
care when we send someone taken alive, yes, but as a society we grant them those rights. So yes, there's socialists like or sociopaths out there that they don't care, and we take away their rights too.
no. The question is, it seems like you're saying that someone's rights are contingent on people grieving about their unalivement. So the question's just, if hypothetically humans just lost the ability to grieve about people's unalivements, would it be like morally acceptable to unalive someone?
No, but you're saying in a world, yes, like on an island where there's only two people, that person would think it's morally acceptable to do that. But as a society, we don't grant those things.
Okay, so if hypothetically, I would just ask, like, if hypothetically there was a world where humans did not feel emotion, so there was no sense of grieving, would it still be wrong to unalive somebody in that world?
No, because we also see that it would end their experiences, and that would give you some
Okay,
reason
awesome.
to do that.
So, yeah, we could just take the coma case from earlier. So, if they're just in a coma and they're gonna wake up soon, and whenever we unalive them, we just didn't experience grief, would it be okay to unalive them?
Um, it's really hard to conceive. Maybe.
You think it'd be okay to unalive someone in a coma just because we don't care whether they unalive or
Like
not? Like, you
I
just think
think
that's
I think
gonna be
this
morally
the
acceptable?
like I would say no, because the social contract of you wanting to be alive would weigh into that. So like I don't want someone to do that to me, so I won't do it to them.
Person in the coma doesn't actually have desires.
They did before they were in the coma.
But wait, so you're saying that the reason why it's wrong is because we're respecting something that doesn't even exist and never will exist?
That doesn't really apply
Like
because they
the
will.
wrong making feature of unaliving someone is some trait that doesn't even exist
We
and will
justify
never exist.
pulling the plug on people in comas all the time. Do you think those people should be in prison?
If it was the case that the person would have woken up, then obviously they should be in prison.
But what if you just can't afford to keep them
A
in?
family of four is like
If
it's a
you
traumatic brain
if you
injury.
can't
And you can wake up. Of
you
course, they're
can't.
not gonna lie.
Some people can't afford to keep their family members in a hospital for that long.
Do you think? Wait, do you think that justifies unaliving them?
Yeah.
Okay. If hypothetically a mother couldn't care for her child, like she couldn't financially take care of her child, would she be justified unaliving her child?
No, because that child has sentience.
Okay, if her child fell into a coma, I'd be totally fine.
Yeah.
Wait, okay. What if hypothetically, whenever we slept, we lost sentience? Would it be okay for the mother to just unalive her non-sentient child
No,
whenever
because
they
it
sleep?
had sentience.
Okay, well, you're just saying that past sentience is relevant, but the reason why past sentience was relevant was because of grief, and now
hmm
we've already established that that's not the reason why. Because even absent grief, you're
It's a
still gonna be able
combination of
to.
things. You're holding things in like isolating arguments when it has to be. A lot of the time, there's a combination of these things.
So what's the combination of? The reason why we value
So
past sentience is because of
the
grief.
social contract that we have with each other to not want to be harmed yourself, to lose your own life, the fact that you value people's past experiences and their past sentience and their future experiences if they had past experiences. There's a whole lot of nuance to this, but I feel like a lot of Phil bros are able to nail it down to one tiny thing and slip past like somehow justify their position using only one line of logic.
No, that's fine. We can take all variables into account. So you said the reason why we value past sentience is because of grief and a social contract. Okay, so what if it was What if a mother was on an island, so she's no longer participating in a social contract, and her child went to sleep and lost sentience while they slept, and they're gonna wake up in like 24 hours? Is it okay for the mom to unalive the child?
Are you asking in regards to legally or morally?
Morally.
And what were the conditions again?
Yeah. So there's a woman on an island, so she's divorced from society, so there's no social contract, and she has a kid, and her kid loses sentience whenever the kid sleeps, but then he like wakes up in like 5 hours after. Would it be okay to unalive that kid? Because it seems like the conditions for valuing the past sentience no longer exist. But presumably it would still be wrong.
I think what you're doing is also isolating the facts of
I'm not isolating it, but I'm
like
giving all the traits you named, and I'm applying it to
who would be there to observe and have a negative feeling about this? Nobody. So I guess no.
Yeah. Wait, you think that because no one's there to observe something, it means that the action's okay?
Like you're talking about what we should deem okay as a society, and you're talking about a society of two people and then one. And if she sees nothing wrong with that, if that somehow makes her position better in life, I guess no. You can't tell her what to do.
Wait, so you think she's justified unaliving her non-sentient child? And the reason she's justified in unaliving her child when the child sleeps is what again? Wait, do you actually think that that's okay to do that?
No, I'm just trying to. If you're playing into extreme hypotheticals, I'm using extreme like extreme justification.
I don't understand. So because the hypothetical is like not likely to happen, because the hypothetical is not likely to happen, it's now the case that like you're not committed to giving an honest answer.
No, I'm trying to think in extremes. I'm trying to think in extremes. Like if we really were a society that didn't care about like individuals dying in their sleep, or if they lost all sorts of feelings of whatever sentience, and you had no feeling of the social contract you mentioned or whatever while they're sleeping, then would we be different? And the answer is yes, we would think radically different. Yeah.
So you would say that the statement "it's wrong for a mother on an island to unalive her not to unalive her sleeping child" is wrong. You think that statement's just false? Like you actually think that's a false statement?
Well, you added a lot more conditions to that, right? Like, what
On
if
an
he didn't
island?
have?
And he lost sentience while he slept. Yeah, I don't think there was any other condition.
He lost sentience while he slept, but he had it back immediately after.
Yeah, he'd get it back in like 5.
And I still
days.
held that he had sentient life before, and that's something we also value.
No, but the reason why we value past sentience is because, or at least the reason why you value it is because of, you said you gave 2 reasons. One was a social contract, and one was grief. But then I've removed those from the case, right? So we're stipulating that no one's going to feel any sort of anger towards this action. So there's going to
So
be no
tell
grief
me, you
associated with the
tell me
action,
why it's
and it's
wrong. You tell me why you
yeah.
would
I
say
think
it's
it's
wrong.
obvious.
Okay? And that doesn't explain anything.
I think that it's wrong for the same reason why, essaying someone in like a coma would be wrong. I'm not. It's just like
Can
a
you
clear
actually
example
tell
of a
me the
rights
reasons
violation.
why without touching on grief?
Yeah, it's a clear example of a rights violation.
Okay, and what happens when you take someone's rights away? What happens? Do people feel grief?
You've done something wrong. Not always, now.
So can you tell me a reason
You
why
think
it's
it's not
wrong?
logically possible? The reason it's wrong is because it violates a right.
All right. 2 people paid to kick you by now, but I think what I say still stands true. If you wouldn't feel grief, then that probably wouldn't be something someone would outlaw or say is morally wrong, because nobody would even think that. And you can't say that taking away someone's rights is why, because what does that mean? That means you would have grievances with someone taking your rights away, which wouldn't happen. You wouldn't have grievances around that. Yellow?
Oh.
Yellow? Oh. Yeah, there's no rights on Random Island. I guess so. Yeah. They do have some of these ways of like running around in a, I don't even know how to describe it. Someone said nebulous. I like that. I tried joining. Hype Dude, you can try again. I don't know what happened. Is that my cat in the background? It's my dog. Look at her paws straight up in the air. I usually do a thing where if you pay a galaxy, I'll give her a carrot. I have some carrots.
Hi, what's up?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Of course I am.
Oh, where are you from?
In Texas.
What do you like about Trump?
Common sense, but I have a question if that's okay.
Okay.
So the last time we were talking, you told me that in Russia the media is controlled.
Uh-huh.
And when I said it in America, the media is also controlled. You removed me from the live. So I wanted to know why.
Yeah, who controls the media?
The Jews.
Oh God, now I know.
Well, it's true.
Oh God. Now I remember.
Hey, how's it going, bud?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
So let me start off by saying this, okay? I support things that he does. I'm not a MAGA guy or nothing like that. I mean, I'm definitely in support of him, gutting the federal government and cutting spending, especially with the national debt the way it is.
I think that none of this will add up anywhere close to what he's spending. It's not even going to be close at all.
Yeah, but over time, I mean, we need a balanced budget. I mean, we're
I know, and that
38
doesn't
trillion now in debt.
even touch it. Like Trump is the only one that has exploded the budget both times in office now.
Well, cutting federal employees, I mean, how do you know it's not going to eventually balance the budget, though?
Because the cuts have come out to about $5 billion, and he's spent 4.5 trillion with a T, which is 1,000 times more.
On what exactly?
Tax cuts for his rich friends.
Yeah, but tax cuts also, goes into the economy. When rich people save money, that's more jobs for people and more money into the economy. They grow their business. That's better for the economy.
It's
I'm
projected
a
to give us
business
like a
owner
1%.
myself. I know that.
Okay,
It's
well,
not just for the rich people.
it's going to give us, hold on, it's going to give us about a 1% boost in GDP. It's not going to make up for the enormous tax breaks and the cut in revenue.
That's just projections, and as you cut
What do you
revenue,
think
you
he's
cut
using?
spending. That's the whole point of the. That's the whole point. See, throughout time, that's the problem with presidents is they cut taxes. This is why Republicans get a bad rap for their economic policy, is because they cut taxes, but they never cut spending.
Yeah.
Trump is cutting taxes as well as spending. That's that's the idea behind it. But no Republican president has actually done those two things together. They always keep the spending the same and cut taxes. That is why that gets a bad rap.
Yeah, unless he actually cuts somewhere in the trillions, he's not really doing anything besides political cuts. It's not really cutting
But
spending.
I feel like hopefully it's on the way. I think once he touches the Pentagon, hopefully if he does, we'll be able to save a ton of money. And
Never have tax
another thing.
breaks. Tax breaks have also never shown to have created jobs, and I can do that by proving it to you. What kind of business do you own?
I'm in the construction industry.
Perfect. I used to own a construction business. Now tell me, if Trump cut your taxes, name a thing that you'll do that would help you grow with that money.
Hire actual people who are good.
Okay, and did you know that hiring people already reduces your taxes? So that's not a thing?
In which way? What do you mean?
When you pay somebody money, that
Yeah.
cuts right into your profits, which reduce your tax liability.
Well, yeah, you can write certain things off. Is that what you're saying?
It literally is already tax deductible or reducible.
Yeah, but that doesn't include all the extra tax that come along with it. I mean, like basically, I'm taxed twice, right? Okay, what do you think I pay right now, percentage-wise tax rate?
Probably 20%.
Higher, 30 to 35%, around there. Between if you factor in everything, okay, because like I said, I get taxed twice, of course, which I'm sure you know, owning a construction business. It's about 35% between local, state,
Every time money is moved, it gets taxed. So there's certain things people tell themselves, like I get taxed twice. That's simply just not
So you
really
could
true.
say 100%. Well, you get taxed. Your business gets taxed, and you as
An individual?
get taxed as well.
Yeah. Well,
Correct.
when you move money from your business and pay yourself, just like you pay your employees and they get taxed, yeah, you get taxed.
And then that doesn't include unemployment or sorry, not employment. Totally lost my train of thought. Sorry. Dang it. Yeah, but basically, at the end of the day, I get taxed about 30 to 35%, and I would take that money and grow more jobs, just like I think a lot of businesses would. I mean, they need people to run their businesses.
I just
don't
explained to you
understand
that does not make any sense. You will have to use, if you use your profits to hire more employees, that already happens. That doesn't, you don't need a tax cut to do that.
Okay, but if you save more money, you would hire more employees.
That's
what do you
already the same. It's
Well,
the
not
same line of logic, bro.
everybody would, but I know what you're saying. But when you cut the taxes, right, they would be able to hire more people.
No,
You get what I'm saying?
no.
How do you not see the logic behind that?
Because okay,
They're
say
saving more money.
let's say your profit for the year is 200 grand, and you hired a person for $50,000.
Yes.
That is now part of your cost of goods sold. That is a reduce in your profit. And your profit would have been 150 grand anyway. That doesn't make any sense. It's the same thing, bro.
So look. If you make 200,000, right, and let's say you're taxed 50 of that, right? Like you just said 50, that takes away that employee. Now let's say that 50 gets cut down to 25, right? 25,000. You could take that 25,000 saved and hire a part-time person for 25,000.
All right, let me help you, dude. Okay.
That-
Let's
that-
let's say you're a company called Absolute Construction, and these people have a $5 million tax liability, and it's going to go to the IRS. Okay? And this is the check they're about to write, and and you're the business owner, and you're walking back and forth in your office, and you're like, fuck this. I don't want to pay this money. Okay? You don't have to. You can spend every bit of this $5 million check that you're going to write to the IRS and hire 500 employees at the same price that I just listed, or whatever, 5,000 or whatever, 10,000.
Oh, okay.
And you could hire every one of them, and then your tax liability would be $0. It would be zero fucking dollars, right?
Okay.
So
Yeah,
that's
I
why
see what
it
you're
makes
saying now.
no
Yeah,
sense. It makes no sense at
okay,
all.
how about this? How about this? Investing back into your business at the very
Same
least.
thing.
I mean, whether it's
Same exact
employees
thing.
or innovation or whether the case may be.
Same
I mean,
exact
you can't
thing.
write off everything.
Yes, you can.
There's like
When you go out to eat, if you want to go to the strip club, you could write it off. Yes, you
Yeah,
can.
you can write off your home. Like, I know all the write-offs. Well, not all of them. I mean, there's the tax code's what, like 40,000 pages or whatever. But freaking, what was I getting at? Not everything's a write-off though.
I mean, quite literally just about everything besides buying new toys, which is not going to justify what your logic is. It's not going to justify your line of reasoning.
I don't know. I don't know the tax code well enough to debate it to that certain extent, but not. I know there's over 400 deductibles. I do know that. Like there's a lot. You can write off your house to up to a certain amount of square footage. You as an office, like you said, you can write off food, clothes, things of that nature. But basically, what you're getting at is literally none of us would have to pay taxes at that point because there'd be so many deductibles.
Mm-hmm. That's what you said. So back in the day in 1960s, they used to have a 91 top percent income.
I know how that is, but the deductibles there were so many deductibles they were able to lower that rate to.
Yeah, and they used to have like a 40-something% corporate tax rate. And that's what they used to do. They used to instead of paying those taxes, they used to do exactly what you're saying you want to do. They would hire more employees. They would give people severance, or I'm sorry, they would give people like retirement packages. They give them raises. They would buy another like company vehicle. They would buy more brick and mortar. That's exactly what they would do when these were higher tax rates.
Okay, but I don't see how they're basically still doing that though. Like with what you're saying.
Not really. They get to keep their money now and just do tax buybacks. These people are already investing exactly how much they want to in their companies. So this old line of reasoning where they get to hire more employees and create more new jobs, it is entirely a crock of shit. It is 100%, 100,000% bullshit. It is all bullshit.
And for the I don't understand like I get what you're saying. Like you're bringing up valid points. I never really looked at it in that detail. Like I get what you're saying, but to say that literally corporations pay 0% in taxes and that them saving money doesn't benefit the economy, to me it just looking at like the rich as just the enemy. It's kind of goofy because they're the ones who.
You're the one who. I'm talking about paying off the debt, and Trump exploding the debt makes no sense. It makes no sense. It's never going to come back. They're going to use it for stock buybacks. They're going to use it to buy all the homes.
He's cutting spending along with taxes though.
Let me show you something, dude. It's not true. There's this website called doge.muskwatch.com.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
And he's saved us about $5.5 billion, bro. And at the detriment of hundreds of thousands of jobs. We're going to have to spend a bajillion dollars on the army of lawyers for all these people he wrongfully fired. And not to mention, this should just be more evidence as to why you should not trust this administration, because they don't actually have any real reasons for doing some of this stuff besides political motives.
What is your suggestion then to cutting the debt if cutting waste isn't, going to help?
I think there's
raise taxes?
Yeah, on the rich, yeah.
But why? I mean, the rich is literally who employs everybody. That's what I'm getting at.
Okay, then they'll give them all raises.
And all they have to do is just pack up shop and go somewhere else.
You're gonna pack up your business and go somewhere else?
I mean, well, I know the small businesses makes up the backbone of their economy. I mean, I can understand
There's
that
no way you would ever
aspect of
move,
everything.
right, to like some other country to try to do
No,
construction.
no. I wouldn't. But somebody who has the money to do it and is a bigger company, I could definitely see them doing it because they do it already. What's that?
Let them go. Amazon doesn't pay any taxes. They're gone.
Yeah, I know they.
What like who are we gonna
Yeah.
lose? What are we gonna lose? Like they're gonna still offer us all these jobs.
What? Um. I guess that makes sense because then, like, basically, then smaller businesses could pick up the slack, basically.
Well, that and if they offshore their
That makes sense.
business, if they offshore their mailbox to the Bahamas or whatever, they're still gonna have Amazon drivers like they do. They're still gonna have like all these factories that they open. They're just gonna be paying $0
Well,
in
yeah, 'cause
taxes like they already
we're their
do.
main consumer.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean that definitely So it makes sense. All right, you definitely got me. For sure. One thing I do want to say though, while I'm on here, is something I am afraid of. Okay, although I'm not a big government guy, I like I said, I'm not even really a MAGA guy. Like, I like some things he does, some things I don't. It's a love hate thing, just like any other president, is. But one thing I am afraid of is the power that he is actually wielding and what the next guy is going to do with that power, basically. Because I honestly believe, no matter what, he has our best interests at heart. I think Musk does too. I honestly believe that, but it's the next guy that I fear who wields that kind of power. Because in all reality, when one guy wields that much power, it's a dictatorship. That's not what our system was set up for.
I don't
There's
think
supposed to
Trump
be
has
checks
our
and
best interest at
balances.
heart. I think that, like I just illustrated to you, he is going to, like, especially with these tariffs. These tariffs are going to be absolutely wrecking our economy. And his few rich friends, like billionaires, love to see the economy crash. That's why he's doing what he's doing. All of these billionaires that are in his cabinet and that are his friends, they're going to go buy up all these failing businesses. Like your business is probably going to struggle
Yeah, for
pretty
pennies on the
hard.
dollar.
And they're going to buy
Pennies
up
on the
all
dollar.
the real estate, and they're going to become their huge transfer of wealth is going to happen again, and we're going to see that
See,
happen.
that I can be in agreement with. A lot of because I'm a libertarian, so I'm kind of in the middle. I like to say I get the best of both worlds. But my biggest thing is um, how we go about solving the issue. I mean, I don't know. I think he has our best interest at heart. I mean, I could be wrong. I don't think he has any reason to, go against us really. And I mean, I don't know. But what did you say before? I forgot what was the last thing you said.
Trump is literally sending innocent people to one of the worst prisons on earth and stifling like entire law firms that are going against him. He's using the arm of the government to pound law firms into the ground, take away their access to work for federal jobs. Like these people are bending a knee to him. And you're right, he has a lot of power and he's abusing his power right now. And the First Amendment really is in the worst shape it's ever been. And same thing with him trying to take, like, he does not love this country. He hates every bit of the Constitution. He's tried to wield his power against it every month this year. He's tried to write executive orders that go directly against like birthright citizenship, the First Amendment. He wants to change the way states hold elections. He wants to do voting his way. One person should not be able to do all of that.
I agree. No, I agree 100%. Like I said, I'm not a full supporter of him or anything like that. There's things I definitely disagree with. But see, here's another thing. Like, wouldn't you say he's more left leaning than anything? Because a lot of times, a lot of left leaning people, want government to solve certain issues and have the power to solve issues and use things like regulations.
So Trump is not small government. He is reaching all the way in. Like it doesn't small government doesn't mean that there's less federal agencies. It means that you stay the fuck out of people's business, such as like sports or the medical, like my health or my girlfriend's health stuff. They'd stay out of the doctor's office, or they would stay out of
Consider
like.
yourself a traditional liberal or more like a modern day liberal?
I'm just a plain Jane Democrat. I don't like I don't know. I just started doing politics a few years ago.
Yeah, yeah, I got you. But I just wanted to jump on here, and I don't know. I just, I'm not big on the federal government having power. I think states and local governments should wield more power than anything, just so they can be held in account. More than Where do you live? Oh,
I mean,
Texas. That's right,
yeah.
Texas. You could easily drive to your state capital versus driving to Washington to voice your opinion. There'd be a lot more checks and balances if it was more local. I'm against the federal government. Believe me, like I said, I fear the power that Trump is using. Like I really do.
Well, Trump is using,
And
he's
it's going
defunding
to be an issue.
college campuses. He's defunding all sorts of stuff to affect
Well,
legislation, and he imposes his will on those people. I just don't think that he is the small government or the small government that the right thinks he is. Like, while
No, I
he's
don't think so either.
taking a
I don't
chainsaw
think
to our
so either.
government, yeah, like the colloquial sense of what small means is getting mixed up, I think, for a lot of people.
But see, that's the type of things that I agree with. Is like you were saying, he's cutting funding to schools. Like, okay, I understand the reasoning why he's doing it, but we shouldn't be funding schools like that in the first place anyway. Is that you or me?
That's me.
I don't think it's me. Oh, okay, I got you. But those are the type of things I just we're just our economy is just or our debt is just outrageous. I think each of us owe like $350,000 stake in the national debt. I think that's what it's at. I mean, it's like our kids are going to be paying it off.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that Trump adding, I think it's going to be about 8 or 9 trillion of the $37 trillion of debt we have is enough for me to show you that that's insane. It's not really. We can't keep doing this.
Okay, well, well, like I said, the biggest thing is just the cut. I mean, I think we need the cuts overall, whether or not it's going to affect it or not. I mean, will it balance out? I guess it remains to be seen. Um, so the numbers that you have, are those projections, or is that something that they actually ran the numbers on?
What, my trillions or the Musk Doge watch?
The
This?
No, not that one. The trillions. Sorry, yeah, it's the trillions.
So Trump approved a $4.5 trillion budget this year already.
Yes.
And then his spending last term was 8.3 trillion. So it's going to be 12.7.
12.7.
And Biden spent like
what's-
2.2.
Trying to get at next. Totally lost my train of thought again. But no, I mean, you definitely got me on quite a few things I need to look at more into. That's for sure. But no,
Right.
because especially once you broke down the taxes, because especially since I deal with it, on a daily basis, I could definitely see where you're coming from with everything. It's definitely something I obviously need to be more well researched in. So I definitely
sure.
appreciate the conversation, man.
Yeah, dude.
Definitely. And another thing I want to bring up is like, I feel like we had a pretty decent discourse. There's no name calling. There's no, us being ignorant, and I think we need a lot more of that in this country.
I appreciate you doing the same, dude. I appreciate you doing the same. Not everybody is just chill. So thank you.
Yeah, and I'm man enough to admit when I'm wrong or don't know, and obviously I need to do more research, and that's what I plan on doing when I jump off here. So.
Yeah. Well, dude, I hope you have a good day, man.
Yeah, you too, bud. I appreciate it, man.
Thank
Have a
you.
good one.
All right. That's what I'm talking about, Jeff. Chat. That's what I'm talking about. Love that. Yellow.
Hey, how you doing?
Doing good. Are you a Trump supporter?
In a way, but I'm not from the US. But I just thought you might want an outsider's opinion on everything that's going on at the moment.
Okay.
The only reason I'm saying that is because obviously there's a bit of a bubble, it seems, when we're watching from Europe and the left and right debate. It seems to be that that's not really the issue at the moment. The issue is what's happening to the US and the debt that you have, how can it be resolved? The reason that this has never been brought up before, and the reason that the tariffs were so low against everybody was about influence over the rest of the world. That's why there are bases across the world. That's why geopolitics are so important to the people, because the US essentially has run the world since the Second World War because of the power and the influence that they had over everybody. The issue you have with any empire is that eventually it gets to a point where everybody's living such a good life that debt occurs. It's happened to the British Empire, it happened to the Dutch before. And the question I would have for you is, isn't Trump inevitable? Do you not have to try and claw that back at the sacrifice of influence? Because
I think that it's like we could easily do both. So I'm once again, like, Trump spends an actual fuck ton and then he runs on solving the debt. Yeah, it's just a lie. I think it's bullshit. And also, in history, we've never seen Republicans, like the last guest was saying. So the red is Republicans. They come in and they spend. The blue comes in and they save. Red comes in, spins. And then this is us bailing out our economy from horrible deregulation laws. And then he comes in and reduces the deficit. Trump comes in and spins like a son of a bitch so much. And Biden comes in and immediately reduces it. So for the Republicans to come in and tell us that we need to start reeling things back, it is insane. It drives people crazy who actually know the facts.
So it's hypocritical. Yeah. Because of that history.
Yeah, and Trump's attempt right now, he's just, like I just mentioned, $4.5 trillion spending bill. Who in their right mind would do that for 1 year? What the fuck?
But do you see my point where there has to be some sort of conclusion to this, so the deficit is tackled, because it cannot go on forever. And so by doing
He's not doing it.
as much as it will bring in money, but it loses all the influence. So essentially, from the world stage, everyone using the dollar as the reserve currency, things like that, people will move away. The good grace that people give because of the influence that's been born over all of these years will be gone. And if another example, if Europe's military, that he's always saying, Trump's always saying, they need to increase their military. If Europe does that, they have no need for the American bases. They have no need for the influence. They have no need for the protection, the security.
Of course, it's always better. It's always better to have more friends than not, right? Like, if we all agree that democracy is good, that the people should have a say in their government, as opposed to countries like Belarus and Russia and China, if we all champion that idea and we stand together on the world stage, I think that's better than us being not friends and trying to fend for ourselves and having the United States bully everybody, like Greenland and the Panama and everybody else, to get richer at the expense of your country.
Well, I agree. I mean, Britain, for instance, we actually have a trade deficit with you. We buy more from you than you buy from us, but we're still being hit with a 10% tariff. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, our Prime Minister's been over there trying to negotiate a free trade deal, but it hasn't happened. This blanket, I don't agree with, but for me, it's more the reason that the politics in your country from the outside seems to be getting more and more heated and more one position or the other, Democrat, Republican, there's no middle ground, is simply because it's getting to the extremes.
Well, I think it's by design, and I'm gonna be cheap and say it's Trump, obviously, because this is what Trump is doing. He's saying things that are very highly divisive, such as women are killing babies 2 weeks after birth, and that makes people, yeah, or eating cats and dogs, and then you either say, okay, that is a lie, or that is true. There's no, like, I'm okay with doing that. And I think you should be able to choose, like, there's no middle ground. So you're choosing one side or the other, and they think we're demons, and, we think you guys are just liars. So every single issue he brings up is made to divide the entire country and make people choose solid ground in their party. And that's what he's doing, or calling all of us fraudsters when in fact he is, like, very fraudulent. So like it just sounds silly when we point back at him and be like, "You're the fraudster." It's like, "No, you are," kind of thing. Um, so he's pitting us against each other while he robs us blind and raises taxes on the middle class and the lower class and gives all the money to his rich friends because they bailed him out and didn't make him go to prison for the rest of his life.
Yeah, that's all good stuff. Enjoying the show. Continue.
I don't know. If you have any more questions, I'll be happy to talk to you about it.
Well, the problem is that the politics, obviously, we get a lot of American TV here. We get a lot of, the politics here is probably shown more than the politics on our own country. But from the perspective from the outside is that, like you say, the extremes are getting so far apart from each other, whereas there doesn't seem to be a common ground. And in most countries, in European countries, you do see the rise of the right. You do see the rise of more right-leaning politicians coming to the forefront, and it seems to be sort of an
They're
epidemic
using
happening.
a lot of people are using Trump's playbook. Like in Romania, we even had a guy like selling red hats, just like Trump, and doing all sorts of crazy schemes. And here, the left, we are essentially like the right party in some, like in your country's like right-leaning party probably best represents our left-leaning party. Like we still don't have universal health care. We don't have any of these things. Our rights, our workers' rights are being stripped away from us. And like we've barely made any progress. And the far right party here in America, they think we are just radical communists. Like Trump was calling Kamala a communist. We're nowhere close to that. We're nowhere close to socialism.
This is the point. I would say that we have conservatives and Labour, technically left and right, but I would say our left, Labour, are probably the same as the Democrats. No, sorry, our right, conservative, is probably Democrats, and our left is probably more like Bernie Sanders. A more left-leaning sort of politician within that party.
Yeah.
So it's a case where I suppose we are seeing the rise of the right. There's the Reform Party in the UK now, and like you say, it's the Trump playbook. But what I'm trying to say here is, if everyone's pointing fingers at each other, you're not really ever dealing with the issue. And do you see there ever being common ground?
Not until MAGA goes away. Their politics have nothing to do with policy. It has everything to do with surface level culture war stuff. So until that goes away, we won't see very much progress. That seems to win elections. It seems to take over the news station, or the news cycle, and people don't really care for the boring stuff beneath it, like the laws that these politicians write after they get elected.
Understood. All right. Good to speak.
All right. Thank you so much. What's up, Kristen? What's going on, chat? Tap the screen. We're gaining viewership again. I love it. I love it. If you want to debate, hop in the box. Come tell me why you like Trump. I promise I'm not the meanest person in the world. Let Chatty up. She's here every day, guys. Get used to it. She's a chirper. She doesn't want to debate. What's up, Jesse? Good to see you. She's a chirper, chat. It's okay. I don't think this person's connecting. Guys, we've been live. It's only been an hour and because I had to restart. I've been live for 4 hours. Oh wow. Guys, if you enjoyed this live, be sure to follow. I know that Bean's live right now, so he might be taking all the ops. I refuse to restart though. I refuse to restart. Dean ended. That's what happened. That's what happened. Dean's done for the night. Dang, we outdid Dean. Welcome, welcome all the Deansters. Is Chatty a bot? Nah, probably not. He had trouble finding guests. It's really hard to defend what Trump's doing right now. It's pretty rough. Dean Raid, thanks guys. Kristen. Kristen with the fucking $325 donation. Excuse me? Tax bill lower than expected, so got you extra. Kristen, I love you. Can we get a bajillion W. Kristens in the chat? Oh my god. Golly, thank you so much. I'm going to be paying rent ahead of time because I have no idea if TikTok's still going to be here. Guys, if you haven't done so already, please follow me on YouTube and my other socials in my link tree, just in case we lose TikTok in a few days. We're grinding it out. CNN just reported Senate rebuked Trump's tariffs on Canada. Anyone have facts? Oh, man. Is Trump going to use wartime legislation or wartime law to do it? Golly, dude. Oh my god. Let's check it out. Let's check it out. I still want to see W. Kristens in the chat for another 5 minutes. Senate rebukes Trump on Canada tariffs with 4 Republicans joining Democrats. This is on USA Today. 51 senators, including 4 Republicans, voted on Wednesday to end President Trump's tariff on Canadian goods in a bipartisan rebuke of the administration's trade policy. It comes just hours after Trump implemented 10% across-the-board tariffs on 60 countries. No. So it looks like they did. And it says that, guys, do we have you back? The resolution put forward by Senator Tim Kaine, Democrat of Virginia, would end an emergency order Trump declared in February over concerns that the F drug crossing the border and that order has been used in the basis of 25% tariffs on Canadian goods. It would need to be approved by a Republican-controlled House and be signed by the president in order to have an effect. So it also has no chance of actually changing U.S. policy, but the bipartisan statement reflects widespread discomfort among some Republicans with a trade policy that economists will say will raise prices for consumers. Democrats have argued that the tariffs will be devastating for the U.S. economy, pushing up consumer prices and depressing trade. The average American family will pay more than $5,000 out of pocket to pay these tariffs. Why would Trump do this? One reason, he wants to take money that he gains from the tariffs to give tax cuts to billionaires. This is what I've been saying this whole time. Hey, Chuck Schumer, remember when you fucking were the tie-breaking vote for this? Republicans send Rand Paul, Mitch McConnell of Kentucky, Susan Collins of Maine, and Lisa Murkowski of Alaska joined Democrats in voting against the... What? So does it seem like this is not going to do anything, that Trump's going to have to sign this? Eight Republicans cross party lines. Title of the article is Senate Rebukes Trump on Canada Tariffs. was published an hour ago, less than an hour ago. But it shows Republicans are moving. I agree. I like that. We're slowly running out of news sources that Republicans will even accept. I don't know. Johnson will try to pass it again after those 8 get threatened. Yeah. Did you see Senator Cory Booker yesterday? Yes. Even Mitch flipped. Mitch has nothing to lose. He's on his way out. Yeah, it'll go nowhere. Got a job that isn't spewing an agenda. Oof. But it happened yesterday too about something else. That's interesting. It's interesting. Very interesting, chat. What are my thoughts on the Wisconsin elections? I love that we won that. I love that Elon spent 20-something million dollars on a losing election. I love that. Do we have any Wisconsin voters in chat? Such a shiny spot today. Dude. This will go to the GOP-led House and go nowhere, of course. Let's see it. Let's see it. Breezy, you are? Oh my god. I love that. My conservative husband voted Crawford. That was the one that won, right? Proud to be from Wisconsin. Bad news for Elon Musk. I do too. I do too. Love that. Love that. I need a shirt that says I spent 20 million in Wisconsin and I got this cheese hat. I love that. Proxy vote yesterday. 8 Republicans came over. Guys, maybe we'll see something. Maybe we'll see something else happen. The Republicans have realized that they have voted in a monster. They have voted in something that nobody asked for. Nobody asked for these insane tariffs. Nobody woke up the other day before Trump said any of this and said, we need a tariff. We need to tariff all of our closest trade partners so things are very expensive. Nobody said that. Nobody wants this. W-T-shirt idea, I agree. He can pay for that, but can't afford child support, right? Goddamn chat. I'm living for these small wins. That's the only thing keeping me going every day. Do we have any more Trump supporters in chat that want to debate? Does anybody want to get up and tell me why they like Trump? I'm going to go check my YouTube channel. I'm sure there's some very mad Trumpers in there yapping. We have 65 viewers on YouTube right now. Love it. Night after night you do this. What a sad existence you live. Yeah, and I wouldn't trade this for any job in the world. I wouldn't trade this for anything. There are people who have much more miserable existence than this. Being able to hang out at home with my fucking dog, chilling, My dog chilling like a villain while I make coffee. Well, I get to hang out in pajamas, read it and weep. Read it and weep. Chad, I'm wearing the same pajamas I wore yesterday. Cheryl says, me too. W, dude. W. W, W. Look at that. Look at that. Pickles is sitting pretty. On a brand new pillow, by the way. No shower? Janice, it's not Friday, is it? I'm just kidding. I I showered yesterday morning. I need a shower today, guys. Let's be real. Did I finish the show? Whoa. We gotta ban that guy real quick. We gotta ban that guy. Oof. Woof, 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 woof. Guys, we might be waiting for a while until somebody's brave enough to talk about how much they support Trump. You don't see anything but outside of people slinging around racist slurs. That's all we get out of MAGA these days, or personal attacks. Do we have another one? Holy moly. Do I need a mod? You know what? I got you. I got you, Sarah. Let's do it. Sarah, you get full mod powers. Yeah, I'm only looking for opposition, and if you guys want to debate me, I'm in TikTok. I'm on TikTok right now. That's how you join my live and debate me. I did block him. I did block him. I don't know how he's still here. I think they just keep making new accounts. That's a 964. Let's see what he comes back as. Something 964. What's up, Argent?
Yeah, I just want to hop in, like, saying that I am, like, actually actively trying to deal with them. So.
I
just wanted to
appreciate
give
you.
a heads up. I don't.
Okay.
I understand it doesn't look like that, but, like, thank you for letting me up quickly. But sorry for any of the Chad who got upset about that. But thank you, everyone, for coming up and helping and talking with Pickles.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Love Argent chat. Argent's like a super hero. I could change it to sub only. Turn on sub only. Yeah, I'm gonna do sub only for a while so that guy leaves or becomes a sub. That'd be nice. Hello?
Hello?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter? We've talked before, haven't we?
No, no. I just want to say thank you for everything you do. I'm also in recovery, also 26 years.
Oh shit,
And
that's right.
and I just want to say thank you. Keep my sanity in check. And thank you for your honesty because you do a lot out there that help us a lot. I have Trump split my whole family apart. And I'm a Latin man that lives in LA and living the life. And I just want to say thank you so much. And when you talk about recovery, it's a hard thing over here right now with everything that's going on with what Trump's doing.
Yeah.
He's half of the medical facilities are closing down all through Orange County. People are
Damn.
dying in the field right now because of all the things they're doing for Medi-Cal. And so I just want to say thank you, Pickles, and you made my whole day today. Thank you so much, and I'll leave it. Keep doing what you're doing, man.
Bro, thank you. Thank you for saying that, man. Thank you. That helps me out too. Thank you.
You have a good day.
You too. Dude, that's big. That's 20 something years. Golly, dude. Raw dog in life. Raw dog in life. 20 something years sober. That's fucking insane. Yeah. Raw dogging the fuck out of life, dude. Adrian's at 6. Yeah, I'm on I just had 16 months 2 days ago. 16 months. Or yesterday was 16 months sober. Let's go, baby. Let's go. I was awful. I was a mess. My dad just celebrated 40 years sober. Holy cow. Yeah, I lost 90 pounds just from stopping drinking. Lost 90 pounds. I was a pudgy bitch. I was miserable. I was drinking half a handle a day of just straight vodka. I was using or Uber Eats to get like 2 handles every other day, every 3 days, and I was just chugging it. I'd wake up on the floor with my couch cushions everywhere. What's a handle? 1.7 liters? At Texas 5th. Yeah, I was a blackout drinker. Blacked out every night for over a year. I hope you found out why you were doing that to yourself. Ain't no question. I could use a lot of therapy. I had to stop using therapy because I got a new place. But hopefully TikTok finds some stability and I'm able to do things like that again after this. After someone buys it. So I don't have to worry whether or not I have a job. Do I play Fortnite? I don't, but if you look right here, I have a Fortnite Lego set. It's probably my favorite Lego set. It's the Fortnite Battle Bus. It's fucking... In fact, hold on. I'm going to show you guys my Fortnite Battle Bus. Look at this, dude. Look how sick this is. Watch this. You can it came with a bunch of action figure or a bunch of Lego dudes to come in here. But how fucking sick is that, dude? How fucking sick is that? This is one of the characters. Yeah, it's real Lego. This is real Lego. This is one of the skins you get in Fortnite. How dope is that? And it's got the blue, the chug jug. Bro, so dope. So dope. Taylor Summers, thank you for the sub. And somewhere in between, thank you so for the sub as well. My KD in PUBG is 17. Sebastian, you're disgusting. You're disgusting. What job did you have that you were drunk every night? I was a content creator. I was a gamer. I'm just gonna keep this on my desk. Do I have any Trump Legos? Nah. One game played in gold. Okay. All right, bro. All right. Eight months since my last bet. I just missed it. Dude, betting is a real addiction. Addiction is real in many different forms. That is so true. I know for sure I would have that ism if I lived in Oklahoma or something. I would be so screwed. I used to live in Vegas, but I wasn't old enough to do any of that. But I play gotcha games, if you know what that is. It's pretty much the same like psychological thing. You're buying things with microtransactions in hopes of getting, stuff. There needs to be Trump recovery. Yeah. Had to resub to say that I'm proud of you. Dude, thank you so much, Taylor. Just subscribe on YouTube just in case. Yeah, chat, don't forget to follow me on YouTube. We have a decent amount of people watching. I kind of feel hopeful. My mother-in-law spent over 50K on fake casino apps. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Wait, hold up. There's an op in the box. I'll hop down. I was gonna say something, but never mind. There's an op. I think you're good. You're good. I'll
Okay,
go
okay,
real
okay,
quick.
okay. Oh, hello?
Hello.
We've talked before, haven't we?
Yeah, we did get. You said come back because we got cut off. I think
All right, what do you like about Trump, dude?
we had a good discussion though. I just like just conservative policies usually. Trump's not my favorite guy. He does have some rhetoric that is challenging to defend, but overall, I think he gets overly witch hunted and criticized, in my opinion. And I think he did good things in his first term. And I think it's way too early to be able to make any decisive judgments on his second term. That's my position.
I think there's two giant deal breakers that we should hold him accountable for, and one of them is lying about his economic policy, and the other one is lying about Project 2025. Remember when he said he didn't have anything to do with Project 2025? And he most definitely
Yes.
does. It turns out he's already completed like half of it in a few months.
Like, what are the most worried things about 2020? I didn't look into 2025 that much, but
One of the scariest things that we always brought up was that he was going to fire 50,000 federal employees and replace them with loyalists so that he could do whatever he wants. And he's actively doing that.
yes, he is putting in loyalists. I accept that.
A federal abortion ban, I can say, is probably on the horizon. He's doing a lot of things with labor laws and the
Abortion ban,
tariffs.
that's pure.
Huh?
That's speculation on abortion ban.
Yeah.
I don't accept that yet.
Let's see. There's
He
a
wants to get
tracker.
stuff done. I agree with you, and he's putting loyal people around him. He's trying to get around, which is one of the most challenging parts of our system, is just ongoing gridlock.
So you-
yes, I do accept he's putting.
The
but
cut
I'm
of
not
the
accepting that it's necessarily going to put us in a bad position.
So the cutting the budget of USAID, that was one of it. He completed. Cut international disaster assistance funding for programs in Yemen, Syria, and Afghanistan. Prohibit USAID from funding sexual, reproductive health, and reproductive rights and gender equality programs. These are wish list items for like extreme religious groups that fund his campaign and the Heritage Foundation. Can I go back? Okay. Department of
I
State.
mean, yes, the conservative value is usually smaller government and more in the private sector where competition can drive innovation. So,
Yeah, but like you're conflating those two things. So like smaller government doesn't mean like having more intervention in every way, which is what Trump is doing. Trump is trying to influence the way we see our doctors, in the way that we can talk and do protests on college campuses, in the way that he's taxing the actual fuck and not having free trade. He's changing the way we do trade. Like this is completely the opposite. He is squeezing us in every way.
well, other countries have tariffs on us, and so we have always operated under the free trade morals, but people don't give us the same treatment back. And I mean, who knows what to
You're
say
you're
is going
giving
to
me some
happen
like
out
tit for tat explanation, but like this obviously goes against your small government ideas, right? And like Canada, for instance, we are 99% free trade with them, and he just did a 10% blanket tariff or 25% blanket tariff. That is not reciprocal. That is not the same.
How are we at a 99% free trade with them if we have a trade deficit with them of almost $200 billion?
That is not, you don't understand what trade deficits are if that's a complaint of yours. Trade deficit is a boogeyman that he's using to confuse people so that we argue about it. Tell me what is wrong with a trade deficit. I have a trade deficit with Walmart. I went and bought a toilet plunger from them the other day, and they'd never bought anything from me. What is wrong with that?
Because there should be a more even and fair trade system. If they're going to make that much money off of our citizens, and we don't, and if we aren't able to sell as much into their country, if they're tariffing us at a higher rate, like there should be a more even trade agreement. I mean, that makes sense when you look at it at face value. I'm
What
not
I'm
an
what I'm
economist.
saying is, like, first of all, 99% of the items that we trade with Canada are not tariffed. So you're gonna like talk about dairy, which we don't even have a tariff that has been utilized. It just has a thing that regulates so we don't flood their market. But like again, we have mostly fair trade, overwhelmingly fair trade with Canada, and he's given you a few scapegoats to feel like you're justified in punishing them. But we have insane labor laws, or our currency is also worth way more than like what China uses for their currency or what Mexico uses for their currency. So when we talk about like minimum wage jobs producing goods or even just regular jobs producing goods here for us to export, it's very hard for other countries to buy those items because they're so much more expensive. That's why they don't buy so much from us. Tariffs are not going to change this.
Sure. And what we only put like a 10% tariff on them, right?
I still haven't had time to read the news because I've been on all day.
I think it was only 10% when I think he was threatening 25. And I know that some of them had to do with just helping them invest in some more border security because, like, along the New York borderline, illegal immigrant crossings up there have gone up 50x in the past 4 years.
And what are the actual pain points here?
Well, the F substance doesn't come from inside of America. It gets smuggled over our borders, and
Less-
it's the number one killer of Americans 18 through 45.
Okay, so
that's the worry.
we have less than 1% of that coming from Canada. So this isn't exactly an equal, like this is an act, like he's maybe justifying it with saying that, but all we would have to do instead of making our country pay fuck tons more for consumer goods, he could just literally just take $1 billion and do some F drug technology and install it at the border. That's all you'd have to do.
So, and my counter to that is that yes, 1% has been coming from Canada because the southern border has been so open. There has been no need to go through the northern border. But if we are locking down the southern border as much as we have, and we leave the northern border open, that's going to leave it wide open as it's already been growing. The illegal crossings up there have already been growing at a absolutely exponential rate. That there needs to be lockdowns on both sides, or else, I
I
mean,
promise you, nobody's going to come here to even tour the United States after Trump's getting away with what he's getting away with. We're going to see companies that rely on tourism and cities and national parks and all of these things that rely on all of this immigration and tourism. They're going to see huge losses because of the way Trump is handling this. This is not the correct way to do it.
I think it remains to be seen. It's a bold strategy. It's a strategy that we're going to go down before we go up. But I think this is a long-term vision type deal, and it's going to take some dust to settle. But I am I am excited to come talk to everyone that I've talked to on these lives in a year or in 6 months when things start to rebound and everyone starts to have more money in their
The scary thing is there's no logic to why or how this is going to rebound. There's no end of the, like, are you think our economy's finally going to do good when there's no F drug coming across or something? Like, because we are about to experience a serious downfall. Serious.
until, because I mean, you remember the USMCA deal that was made, and the reason that was made is because there were tariffs that were being proposed as leverage to bring people to the negotiating table. So no one knows what type of deals are going to be negotiated out of this because nobody
The
really
deal that
thinks
he
these are
made with
permanent
Canada,
tariffs.
mind you, was supposed to be like we could talk about it every 4 years. All the grievances were supposed to be written down and formally discussed every 4 years, and then every 16 years this was supposed to be renegotiated. And he went back on it. Why would anybody ever make an actual trade agreement with us ever again if he just went back on it like this? Nobody will ever trust him.
I think that remains to be seen. Because, I mean, we have, whether you like it or not, like we have the power. We are the consumers of the world. Like
I know
people
he's
need.
throwing his weight around. We are throwing our weight around. We are being imperialists, and somehow MAGA's excited about this. We are being imperialist, horrible people as a nation. Nobody wants to be our friend anymore. We are not going to get any more sweetheart deals from any of our former allies. They're all working against us now. They're all having meetings without us. They're all talking about world peace without us. They're all doing science and all of the other stuff on a world stage without us. And it's a very scary time for us. There's no great thing coming in the future. It's all going to be harder. The cards are stacked against us.
I think it's a bold strategy. I think it's a high risk, high reward strategy, and I think it just remains to be seen. In football terms, this sounds like he's going for two for the win instead of going for the extra point for the tie.
There's like, again, tell me in what scenario, how does it make any sense to you? Like, what do you see in the future, things getting better? Like, tell me the story. Don't just tell me you'll see. Like, what do you think is coming?
I think negotiated deals are coming.
And what kind of deal
That
will
are
make it
going
better?
to change the structure of
What do you think?
whatever new trade agreements.
Do you think that
think there are gonna
Canada,
be new
being
trade
a
agreements
fraction of our size, is ever going to buy just as much as we buy from them?
No, but they shouldn't be. If we have a simple request as to like, hey, help up the border security because that's something we're trying
That's
to
not going to
invest
help.
in now,
Do
is
you,
making sure the
so
border.
border security is going to make the economy come
And
back from
then-
this insane crash?
They're just getting a small 10% tariff, so like that just seems to be what if is the baseline. Like we've always tariffed people 2.5%. He's just upping the tax a little bit. That's but the big tariffs are going to like other countries like Vietnam, who China was using to kind of go around our tariffs on them initially, and just different things
and
like that.
what do you think we're gonna get out of that? You think that we're gonna start having more trade? Do you think we're gonna start making more money? You think things are gonna be cheaper eventually? What do you think that's gonna do?
Yeah, I think companies, just like they're already verbally agreeing to, are going to be investing in America. Corporations, plants, whatever. And I think AI is going to be taking a lot of jobs worldwide. And I think these investments coming to America are going to secure as many jobs as humanly possible when AI starts kicking everybody out of their jobs. I think that this is a long-term goal with a long-term vision in hand, because the AI revolution is coming, and he's trying to prepare and get as much investment in America here before it does.
Have you ever seen this before?
AI take over? No.
No, this.
Oh.
This is all of the jobs that Biden did to invest in like computer chips and stuff that Trump's about to undo. If you really think that Trump is prepping us for the AI takeover, I've got some news for you. He's about to reverse all of the good things that Biden did. These are all manufacturing jobs, semiconductors, clean energy, batteries, biomanufacturing, heavy industry, clean power. These are just private sector. This is public. You see that? Do you think that Trump's going to have a map like this? Do you think this is
What do
in
you mean?
anywhere in our future? Absolutely not.
How is he going to undo them?
He's seeking to undo all of the subsidiaries from the Chips and Science Act.
And he's trying to use a different strategy from what I understand. And his strategy
This one's
is
already
to-
working. His
Because
strategy is projected to lose us money and jobs.
It depends on who you ask.
No,
there's
it just depends on
economists-
whether or not you read economics projections or economist projections, or if you trust an orange man.
No, there's leverage being thrown around, and you can't account for the deal that hasn't happened yet. And what Trump does is he gets deals done. The deal just hasn't been concluded yet, in my opinion. So we can't know what the outcome is going to be, because these tariffs are just being used as leverage to bring people
So-
to a negotiating table to create a deal that has not happened
We
yet.
we used to be able to like not have to worry whether or not a crazy man is going to make a good investment, and just like this sounds very familiar. Like, just wait, you'll see. What does that mean? How long? How long are we going to wait? Is it going to be after we die? Like, when is this finally going to turn around for us? There is no actual plan that I see where there's light at the end of the tunnel. There's nothing where things are going to be cheaper, we're going to be richer. None of this actually makes any sense. He's going to cut into the GDP. The GDP is going to eat shit. And we're going to have a Great Depression. Tell me how that's good.
Well, okay, so I have a question. So his first term, he put tariffs on several countries and renegotiated trade deals with many of our allies already.
And we lost 147,000 jobs because of those tariffs.
No, we lost jobs because of COVID.
No, this was before that. This was outside of that. We can actually look at specific industries affected by these tariffs. And when you say you own a plant that makes doodads, and now there's a 15% tariff on the items you need to make those doodads, and then you go out of business because your profit margin's 10%. That's what Trump did. He's injecting the government in between us and our free trade, and it's fucking companies up. It's fucking up small businesses, medium businesses. It's fucking them up from becoming bigger. It fucks everything up.
So we actually, for the first time, so in the 90s is when manufacturing jobs started to go down and started to stagnate. And for the first time in 20 years, Trump was adding manufacturing jobs to America. Actually, when COVID had hit, he had added over 500,000 manufacturing jobs. First sustained growth that we'd seen in that sector since the 90s. So
Trump didn't do anything to target manufacturing jobs.
He put tariffs on aluminum and steel.
We already had those. We do those all the time. He's not this brilliant man. We fucking fuck with those tariffs all the time, depending on the time of year.
Trump put those in, and it was considered the first time that somebody had really stood up to China in a while.
That's a lie. We've been tariffing steel and aluminum all this whole time.
Yeah, Biden kept the tariffs.
No, before Trump, dude. What?
I would like to see that. Because Trump was tariffing the shit out of China, putting a lot of pressure on them. And he actually got the phase 1 trade deal done with them that put a lot of their other countries over reliance and diversified them to other countries and slowed China's momentum. With all their economy was growing at an unprecedented rate before that had happened. And that's my biggest concern is China. They're growing.
They're going to make it, they're going to surpass us. They're already bigger than us. We're never going to stop them. They are going to be the world leader soon. And Trump is just
doing
making us
everything to stop
suffer.
that.
He's not going to. He's not going to be able to. They're already doing, they have like speed rails or electric rail systems. They have all sorts of things that we will not have for a long time because you guys have been so heavily propagandized to think they're silly.
I don't think they're silly.
Do you think big oil wants to see us have like rail systems like that webbing across America? Do you think Trump will ever allow that to happen?
I mean, yeah. I don't see why not.
No.
I mean, that's speculation that he wouldn't want that. Show me anything that shows that he's against that.
Okay. Do you think whales die from windmills?
Whales?
Yeah. Do you think they cause cancer?
No.
Okay. Why do you think Trump says those things?
Says what?
He said those. He said that windmills cause cancer.
I'd have to look into it. I don't know.
Well,
I don't.
he's said them. Why do you think he says that?
Probably to protect oil. I mean, I've never heard him say that. I'm definitely gonna look into that. He said whales. When whales do what?
He says windmills cause cancer.
Windmills cause cancer.
Trump claimed wind turbines cause cancer. Yes. Low pressure toilets. Yeah. He said a lot of things. Says they
Does
kill
Like,
birds.
he gives the most. He's given the most Q&As and press conferences like of any president.
Yeah, because he's a narcissist and he needs to be in front of the camera as much as possible. He is a malignant narcissist. There's a good film on this. It's called Fit to Serve, or Unfit. That's what it's called. It's called Unfit, and it's a bunch of psychologists, people that are professionals in mental health, and they all talk about how Trump is without a doubt a malignant narcissist, which is a special kind of narcissist. It's the same thing Hitler was, but they talk about like the client and professional relationship in a normal scenario where you talk to your psychiatrist or psychologist and you give them this small slither of what you feel like sharing with them, like your experience of life or whatever. You get like an hour or two per week with them, and then that's all they get. And then you're off, and then they don't see you, and then you come back. And think about that, and then think of like opposed to that, think about somebody who you're able to watch on TV all day, every day. People who you can see their true social posts, you can see all of their stuff all day, you can see their actions, how they react to bad things, and then make it determination on like what they might have, like make a diagnosis based off of that, and how much more accurate it would be. These people all agree that Trump is most definitely a malignant narcissist.
I don't know. I mean, who are these people?
There's I think there's like a few thousand that signed the petition.
It's just one of those things where professionals disagree on things. Like doing something like that just seems very subjective and can be politically influenced. because I'm sure there's plenty of psychiatrists that would say no, he's not, or
I
psychologists.
doubt it.
He definitely has some self-love.
Dude, he tweeted at 1 a.m. the other night about a painting that's in the Capitol in the state of Colorado, about how it's not that great. While we're all running around with our house on fire because like the economy's crashing, and Trump's talking about a painting sitting in one of the capitals in Colorado.
Yeah, I saw that. That was a pretty bad painting. But we will see. I mean, the economy in his first term was great. It was wonderful.
He didn't do anything. He gave his rich friends tax breaks and then he golfed 200 times.
Yeah, but he cut taxes for the middle class as well.
No.
And you say his rich friends. Like everybody says his rich friends. Like he's driving corporate investments into America by having us the most attractive.
I just showed you Biden's graph or Biden's map of all the investments he created. If you look historically, Democrats have created 50 million jobs since the since the Cold War, and Republicans have made 1 million. 50 to 1. You guys cannot make jobs with all of these insane tax breaks. It's never worked. It doesn't work. And they somehow trick y'all into doing it every 8 years. It's quite literally insane. It's impressive, honestly. It makes no sense. And just because he got so lucky with the COVID fucking up Biden's economy, he was able to point to that and say it was bad. That's the only reason he won.
Well, COVID fucked his economy because he had the best economy we'd seen since. Like,
he inherited it from Obama. Every single metric starts to decline when Trump got in office. It all slowed down.
Well, you can only get so good once you get down to record low unemployment. Like, you're never going to get unemployment to zero.
Yeah, so, Biden got it lower than him.
With inflation through the roof. And
that's just impressive.
And purchasing dollars went way down because of it. Like the purchasing power of American in 2019 was not anywhere close to the purchasing power of an American in
because of a worldwide pandemic, bro. Yeah.
Yes. But Trump did inherit a good economy. I accept that argument, but he did nothing to derail it, and he kept it progressing even further.
Okay, just now he derailed the entire economy, and he's about to do it again. Stock market is going to crash because of what he did today, because his vindictive, weird tariffs that he's taught all of you guys to side with him on.
I'm just saying you got to give the man his vision and his plan time to work and see the effects in the long run. He said when in his address to Congress, there will be a transition period. Of course,
I know. We do this all the time. Like we say, hey, maybe we should like tax billionaires like a little bit more, and you guys cry about increased prices or something, but you guys are begging for insane prices and consumer prices in this instance. When there's no actual logic behind it, there's no like long-term like, hey, in practice, this is what happens, and this, and this will happen, and we'll have lower prices. You can't explain any of that to me. You just have this weird faith that Trump is doing something good for us, and it makes no sense. There's no logic.
Results. Like he has results. Like the energy independence. He did something that experts thought was completely impossible.
Biden made us more energy independent than him.
No. This is such a common misconception and a bad propaganda point because Biden was forced to sign all the permits that were negotiated under Trump's lease. Biden's first week in office, he paused all federal drilling and waters offshore, and a judge blocked him and said, "You do not have executive authority to pause all this drilling because these were negotiated."
Biden soars to highest energy independence over 70 years. Do you know that energy independence also includes not oil?
Yes, I do.
Who champions those things? Alternative energy. Who does that?
Okay, so they both do.
No.
In a lot of ways.
Trump is revoking every bit of legislation that Biden wrote with that. The Inflation Reduction Act, that invested a bunch in alternative fuels. He ripped apart some of the subsidiaries in alternative energies and raised the prices of energy by $100 for some folks in like Alabama, his first week in office. Like he's full of shit. He's a shill for big oil.
Okay, and under his term, we became a huge exporter of liquefied natural gas. I mean, under his term, the first time in 67 years that we became a net exporter of energy rather than an importer. And he did that while being the #1 country in the world at reducing global emissions. That's what I'm
He
saying.
pulled us out of the Paris Climate Accord.
And
The
he
hell?
met all of the goals way ahead of time that were set in forth of that agreement. That's why it's like buzzwords, like, "Oh, he pulled us out of the agreement." But
The
because
agreement
of
was
the
the agreement was to invest. It goes into a big pot of money so that we all do these things and study it and track the progress and enforce these things. He's not doing a thing that makes us the leader and sets the sets the example for the rest of the developed world.
he championed his own Great American Outdoors Act, which was $10 billion for like conservation. He said he wants clean air and water, but he also wants jobs.
If he wants jobs, he'd be a Democrat and he'd be doing Democrat things, subsidies.
Well, it's debatable. He gave federal funding to help with the Flint, Michigan water crisis. He's all about creating competition because that drives innovation. And so, of course, people are going to want to invest with people who are doing better for the environment and also creating jobs. And coal plant closures actually sped up under Trump. It's just tons of economic factors that show that his policies do work.
None of these things actually helped our economy. None of these things actually were as big as you think. But he cut so many regulations and fucked so many things up that when Biden put them all back in place, we didn't see a dip in production. We didn't see a dip in anything. We just saw a bunch of millionaires lose a little bit of their money that they were trying to make. They are all just trying to make an extra dime and trying to lobby your guy to maximize their profits. When we need consumer protections, we need things that stop us from spreading disease and bacteria on meat and spreading like coal ash into waterways. Like we don't want more of this. We need as much protection from big greedy people like Trump as we can get. And you think this is like super filth for the economy, and here's proof that it's not. It's not. We are hurting right now. All the things that he's doing is just economic suicide, and that's what he's doing so that his rich friends could go and buy up all the shit, all these failing businesses when these tariffs affect them. All of these businesses that are not going to make it past these tariffs, they're going to be bought up. They're going to be bought up by all of his super rich billionaire friends. That's the truth of it. All of the real estate, same thing.
It seems like a lot of the housing and market went crazy under Biden, though.
After Trump deregulated it, yeah.
No, he deregulated smaller banks, not the big banks like BlackRock and Goldman Sachs. He didn't do the deregulation on the big banks, and that's another misconception that people say for the housings. And like some of the deregulations actually speeds up economic progress. Like there was the average permit time for highways and bridges went from like 7 years to around 2 years. And the Council of Economic Advisors estimated that his regulatory reforms increased household incomes by over $3,000 per year.
His tariffs are going to cost us about $5,000 a year.
Until they are taken off with a better renegotiated trade deal.
Okay, and when these trade deals are renegotiated, what is going to happen? What do you think is going to happen? Like, is Canada somehow going to buy just as much shit from us as we buy from them? How is that ever going to happen? That will never, ever happen.
Canada's not the main target of this right now. Like,
Okay, what country's going to be able to buy from us and stop a trade deficit? Go ahead and tell me. Which country has as big of an economy as us?
Well, the European Union to start, in China. Like, those are big ones.
Okay, the European Union is not a country.
I know it's not, but that's a lot of countries. That's what I'm trying to say. Is that's a big deal.
Okay, but like China is never going to buy things from us that they can make 7 times cheaper at home. That won't happen.
All we want is a fair trade deal where
What does that
we're
look
not
like?
at
How is that going to make us rich? What's a fair trade deal going to do for us? What version of a fair trade deal is going to make our economy bounce back and look even better than it was before he took office? What is it?
Well,
What
we
is what?
should.
What's the nature of a good trade deal? Go ahead and tell me.
Well, we're one where our money isn't going to other countries, and we're spending our own money on American
That is such a
companies.
horrible idea
Why is that a horrible idea?
because our
Because
money.
jobs are good. Like I said, I have a fear that jobs are going away because of the AI revolution.
Okay, and like so he's going to make manufacturing jobs for nobody for AI? What do you mean?
Well, whatever job, there's going to be some jobs, and the jobs that are need to be held, need to be had here, invested in here, and because there's a crisis coming.
We
That's my
have
opinion.
we have a 4% unemployment. Why is he turning off the economy? He's going to create more unemployment. He just fired hundreds of thousands of people. These tariffs are about to make everybody unemployed.
These are government workers that you're talking about
Yeah.
that he's fired.
Yeah,
And
veterans.
So the slack is going to get no veterans. Don't even get me started on veterans because he did a ton for veterans. He was one of the best presidents ever for veterans. He had the VA Mission Act that he championed and signed.
Yeah,
He
did
went
you know
into
that only Republicans voted against it?
but he still is the one that got it done. He, I mean, under
Okay.
and he also did the VA accountability and whistle.
Did you know that Republicans were the only ones that voted against that too?
That's all right. Trump got it done. Like the First Step Act. How about that? That helps.
Do you know Republicans are the only ones who voted against that too? I looked this up the other day. Every single thing that we did for veterans, Republicans are opposed to.
What I'm saying is, Bush talked about it, Obama talked about it, but Trump got it done, and that's my argument for Trump is he gets deals done. He's able to bring people together, enough people to get exact vote to get it done.
He can't work with anybody. He makes enemies out of everybody. That was your complaint his first administration, wasn't it? Everyone says he couldn't do anything.
How is he the one that got the criminal justice reform done?
The one that Obama tried to pass that Republicans voted against, and then he finally said, okay, let's do it.
Well, attitude reflects leadership, and he was the one that actually got it done. I mean,
Biden got way more done than he did. Way more with a slimmer margin, without pissing everybody off, without punching down on minorities, without arresting and sending innocent people to one of the world's worst prisons, without using the arm of the government to threaten free speech, stopping people from protesting, cracking down on law firms and using the arm of the federal government to put them out of business. Without threatening them with their financial well-being, without threatening pollsters, without cutting like certain news agencies out of the Oval Office, without calling them illegal. Like he is doing the most vicious version of wielding this power, and you're somehow missing that and praising him for things that accidentally happened during his administration.
I just don't think they accidentally happened. I think it's a lot of propaganda. I know he is divisive and his rhetoric is kind of a little out there, but I think it pales into comparison, like how much policy and stuff he's able to get done and push through.
He's doing nothing but executive orders. What do you mean? He's not pushing through shit.
Okay, what do you mean? Like executive orders still do things. Like
They're not law. They can be just torn apart.
With veterans, he boosted their pay by over 10% over his 4 years, 3.1% in 2020, which is the largest increase in over a decade.
Biden gave the military, the active military, the highest pay increase as well during his administration.
Yeah, that's a good thing as well. He got NATO to actually start spending their fair share of their defense budgets so that they are equally prepared for when things hit the fans with authoritarian countries like China and Russia.
He's about to pull out of NATO so that Russia can invade Lithuania on his watch.
No, and these are just things he's doing to show that, like, hey, you guys need to increase your defense budgets because big bad America can't be here to protect you forever. Like I
We
understand
have a
World War II.
$1 trillion per year defense budget, and God forbid we ever use it to stop very bad people from doing very bad things. You guys don't care about the like world peace. You care about being selfish and then invading for like sovereign nations like Greenland and Panama. You guys are
No,
wielding
we are
this power
protecting them.
disgustingly.
Russia and China has their eyes on Greenland just as much as we do. And would you rather them
They're
have
already part of NATO.
Russia or what? I'm
Greenland.
saying Denmark.
Yeah, they're already a part of NATO.
Okay. Well, that's why NATO needs to step up the defense budgets, and that's why he's been getting them to do it. Like when
Russia's getting them
it's
to
so
do it,
easy for
not
these
him.
countries- I'm just
Russia's
saying, it's
getting
so
them to
easy
do
for
it.
These countries to tout their free health care for everyone when the defense budget spending is being spent by us. Like if we're not there to protect them, like Europe is under a lot bigger is under a lot bigger threat than they realize because they don't spend enough on their defense budgets. It's nice to have America over here. but
So when they go from 1.8 to 2%, you're going to be happy. This is not like this is so dumb.
they are going from from the time Trump took office in his first term to the time he left, 4 to 10 countries. It went from 4 to 10 countries.
You guys always attribute everything to Trump. How about thinking about Russia invading their neighbors? So yeah, they're investing a fuck ton. Germany is investing a metric fuck ton into their defense, not because fucking Trump. It's because of Russia, dude.
I mean, I understand that Russia's the big threat in that part of the world, but like we can't. That's why they need to step up. Like we are way over here. Like they need to step up. This isn't
Okay,
like
okay,
this isn't post-World War II where you guys are still in shambles. Like, you guys have the ability to
we could stop Russia in their tracks by funding Ukraine so that they don't pose a threat in the future, so that these countries don't have to worry about being invaded, so that more people don't die. Or how about that?
That just seems like a meat grinder type situation where people are just going to die senselessly for.
Did you know China is licking their chops? They're like, America's not to do. They're not going to defend anyone now, so we're going to go invade Taiwan. America's not going to help anybody. Let's go invade Taiwan.
I don't agree with that.
Well, that's called using your whole brain.
Well, what do
If
you
we
mean?
stopped Russia in their tracks, China won't even fucking think about it.
Well, Russia's capabilities are much different than China's capabilities.
Yeah, they're fucking giant pussies, and if we allow them to take over a whole country, guess what China's going to do? They're like, oh, we got this.
We have a more invested stake in Taiwan. I mean, they make a majority of our semiconductors. So
I
that's
know.
going to be a whole lot different story.
Yeah, I know.
So I don't see that as being equivalent.
Imperial aggression should be stifled on the world stage, not partaken in.
It's one of those situations that's not clear cut, and Putin, it's not. I don't know how to explain it, but
Taiwan was tariffed like 45% today. Oof.
I mean, Putin made an action, and he thinks he's pissed off that we've expanded east with NATO.
He can be
and he
pissed
doesn't
off
want
all
you-
he wants. He's a
Yeah, but
horrible guy.
He is a horrible guy, but
He doesn't get to dictate what the world does to have a defense treaty with each other.
correct. He sees the Ukraine. I mean,
Do you know what you do? Do you know what you do as Putin, as Russia, when you can't win militarily? You infiltrate their politics. You infiltrate their media, and you instill ideals like you're spouting right now.
no, I think China has infiltrated our community, and that's how they got us. That's why they have a TikTok for their own citizens, showing them engineering projects and science projects. But while they're showing us dancing, and
Because they know that Russia's doing this shit, so they don't want them to be that's a line of defense they have, and it's horrible, it sucks, But this is what you see. What you see is since the 80s, Russia's been trying to figure out a way to get in and take over our nation and affect us and influence us, and they've pretty much mastered it. It's been about 60 years. They finally figured it out, and they've got you defending their actions.
I mean, there might be some influence in Russia, but there's more influence of China in our community, and that's the way that they've been stealing our IP and downloading our data usage, and now they got us arguing over pronouns while they're building like ship carriers, aircraft carriers. I mean, they are preparing for us in 20, 30 years to take over, and
All
I
right.
think, yeah.
Well, Ryan, I have to go.
Yeah, no worries.
I appreciate you. I hope someone gives you a swirly this week. I'll talk to you again.
Likewise. All right, later, bud.
I hope somebody gives him the worst fucking swirly. No, Johnny. 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 You know how I stay so calm? Yeah, I hope his finger touches his butthole at least twice this week because of toilet paper failure. I hope he gets really unsolicited butthole touches. Can we see your setup? Yes, we're ready. Yes, Johnny, come. Yeah. Where you at? Where you at? You just invited me? There it is. There it is.
Yes. This is a good way to end the night, I think. I'm so stoked. My friend, how are you holding up?
I'm good. I'm gonna be doing even better when I mop the floor with you with
He's
this
a Republican
battle.
and I'm a Democrat. Help us win.
False! False! Wow, I knew you spread
Yo.
misinformation. I knew it.
Dang. Y'all, if you are just tuning in, hello and welcome. We're doing a quick little battle here because I wanted to take on our friend Pickles here. Now, here's the thing. We haven't our communities are exactly the same right now. We have 1,000 here, 1,000 there, and I want to defeat him. Now, here's what we're doing here. Basically, here's myself. Hi, I'm Johnny. I'm a Democratic strategist and activist based here in Pennsylvania, and I am the activist who just muted Pickles. And so, I have worked on campaigns and administrations from the State House to the White House.
Wow. Okay. Johnny's gonna do his spiel. I'm gonna do mine. My name's Pickles. I'm 36. I am from Dallas, Texas. I'm about 6 times cooler than Johnny, and while he is still cool, I'm working out of a basement. Someone's bringing me Glorias. My girlfriend is bringing me Glorias, or some strange woman is. Thank you so much. So we're battling right now. Chat, send me all the gifts. Jaime, thank you so much. Holy fuck, chat. Thank you so much. We are winning. Oh my God, he's catching up though. Don't let him do it. Guys, look at these delicious. Look at these. If I win, I'll make out with my girlfriend live. I'll make out with my girlfriend live. Like HBO after 10 p.m. Chat, come on. Come on, baby. Send the gifts, send the gifts. Thank you so much, chat. If you're one of my top gifters, I will follow you back. I will follow you back. Easy sauce. No problem at all. You don't have to. I will follow y'all back. If you guys, if you are one of my top contributors, I will send you guys back. I mean, follow you guys back. Guys, we are winning.
Times 2 points for the next
Oh shit! It's 2x. It's 2x. Chat, guys, go. Let's go. Everybody. Oh my God! Thank you, Elaine, for the dinosaur. Look at that. Infectious with the galaxy. Oh my God. Guys, go. We have fewer people than him, but we have more. It's all about quality, not quantity. We are destroying him. 13 more seconds with the double points. We are destroying Johnny. He looks so stupid right now. He looks so stupid. Look at his face.
Wait. Stop. Wait, Anne.
Listen to his voice, guys. Listen to his voice. He can't take it. Look at him. Look at his stupid face. Come on, baby. Let's go. We got 2 minutes left. Let's keep it up. Don't let him. Beth, thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you so much. Look at. Let's go. We're smashing him. Teach Johnny. Oh my God. Look at that. Oh my God. These chicken hats. Look at these chicken hats. Thank y'all so much. Oh my God. Thank you so much, guys. Watch for the snipe. Yeah, do not let him snipe. I know he's got some weird. He's probably got Cory Booker over there fueling his campaign. He's probably got some real heavy hitters in his audience, guys. Don't let him win. Don't give up. Don't let him catch a slip in. Wendy, thank you so much for the 100 GGs. Beth with the 176 GGs. Peter with the money gun. Missy, thank you for the rose. Look at those awesome hat and mustaches. Oh my God! Look at the fireworks, guys. Just don't let him creep up on us. We still got a heavy win. We've got a heavy lead right now. Oh my goodness gracious! I feel so weird. I feel like I don't have the right brain to do this. You know those people that do like the bids, what are they called? Where they the auctions, those auction people. I feel like I could take a lesson from some of those people. We are destroying Johnny. Look at him, dude. Look at him. What a freaking idiot. What an idiot. Why would he even try to battle us? Yes, an auctioneer. Thank you, chat. Chat, tap the screen. Chat, tap the screen. If you're not contributing, just tap the screen. Oh my God, we are destroying him. I
know that we're catching up here. Thank you so much for the DJ.
Don't worry, Johnny's gonna win. Don't worry, Johnny, you got this.
Oh no, 2-1. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, what a freaking sucker!
Thank you so much, Ann Celia.
What a sucker!
Ann, thank you so much. Lisa and Alex, thank you so.
All right, hold on. Contributors got match power-ups. Let's see who my top contributors were. I'm gonna follow you back right now because I love you so much, and I would kiss you right on the forehead if I saw you in person. Let's see who you are. Elaine with 6.1 following you back right now. And Tucker Cassidy following you back, number 2 with 3.3. And okay, Kristen with in second place actually with 4.3. I'm already following you. And then we've got MBW Courtney with 3.1, Chivas with 3.1, Divic with 2.8, Peter Jr. 2.6, Savannah Hand, thank you for the 2.4, and Good Day Tater 2.1, Dana Do 2.1. Thank you guys so much. Let's see what Johnny's saying.
Pickles.
Yeah.
I hate you. So it's 2 out of 3. So you didn't technically win. So I don't want you running around saying that you won yet. Okay? Because it's 2 out of 3. TikTok didn't give you the win. The win's not on your board. You ain't get the win yet. Don't
Wow.
get the face. You ain't get the win yet. You ain't get the win yet.
Let me guess. It was rigged. Let me guess.
You ain't get the win yet. It's 2 out of 3. That's how TikTok does it. So I'm just saying, before you go to snark at me or something, I'm just saying you didn't technically win anything yet. So I don't want to hear it.
I'm gonna go easy on you, and I'm gonna go say hi to my girlfriend while you're doing
I
this.
think you are gonna go easy on me. I'm sure. Okay, I need every single one of you from Pickle's side to get over here right now and help us defeat him.
Just kidding. She took my dog for a walk. You guys, chat. Are we gonna stomp him out? Are we just gonna destroy him again?
Hi, Pickles. Welcome back.
Thank you. Thank
Yeah,
you.
No problem. No problem. How is Pickles winning? Okay, I'll turn on music. I'll turn on a better.
You hear that defeat in his voice? I want to hear that for another 3 minutes. Do you hear that microphone? Capturing it in 4K? The defeat in his voice? Watch me just stay calm. I'm just gonna be Neo. I'm just gonna be Neo. I'm gonna be like this. I'm gonna be like this. This is what. Oops. This is what is gonna happen. This is what I'm doing to his gifts. Absolutely not. Oh my god, he said all come over to his side. Absolutely not. Divic with the future encounter. Get him good. Get him good, guys. Guys. I want to visit him after this. I want to unmute him, and I want him to I just want him to see this. I just want him to see this. This is us. This is his army of people. And we need to, oh my god, we're only 3,000 behind. Guys, somebody make sure, oh my god, somebody make sure he does not win. Guys, come on. Chat, sell your children. Do what you're gonna do. Put your whole shoe collection on eBay real quick and buy more presents, guys. You got this. Guys, you don't need that Gucci bag anymore. Put it on Facebook Marketplace and buy gifts and beat Johnny with it. We're winning! We're winning! Keep going, guys. Keep going. We need 9 gifts or 2x. We're in 2x right now. We're in 2x. We're in 2x. Don't let him win. Guys, oh my god. If we beat him twice, oh my god, he will never recover from this. He will never make him feel like the Tiger King. Make him feel like he will never financially recover for fucking with Pickles. I want him to make a meme about this. I want him walking out of this match with a limp. I want him to feel sorry for himself. I want him to talk about this match in therapy next week. I want him to buy an orthopedic shoe after this. I want him. Go, chat. Go. We got this. We got this. Oh my god, we are fucking tied right now. We are so tied. A minute and a half. Just a minute and a half, chat. A minute and a half. Guys, make Johnny buy leg braces after this match. Make him need to find a new physical therapy location. Guys, go donate plasma for your next donation. Go right now. Chat, send me all the gifts. Send me all the gifts right now. Johnny is going to walk. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Johnny, make him, if we win, I'm going to make him take his hat off and throw it. Oh my god, we are fucking neck and neck. We have 40 seconds, guys. Don't let him snipe us. Don't let him do it. We are coming so close. Bayo with the Galaxy. Guys, he's getting, I can just tell right now, he's muted, but I can just tell he's getting hopeful, and we need to crush it. We need to crush that for him. Crush his hopes and dreams. Poison their souls with hope. And destroy it. Destroy him. 20 seconds, guys. Let's go. Let's go. 20 seconds. Oh my God, it's so freaking close. I've never seen it so close before. Guys, 10 seconds. We can't lose. We can't lose. Guys, go, 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 go. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God, we won. Oh my God. Oh.
How close this is?
Oh my God,
That
that's
was
the closest I've
oh my
ever
God, I'm
seen it.
sweating. Do you see how close that is?
Yeah, I did that on purpose.
Do you see, dude? That's crazy. It's within 300 points. I'm so.
I said-
this is why your vote matters. This is why your vote matters.
Poison his soul with hope. Then we will crush you.
Almost 150,000 points on the board. It was decided by less than 300 points. No, we want to recount. We want to recount. No, that's recount. You're within.
Recount? A recount?
You're within 0.5 territory.
What are you? What are you fucking?
You're within 0.5 territory.
What is this? 1998?
Recount, yes. You're within 0.5 territory. 150,000 points.
Are you gonna tell me man bear pig is real too?
Less than 300 points.
Are you gonna tell me man bear pig is real?
No, this is rigged. This is rigged. Recount. Stop the count. I gotta say
Hey,
some thank yous.
Johnny,
First
I'm gonna
off,
let you cope for a second while I say hi to my girlfriend. But this is reality.
Great.
Okay.
No, yeah, great. Everybody from Pickles is live. Come over here right now. Everybody from Pickles is live. Come over here right now. We're putting a curse on all your children. Everybody from Pickles live. Come into our live right now. And I want you to get over here. Everybody from Pickles is live. Come into this live right now. Now. First off, let me say some massive thank yous here. Please, can we get some W's in the chat to Aunt Celia? And that was the kindest. I mean, holy cow, and that was beyond kind. I mean, I don't even know what to say. Thank you so much for the love, and Tia, thank you so much for the kindness. Tia, that is beyond kind. You guys are so immensely kind. Thank you so much to our contributors here. Thank you so much to Anne, to Lisa. Lisa, as always. Oh my gosh. Christina, I just followed you. Thank you so much. Mermaid, what you doing here? I love you so much. Thank you, my friend.
Johnny, I
Tia,
was gonna
thank
show you
so
something
much.
that you probably gonna need after
Jay
this.
Monet, thank you so much. Denise, I just followed you. Thank you. Shut up, Pickles! For now, you're a cucumber. I'm talking to everybody else. Thank you so much to Dak. Thank you so much to C. Kearns. And thank you, Gina. I really appreciate y'all. Thank you so much.
Johnny, I'll send you my associate code, my associate link for this cream for your burn, because you got just destroyed. You got dragged.
It's within 0.5 territory. I feel like we should. I don't think you won.
If you just rub this on the burn, it helps out. That's how you do it. In a circular motion.
This wasn't even get a landslide. You squeaked out a victory. Almost 150,000 votes.
The people have spoken.
And you get 300.
There was a mandate. Okay.
I hate this. Y'all, we tried here, and we fought, and you know what? Some say we did. Some say you look at these votes, and some say that we won. It's true. You look at China and Russia, and what's happening? I'm morphing into Donald Trump. It's true. It's true. Some people say we won. You look at China, you look at Russia. It's true. You put up a very good fight. It's North Korea. It's true.
All right.
I'm just gonna say. Some people say we won. It's true.
I can. I got some good mouth tape for that impression too.
I'm just saying. I think we won. I mean, you look at the tally, and they were going over the vote, and I'll tell you, a lot of people. They say it's true that Johnny won. That Johnny won. Even they say it all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, you hear them.
Well,
These people.
Fuzzard says hi. Okay. All right.
Fuzzard's on your side.
Yeah.
Fuzzard's getting blocked from my channel. Fuzzard is homeless now. Fuzzard can go get adopted by Pickles for all I care. Wow. Talk about traitor.
Wow.
Okay? Wow.
Wow.
Wow. I'll tell you something. I think we won.
All right. John, loser, good man. Johnny.
That's some crazy work. Dude, are you going to continue streaming or are you calling it for the night?
I think I might take a little break. I've been live for 5 hours.
Bang.
5.5. I'm gonna take a little break. Yeah. So.
Well deserved.
All right.
All right, man. I appreciate it. To everybody tuning in, I think we're gonna call it. We did some really good debates. We had some great conversations. A rematch?
No. Guys, we.
I think you're in recount.
Not in this
territory, I'm
economy.
just saying.
Not in this economy.
I think it's recount territory.
Hey, I'm gonna let you go find 11,000 votes.
Oh, you hate that. I hate that. I hate that. I hate that. I hate everything about that. I hate everything about that. Anyway, see, I mean, my people keep saying rematch. I'm just saying, Pickles, come on, consider it. Pickles, hear me out. Pickles, just do it. Give us a chance. My team keeps saying rematch.
Like I told you, if you're sore from all that losing, you might find a good orthopedic shoe.
You were in recount territory.
A good.
It was 150,000 points on the board.
Get like a good ergonomic keyboard so it's not so hard on you.
Come on, Pickles. Rematch. Are you scared? You should. I mean, you won,
listen.
Right? Twice. You should be able to kick my butt. Right?
What was that? Hello?
I feel like.
Mom? Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. I get it.
He's scared.
Oh, okay.
He's scared.
Yeah, I had to go. Guys, I can't do. I don't feel. I can't. Guys, if you were one of my top people, I didn't get to follow you from this last thing. If you were one of my top donators, tell me right now in the chat and I will follow you. Hi, I'll follow you. Can please reply to my private message. Barbie, get out of here. Go on, get. It was me twice, Elaine. I love you so much. Thank you so much. Guys, I hope you guys are doing good. I hope you guys behave. It is so hot in my apartment right now because I have to turn my AC off when I'm live. I'm going to turn the AC on and let it cycle for a little bit so I can go live again. And hopefully we'll flush out and we'll get some new debates here soon. I don't think we're going to get any debates anytime soon. I love you guys. Maybe me, Steph, I am going to send you... Okay, guys, if you sent me money, I sent back into... Okay, you know what? I'm following a handful of you guys because I love you. Chat, I will see y'all soon. What am I going to do in the summer? I don't know. I'm probably going to have to invest in a nugget ice maker or something. But I will see y'all soon, chat. I got to use the restroom and all sorts of other stuff. I will see y'all in just a little bit. Y'all have a wonderful night. I'll see y'all then.